All right, good morning, everybody. I'm going to open up this Yamhill County Budget Committee on April 20th, 2026 at 9 a.m. Our first action item is going to be the election of officers, and the first one up will be a nomination for chair.
I nominate Greg Thorsgaard for chair.
There's been a nomination for Greg. Is there any other nominations? All right, is there a second to that?
I'd second.
Second to that. All those in favor of having Greg Thorsgood as the chair of the 2026 Budget Committee, say aye.
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 Sounds like it's unanimous. All
We
right.
didn't ask him if he declined.
Or did this?
Lucky you.
All right, next item is going to be secretary.
I'm gonna nominate Anton for secretary.
Anton Bucker has been nominated as secretary. Is there any other nominations? Hearing none, can I get a motion? Or a second, sorry.
I'd second.
Second's been made. There's no further conversation. I'd take a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Yeah. Everybody but Greg voted in aye, it seems like. Aye, there we go. Unanimous. Okay. So we have secretary now. And I will turn it over to the new chair. I left off on item 3.
Item 3, consideration of the approval of the following minutes. Okay. That's from 2025.
I move approval.
Motion.
Old habits. I would second.
Okay, vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, carried. Budget briefing by Ken Huffer. We'll turn it over to you, Ken.
All right.
All
sounds good.
yours.
All right. Well, good morning, Budget Committee and everyone else who's in attendance and staff. First off, like I do every year, I want to welcome back and thank the 3 Budget Committee members for joining us. I know this is a huge commitment. You've all been through this before, but a long 3 days ahead of us as far as going through those large binders that staff has put together for the proposed FY27 budget. Again, this process is a very important process for the county. We have to get through this and get an approved budget to get it before the board in June to get it adopted. So the county's in operation come July 1. So it's a very serious responsibility. There's a lot of information and data that we're going to be going through over the next few days. And I just want to encourage that if you have questions or if anything comes up, please let me know. Staff is here to assist, kind of navigate with any questions that may come up. And then also when the departments are doing their presentations, they're going to get a little more into the weeds where the presentation I'm about to do is more of that 35,000 foot level that I do every year. So that being said, I'm going to go ahead and jump into my budget message. And well, I do also want to acknowledge that this is also going to be the last budget committee meeting in room 32. Next year, we should be in our new location, which is currently under construction right now, the new hearing room over at the new building. So I know all the challenges with this dais and doing this here becomes glaring during budget committee week because we have so many binders and so much paper and laptops and everything else that the new space is going to be much more accommodating to be able to do this process in the future. So kind of looking forward to doing that.
So Ken, just a quick question before you start. Were you able to meet with the Board of Commissioners prior to establishing the budget this year?
I'll share that on my next slide on kind of what
Okay.
that process looks like. So again, I have this slide every single year. This is not, it's going to look it's not going to be a surprise. You know, again, the budget that we're putting together and the process that we follow, it's per Oregon budget law. Which, you know, chapter 294, which establishes the procedures for preparing and administering a budget. And it requires citizen involvement in preparation of the budget and public disclosure of the budget before formal adoption. That's what this process is right here. What the process, and this looks pretty consistent every single year. In December, it's actually, I'll go back even further. In October is when our internal budget team start building our internal tables and charges, and we start doing forecasting for things like benefits, internal charges, rental charges, IT charges, things like that. That's all incorporated into the budget instructions. Then in December, we meet with the Board of Commissioners and we go over those budget instructions, those draft budget instructions, and then we have a discussion about the discretionary allocation that sets that baseline that's going to establish that for FY27. So that's really the first step in the first conversation, specific to FY27, but I would just say that almost every agenda item and every discussion has a budgetary component to it. Some of it might be specifically related to the current fiscal year, but a lot of times, a lot of the agreements and that are coming forward are usually multi-year agreements. And so there's also discussions on what those impacts are going to be in future years. So it's especially for anything that's funded by the state, because they do their budget on a biennium. So a lot of times when we're looking at those reviews, we're seeing what the projected revenues are going to be for the next couple of years, depending on where we land as far as the legislature being in session and their adopted budget. So so there's a lot of discussions and meetings that are had in December. Then once we get into January, and once departments start building their budgets, that's usually the first time when we start doing a lot of our forecasts and we start to identify potential shortfalls, challenges, maybe grants going away, or, you know, funding ending, or challenges that we're experiencing in the current fiscal year. And so then there's also further discussions, because it could be as simple as the department reaching out to their liaison commissioner and starting to have those conversations early on. I also do an administrative review in the month of February and into March, where I meet with every department and go through every budget, doing an administrative review where we make further changes. And then I also follow up, because I meet weekly with commissioners. And then, you know, because again, don't want to necessarily be blindsided with a particular department if we're coming in and we know that there's $1 million shortfall somewhere. I'm not saying that there is, I'm just, as an example, that you have that there's not a surprise, and we're kind of prepared to have those discussions. And so there's a lot of discussions that take place in leading up to this. So, you know, departments, we're decentralized in the way that we build our budgets, because again, I try my best not to get too far down into the weeds to where I'm figuring out what they're budgeting for materials and services and how much they're budgeting for software and where they're looking at personnel. That's really done at the departmental level. It's those directors who really understand the inner workings and their needs and what's coming up for the next fiscal year. And then I do a review of all the budgets, making sure that transfers are balanced, making sure the budget balances. And then if there's anomalies within there, I may do like an audit of a projected beginning balance, trying to get an understanding of why is this number so high? You know, where are we underspending? Are you under projecting the amount of expenditures you're going to have between now and June? You know, again, it's you know, and so it's a lot of discussions that come into play with this during February and into March. And then once we are here in April, we present to the budget committee. And so we'll present all the work that we've been working on over the last couple months. And then if all goes well, and come Wednesday afternoon, the budget committee will approve the budget, set the tax rate, and then that gets us on to the next phase, which is preparing for the required budget hearing, and then it going before the Board of Commissioners for adoption in June. And again, it's a critical process, because if we don't have an adopted budget come July 1, we're not open for business. And we have to have this budget in place in order to deliver services. All of you have seen this before, but just a reminder, because I know there's a lot of numbers that get thrown around. But how is our budget organized? You know, it's all based on general ledger numbers. And so when you're looking at numbers and you see things like Fund 110, like this example, you know, that's where we're in the general fund, Fund 110. And then the next set of numbers that really delineates the department and division within that fund. And then the last 5 digits is one that once you get used to looking at it, you're going to see that if it's in a 30,000 code, that's usually a revenue. 40,000 is usually personnel expenses. 50,000, that's your materials and services. 60,000 is contracts and services. You get into 70,000s, that's usually transfers and internal charges, and then 80,000s are capital expenses. So, you know, if you have questions around that, because I know sometimes when we're doing the presentations and you have a question about a particular line, the best bet is to really focus in on, we have a title for those funds, but you can also call out those last 5 digits that's on there to help kind of pinpoint which line you're talking about in the budget. And I know sometimes it can be challenging to track that. So if you ever have a question during a presentation, like if there's a discussion about a certain line that has to do with a position within there and you're not sure exactly which line, just raise your hand, you know, or you can signal me and one of us can kind of help kind of pinpoint where in that budget and what line we're talking about. So the next part, after providing kind of that general overview, is I'm going to get into what we're looking at for what's included in the proposed budget. This first slide I have for you is for comparison's sake. This is the adopted budget for FY26, so the current year that we're currently operating in. And you can see how it's divided. Of course, 40% of our total budget is HHS. Next in line, 22% is the criminal justice team. So the criminal justice team, that includes sheriff's office, district attorney, community corrections, juvenile, is all included in that category. So this slide shows that the current fiscal year, we had a $201 million budget, and 40% of that was HHS, and then 22% of that was community justice, and then the rest was split depending on the various sizes. So as a comparison, now we'll compare to the proposed budget by service team. Sorry, there's a typo there. It's not the approved budget, not yet. So it's the proposed budget by service team. And here you're going to see that HHS has gone up to 46%, and that's gotten a little bit bigger. And we're going to have more details on that, especially later this morning when Lindsay presents her budget, but you're also going to see that here. A lot of that has to do with some balances that are coming in and some pretty high beginning balance numbers. And I know Lindsay's going to be ready to speak to that directly when she's making her presentation. So you're going to see that the budget is bigger. It's 211 million. But really, when you look at it, if you were to take out some of those, what I would call kind of one-off kind of beginning balance figures that are coming into HHS, really what you're going to see is a status quo budget when you're looking at the rest of the funds. That increase, we can point directly to HHS is kind of driving some of those numbers. And so, yes, the budget is bigger than the current year. But when you start looking at the breakdown and the size and the individual numbers, you're going to see it's pretty close to status quo of what the current year is. And here is where you kind of see that glaring, like I was saying before. Again, this slide is a comparison between the 2 fiscal years, the adopted budget and what is proposed and being presented. And you see that most of them, the only one that is, you see HHS is pretty significantly higher than what it was last year. And then you see community services is gone the other direction, which is actually, that's transit. That's specific to transit. Transit was carrying a lot of capital funds for bus purchases, which all occurred this year. And so those funds aren't budgeted there. And so when you see that it's $4 million less than what it was last year, it's specific, that's all transit driving that number in that community service line. Otherwise, you see the rest of the funds that are within this budget are all pretty close to status quo. Not a lot of significant changes between what was adopted last year and what's being proposed this year.
So Ken, I guess I'm a little confused on the HHS increase. You said it's due to revenue increase, carryover coming
Correct.
in.
Correct.
So wouldn't that drive the consumption number down because you have more money coming in?
The money's already in and we're budgeted those numbers because it's showing up in the beginning balance. So it's going to be increasing it because it was unanticipated. It was higher than what was budgeted in prior years. So we received more revenues than anticipated. So that's going to show up in revenue lines as additional amount that's coming in. And then, so that has the effect because whether it's budgeted in an ending fund balance or
So
budgeted into
they're
expense line.
expected to spend whatever comes in.
Correct. Or it'll be in an ending fund balance line.
Okay.
And again, we show ending fund balance as an expenditure because we have to present a balanced budget. So if we get $10 million more than anticipated, it comes in 10 million more than what was budgeted. That's going to be reflected in this budget as a higher beginning balance. So an additional $10 million, and we have to balance with our expenditures. So it's going to push that number up.
There's a decent kind of pre-rundown. I'm sure Director Manfred, when she gets here, she'll go over it. But page 11 has a pretty generic rundown of mapping it out of what's there. Some of them are 2-year budget items that overlap, but a pretty informational page on page 11.
Yeah. So now I'm going to quickly go over what's been budgeted in the proposed budget as far as the revenue categories. And so everything that's entered, you're going to see that 32%, a large portion of what's encapsulated in our revenues for FY27 is beginning balance funds. Again, we utilize those reserves. We try to do our best to spend conservatively every single year. And so any savings or additional revenues that come in during the year, those are going to be reflected in the balances, and then departments use that to build a balanced budget. So 32% of that of our total budget is comprised of beginning balance numbers. The other thing I always like to call out is, you look at how diverse our revenue streams are that are coming into this budget, that only 15% of that is actual taxes, is general fund. And so I think that's one that I think a lot of times when you're looking at county government, there's kind of this misconception that we have a large portfolio or a majority of it is based on property taxes, when actually 15% of that is the taxes that are collected during that fiscal year. And again, you'll hear me refer to those funds in 2 different ways. I'm used to always calling it discretionary funds, but it's also called the general fund as well. So those are funds that don't have restrictions. Whereas if you start looking at like the intergovernmental and the other fees and charges, those lines, those are restricted funds for the most part. So those are whether it's fees or charges, whether it's Medicaid payments, or you get into intergovernmental and it's state grant and aid that's coming into corrections, those funds are coming in for a specific purpose and can only be used for that restricted use. So if you have a gap in a general fund department where you're short general fund, you can't just necessarily tap into those funds to fill that gap, because again, they're restricted to a specific use. You've all been through this before. So, again, I just always like to emphasize, we have a very diverse revenue portfolio, but you just can't take and reduce one of the slices and just plug it in to boost where you might have a shortfall elsewhere, because any agreement, especially intergovernmental, every agreement that we sign comes with strings attached, and there's specific purposes that we have to spend those funds on.
Yep.
So again, when you're looking at the comparison to the proposed budget to the adopted budget, so again, you're going to see that for the most part, it's pretty status quo. You're going to see a little bit of a dip in intergovernmental. Fees and charges are pretty much the same. Balances is one that is, leaps up there quite a bit. And again, that's going to be HHS is the main driver for that. There's some other funds where the revenues came in higher than anticipated. But that's based on, kind of a budgeting philosophy that I always engage with, that when we do it, you aim low on your revenues and aim high on your expenses, because you never want to be in a position to where if you're doing the reverse that all of a sudden you're having to cut services because you missed the mark on your revenue projections. So it's not unusual for us to see revenues come in a little bit better than what you're seeing in the budget. Now, we try to stay as close as possible, it's not intended, to just ignore the fact it still has to be a reasonable number that we're putting in here as far as our revenue projections. But at the same time, just recognize that all of us, and as the budget officer, myself included, we're very careful with our revenue projections, because again, we don't want to get into the next fiscal year and find out that, well, we're coming up a couple million short in a certain fund, and now we're having to cut services to reflect that. It's much better to be conservative in our revenue projections, and then we come out a little bit ahead, and then we'll have those balance funds for the following year. So you see the comparisons. There's always a lot of changes that kind of adapt with it, but for the most part, the stays pretty consistent. The next slide, this is where you're going to see over several years the same information. So you can kind of see the trends. Balances kind of ebbs and flows and goes, especially, since 2020, because we've had unanticipated funds come in, things like CARES Act, ARPA, over the years are a good example of where we've had funds come in, opioid settlement funds, things like that really weren't anticipated in years. And so you'll see that kind of driving, and that's where you get those anomalies for balances. Also driving balances, a lot of times it could be vacancy savings. It could be, so it's kind of all over the map that kind of drives those numbers. You look at taxes, you're going to see that has been a pretty steady increase, about 3 to 4% every single year. You'll see more of that when we get into the discretionary allocation. Again, most of that is based on collection rate and appraised values going up, because again, we've had the same tax rate for well before me. That's never been raised. So
Can I ask a question?
mhm.
So can you give a little bit more detail on fees and charges? First of all, they're much bigger than the property tax. And also when on the slide where you compare it, there's also one outlier there.
Mhm.
Can you put a little bit more detail on that?
Just on the fees and charges?
Yeah, just on the fees and charges,
Yeah.
if you look at the comparison.
So fees and charges, there's a lot of things that drive this. This is everything from planning charges for building permits and planning. So a lot of the anomalies that can come into play. I'm just picking planning, although planning is probably not the main driver for some of these anomalies, but it's dependent on activity in the building market. And so you'll see that. Other things that are fees and charges are like Medicaid reimbursement. Also falls into this category in our contract with the CCO. So there's a lot of things that HHS does drive a lot of these revenues. And I saw this, I don't have the specifics, but I can look up on what specifically drove that in, what year was that?
24.
Yeah, it looks like it was 24. It was HHS.
Yeah. Okay, so, but give me an impression, like if I see fees and charges, is that mainly building permits? Or is
There's a lot of, it depends on the department. And so it could be if you're in the sheriff's office, it could be concealed carry permits. If you're in planning, it could be everything from land use approvals to building permits to I'm trying, survey fees or things like that are all contributing. You get into HHS, it's Medicaid, payments, insurance billing, all of that falls into fees and permits. If it's public works, it's things like right-of-way permits, special event permits. So there's it's a broad category that we try to lump these together within the total budget, but it's a variety. It varies from department to department,
Okay.
but there's a lot of fees that do come into this.
Clerks lumped into there too, their fees
Correct.
and
Correct.
And when we go through the individual budgets, they'll
Mhm.
become more clear.
Correct. Yeah, you'll see those lines, and especially for it, planning's the easy one because they receive no general fund. They can 100% operate based on their permits and fees that they charge, and so like that's an easy one to see. And then you go to HHS, you'll also see that because with the CCO contract that we have, that's basically access to Medicaid billing,
Yeah.
which is huge.
And then last question, but that will probably come back later. The height of the fees, for example, for a building permit.
Yeah.
Do the commissioners?
The commissioners have to approve any fees. Some fees are set by statute, some fees are negotiated with the CCO. Like for Medicaid billing and things like that and how that rolls out, that's a negotiation with the CCO. But otherwise, anything that has to do with a fee that's attached to any service that we do, it's approved by the Board of Commissioners. And so periodically, departments will come in because it's time to update a fee. Maybe we haven't updated a dog licensing fee in quite some time. That's an example to where that department would come forward to the board and saying, we need to amend the ordinance and update those fees to make sure that we're capturing our operational costs.
And sometimes those fees are tied to funding that may be coming in for like Rogers Landing. We
Correct.
get Marine Board funding, but if you raise fees out of check too much, then you reduce your grant funding that would come in for the Marine Board because they paid for a certain project, i.e. a boat ramp at Rogers Landing. So
Right.
some of them, there's particulars that go into it, and like planning
Right.
has to get approved by the state. Even though we approve it, it still needs to go to state level to be approved for all the building permit fees.
Now, I was just wondering because, sorry, everybody's talking about property taxes, and that's very clear for everybody.
Correct.
But you can see that that there's a big portion of the fees also that indirect are paid by the
Right.
residents.
Yeah, especially fees and intergovernmental.
Mhm.
Intergovernmental is the other big one, so every time we have an agreement, whether it's state grant and aid because of parole and probation services at the state, it's really a state service that they pay the county to perform. And so we get funding for that. Or the various programs in HHS that are funded by OHA is another big example. But yeah, between the two of those, the intergovernmental and the fees and charges are really the big ones that drive a lot of the services and pay for a lot of the services you're going to see within the budget.
Thank you.
And then the last one is the internal charges. Again, this is most of the internal charges. These are charged to non-general fund departments. And so you'll see a lot of fees. This is how we fund facilities, IT infrastructure, a lot of these internal charges that we still have to maintain. So a lot of these internal charges are being charged against those departments that are getting intergovernmental and fee collection to make sure that we can keep the lights on, process payrolls, have an HR, help with onboarding, have the network infrastructure to support programs, all the above.
Have a building.
Have a building, correct. Oh, yeah. Where's that one? Oh. So that was in there? That debt was included in there? Okay, thanks, Mike. That was for the building acquisition. So here, looking at it, you see the total revenue trend over the years, and this is a 10-year look back. And you can see that our revenues have been going up. You will see a spike there, and that one, I believe that's also that spike that's going up. It's two parts. One, we did have the increased revenue for the debt, the loan that we took for the acquisition of the new building, but then also that HHS number that did come in, because that was a pretty significant number that came in FY25. That is what is impacting balances that you're going to see this week in HHS. I always include this slide. This is one that we've been using for quite some time. It's just kind of the comparison. In 2002, or fiscal year 2003, you're going to see where the split between dedicated and discretionary funds, 27% was discretionary. And this year, with the number, it's 16%. So, and that's been pretty consistent over the last several years, because again, it reflects, again, to where we have that, that discretionary holds firm, that it's getting much and much smaller, and we're having more of our revenue portfolio as those restricted funds.
Sorry, Ken, also
Yeah.
on the historical revenues.
Mhm.
I assume this is not corrected for inflation, or but it's also probably not corrected for the size of Yamhill County.
Well, yeah, because I look at it, you know, I wasn't with the county in 2003. I came in 2005, and I'll just say that, you know, a big driver for this was HHS was much smaller. This is pre-ACA and Medicaid reform, to where HHS base more than tripled in size. And so the county, as far as operational and size goes, was much smaller. At least back when I started in 2005, and it would be reflected here too, because much smaller budget.
But like, if you look at a interesting metric, that is the amount of revenue per capita per person. So if we only look at the discretionary, because that's a little bit, you see it goes from 12 million in 2002 to 34 million in 2026. That's roughly 24 years.
Right.
And you see almost a 3x improvement, or improvement increase.
Yeah.
So is that mainly inflation and this the number of people living in Yamhill County,
Yes.
or is just the percentage per person?
I would say it's all the above. Yeah, because I would say over that time, I mean, we've seen increases in property value over that time. You've seen the population. I don't remember what the population of the county was in 2003. So you have a larger tax base, and you just, you know, everything's gotten a lot more expensive and you know, appraised value. So you're going to see that reflected in revenues as well. Because you can see that in that prior slide, when you look at the taxes, how they steadily kind of every year you're looking at anywhere, you know, 3 to 4% each year that we've seen that tax revenue kind of slide up. So it kind of would make sense that if you were to backtrack to 2003, you'd probably see a similar trajectory minus 2009, 2010, you know, when you had the recession and the housing crisis.
89,000 people, 2003.
89. And how many do we have now?
110.
Okay. So that's not like a lot in 20 years.
So then the next part that I'm going to jump into is more specific to the discretionary, also known as the general fund revenue, and what's included. And I'm going to go into more details when we actually cover this, because it's one of the budgets that I present later, either this afternoon or tomorrow. But you're going to see what we have available based on, and again, these are all projections. You're going to see that projecting a $3.4 million beginning balance, and working with the assessor and working on some projections and looking at collection rates. We're looking at receiving 31 million in property taxes. And then we have some placeholders for numbers. We never know what the prior year taxes is going to look like. So we look at trends in prior years, but you know, traditionally we've come in around $500,000 on that. ONC funds is always a question mark on whether or not that we're going to get that. You know, it all depends on what happens at the federal level, if they're going to authorize that. We do have what's new, and you're going to see it in lines. It's somewhat new, but we got the SIP program in working with Hampton Lumber, and you're going to see an annual investment in the Community Investment Fund that is being paid in lieu of the increased appraised value of the property, they're getting a tax. And so in lieu of that, they pay into this. So they still pay their appraised value. They're just not paying additional amounts for the improvements that they made to the mill. They were given a discount or an exemption on that, but they're in as a replacement or to offset those revenues that were coming in. We do have the annual investment and the community investment that's built into this. It's that Hampton's going to pay for the next 15 years. I think it's 15. Yeah. And then the other taxes that come into this, it's all the various tax. You've got everything from the amusement tax.
What is that?
That's your lottery machines. That's our portion of it. That's not targeted for video lottery like for economic development funds and other programs. So again, it's tied to those lotteries. It's a amount we get. You get the cigarette tax, that's on tobacco. We also get tax, the liquor tax, that's for, and we get the marijuana tax, which that one started a lot stronger, and we've been seeing that trending down more and more. And it all has to do with legislation, and it depends on how the legislature splits that up. Originally, we were seeing much higher numbers coming directly to counties, but that number's been shrinking.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty conservative estimate. And then we have the pool and bond interest for any of the general funds. So our pool interest, we have to keep all of our funds in an interest-bearing account, which is managed by the state, LGIP. And then we have the bond interest, that's our county treasurer working very diligently on an investment portfolio for all of our funds to get additional amounts that are coming in to help support programs. So that's where the bond interest comes in. Again, these are budget numbers. And then we have the transfer in from solid waste fund, what was historically the tipping fees. I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to continue to transfer this 89,000 because again, with Riverbend not accepting, they're not closed, but they're not accepting like they once did. And so historically, we always took funds from landfill license reserve and solid waste and transferred into the general fund. And so this has been ongoing. It's budgeted for this year, but eventually if they fully close, we're probably not going to receive that 89,000 going forward.
What was that 10 years ago, roughly?
I don't know. I'd have to look that up. I could look it up.
Over $1 million, wasn't it, or not?
Yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah.
Because we had those funds coming in 3 different places. We had a portion that would come into here, into the general fund. And then we had landfill license reserve fund, one of the other budgets that I'll talk about, which has been one of the discretionary funds that the Board of Commissioners has used to fund one-time projects or in the past. So that's a separate fund, and most of those fees would go into that landfill license reserve. We've always been very careful about how much we're funding or spending at a landfill license. And I'll share more details when I actually present that budget, just because you don't have the same level of revenues. We don't have the millions of dollars that are coming in from the tipping fees to go into that fund. So once those funds are spent, they're spent. Yeah. And then we also have a portion of those same tipping fees that goes into the solid waste program that helps pay for the post-closure of 2 former landfills, pays for our solid waste coordinator, pays for some recycling programs and some other areas. So that's still functioning. We still have funds held in that solid waste fund as well. Ken Friday will be going over that when he presents his planning budget, and he presents solid waste as part of that. So those tipping fees were really split 3 different ways. They went to solid waste, went to landfill license reserve, and then a portion, 89,000, always went into the general fund. So here I'm going to show the current fiscal year, the allocation of discretionary dollars. So again, this is just strictly the discretionary, the property tax revenues on how that's divided up to departments. For the current fiscal year, you're going to see that 70% of that goes to criminal justice, which is not a surprise. And you're going to see how it funds the other one. The next biggest one is general government. Included in general government is everything from central admin to the clerk's office to tax and assessment to all those various programs that fall under that general government program. And then you'll see, yeah, and then smaller amounts going out to land use, which isn't planning. That's actually the surveyor's office where we have that amount going. And then the internal services is usually pretty specific. That's for paying for liability insurance, paying for property insurance, and some of those covering costs for general fund departments. So that's FY26 or the current fiscal year. And you're going to
Can
Mhm.
I still ask a question? So on the discretionary fund, around 24 million goes to criminal justice.
Correct.
And then when I looked at the total budget for criminal justice is 44 million. So
Correct.
let's say roughly half of it is discretionary, the other half is something else.
Correct.
And what is the something else?
It could be everything from beginning balance funds. It could be also included in criminal justice. When you see that larger number is community corrections, which is they only have about $200,000 of discretionary funds that goes in to pay for misdemeanor supervision. The rest of their fund is covered by state grant and aid. They're funded by the state Department of Corrections. So it's a variety of revenues. And so when you're looking at the sheriff's office budget, you're going to see, in addition to their general fund discretionary, you're going to see a lot of other revenue lines, like their contract cities is a really big revenue line that they have. So they provide contracted law enforcement services to a lot of the small communities within the county, and you're going to see those revenue lines reflected in there. So it's, again, for every general fund dollar, in fact, that's one thing that I'll call out is when you're going through the budget over the next few days and you look at those revenue lines, you're going to see that almost nobody is like 100% general fund. The ones that get close to that have challenges because there's not there's all these other revenues that are coming in to support programs, whether it's grants, whether it's fees, whether it's fees and charges, or it's intergovernmental agreements. The ones that get a little challenging is like you might see like tax and assessment. That's one that they don't necessarily, they get a what's called a CAFA grant that's supposed to help with tax collection, but otherwise there's not a lot of grants or programs out there that can give operational funds for collecting property taxes. And so there's a lot of challenges that come with that. And so that's where you're going to see that offset with that number, or the difference between the two. So you'll see that 24 million is general fund and the rest is going to be made up of the other various revenues that are coming into that department.
Okay.
That answer your question?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you.
So now for FY27, really no surprises here. It really looks the same. Like I said before, you're going to see a lot of status quo when it comes to this. And the reason there's a status quo is based on the conversations that we had with the Board of Commissioners when we did the discretionary allocation. We did not do an across the board increase in discretionary allocation. Basically a hold flat, because we know that you can only divide the general fund up so many different ways before you start having to make really difficult decisions. So it was a hold flat decision on the allocation for most departments. And in some cases, we did apply some reduction in general fund to some departments. A good example of that is central admin. I have a vacant position that I don't plan on filling. So that was one that I ended up taking a $50,000 deduction in the general fund allocation to central admin in recognition that I had a position that was not going to be filled. There's some other departments that also we did a reduction in some of their general fund because we found out that, they were running some pretty high vacancy savings in their departments. And so their beginning balance was that their audited beginning balance versus their budgeted beginning balance. It was vastly outpacing what they had in the budget. So the thinking was that they had sufficient funds within those cost savings to be able to cover any gaps that they may have by reducing that general fund allocation. So we tried to be creative in trying and recognizing that it is a priority of this board to also work on those reserves that's in that general fund. So you should have a large 11x17 spreadsheet that I handed out this morning. Mike, maybe you can hold it up. It's sitting right on top of your binder. You're going to see that that's the discretionary allocation worksheet. I hand that out so you have it in the budget. It's a little easier to read than the one that's provided in the budget instructions. But you're going to see where a lot of those changes were applied. And if you have questions about how to read that allocation worksheet, please let me know. I'm happy to go over it in more detail. But again, you're really going to see status quo. Still 70% of the general fund still goes to criminal justice team, which is not unusual. And this next slide, this is just looking back to 2011 to now, to this proposed budget, is what you're looking at is the allocation. So you can see these increases, and you can see really beginning around FY 2018, you're going to see to where the needs in criminal justice team required more and more general fund. So you're going to see those increases that have happened repeatedly over the years to kind of help the, being able to balance, in particular, the sheriff's office budget each year. So again, you see kind of the trends. Sometimes you'll see some anomalies like in 22, 23, where there was a little bit of a spike in discretionary allocation that went up. A lot of times what happens when you see those spikes, it's because there was a one-time allocation. In this case, in this case, that was one that we had several programs that we wanted to set some funds aside for projects. And so there was a one-time allocation done. So when you see kind of a spike and then it goes back down, that's usually because there was a one-time allocation that was done that year. There's no further questions about revenues. And sorry if I'm going really fast, but I'm trying to be mindful of the time and making sure, because I know Lindsay has a lot to present and it seems like I always run into her time. So now I'm going to get into more details about what you're going to see in the budget as far as expenses. For FY 27 in this proposed budget, no surprise, but 48, almost 49% of our total costs are personnel. It's not unusual to see it this high. And, so again, 48% is going towards personnel. We've seen a few changes because we've been spending out of our capital funds, but for the most part, it's been somewhat stable. But, again, our biggest cost driver is personnel. The one thing that I will say, and you're going to see that, and I'll get into more details through this week. One of the challenges we do have with this budget in budgeting personnel is right now we have 3 contracts, including our largest contract with AFSCME, which is our largest union, is currently set to expire in June, and we're currently in negotiations. So we're going into next fiscal year with some unknowns about what COLAs or economic impact the new contracts are going to have in here. We're trying to maintain some appropriation authority within this budget so we don't have to come back in and reopen and do a supplemental budget in the new year. But again, it's all going to be subject to negotiations at the table. So the personnel costs that you see reflected as you're getting presented through here, the only 2 contracts that are finalized where we have knowns is our FAPO contract and community corrections and our Teamsters contract with the sheriff's office. Otherwise, all the other remaining, actually, we got 4 agreements that are open because I keep forgetting about the sergeants, but we have 4 other labor organizations that we're currently negotiating new CBAs with. So that's also going to have an impact and could have an impact on this slide, depending on where we finalize agreements for next year. So comparison to the current year to what's been proposed before you, again, pretty close to status quo. Personnel is up a little bit. Like I said, we have some unknowns with that. We also are dealing with some challenges when it comes to benefit renewals. Just like everyone else, the cost of carrying health insurance for employees continues to escalate. So that's going to be another one where we have some unknowns that are built into this. I anticipate that, our expenses could be quite a bit more than what they are this year. But again, there's a lot of open issues on that discussion right now. And so some unknowns once we get into it. But then I also just keep in mind when it comes to personnel costs, sometimes those are offset by vacancy savings and just natural turnover that happens in some places to where you do realize some savings. Because it's not like we're starting July 1 with every FTE that's in this budget will be fully filled and paid for, right out of the gate. But we do have to budget and anticipate that every single one of those FTEs will be filled. But the likelihood, we are going to have some vacancies and some vacancy savings that traditionally occur each year. Expense trends, no surprise, it's gotten more expensive for personnel costs and for everything else. Just like everyone else, we also see spikes and have challenges for the costs of materials and services, costs of fuel, costs of doing construction, materials, and then also escalating costs with personnel expenses as well. Now, if you could look at the total cost, we haven't necessarily added a lot of FTEs to the budget over the last few years. It's just that it's just gotten more expensive with benefit packages, salaries, and everything else.
Hey, Ken,
Mhm.
where, say we sell some of these buildings that we have.
Yeah.
Where does those dollars go to?
I can, when I present Fund 440, the Capital Reserve Fund, I'll be able to point specifically to that. Part of the acquisition plan for purchasing the government services building, the intent is anytime we sell the surplus properties, those proceeds would go back into that same fund to either be applied towards the the purchase of that building to help reduce the debt for the loan that we did take, and then also to pay for future improvements within this courthouse to accommodate the overall plan for the capital improvement. Because again, that facilities plan was kind of two parts. One, to consolidate services instead of being kind of spread out all over the downtown core area and all these various houses and buildings and everything. But then the second part was also to free up space in this courthouse because the courts have expanding needs as well. And we're looking at adding a courtroom and adding some other amenities for the court services in this building, which we pay for. I always like to put in that plug. I think the misconception that the county is obligated to provide a courthouse for the courts to operate in, and the courts have always been a good partner, but it takes time, and we don't see a lot of funds that come from the state to help pay for those improvements. A lot of times the county's paying for those improvements. Yeah, so to answer your question, any proceeds from sales will go back into that capital reserve fund where we're paying for the financing and any improvements to the buildings.
Great.
Ken, also just coming back to personnel and vacancy rates. Historically, what is the typical vacancy rate or the ratio between the FTEs that we budget and the actual FTEs?
That's a great question because that can vary by position and department. I think a good example, to where I don't have an exact number right off the top of my head. I might be able to get one for you a little bit later, but I haven't looked at it county-wide. It's hard because it can vary. The sheriff's office, like a good example, if you looked years ago, we would have seen a higher vacancy rate, but some of the things that happened with that collective bargaining agreement and some things that were implemented over the years, I think we have a very low vacancy rate in the sheriff's office right now. In fact, to the point of where we're attracting a lot of lateral transfers from other jurisdictions that are coming to work for us. So they're coming in fully trained, not necessarily rookies that are starting at step one at the bottom of the scale. On the flip side, and especially, I don't mean to keep picking on HHS, but they represent a large portion of this budget. You look at the vacancy rates there, some of that could be industry. There's a lot of funds and a lot of investments that have come out for like behavioral health services. But a lot of times that funding has exceeded, while the funding is there to support the position, the candidates aren't yet there to be able to hire or fill. There's every county in the state is struggling on filling behavioral health positions because there's been kind of this shortage on clinicians. And so getting competitive with that. And so a lot of times we do see high vacancy rates within those departments because those are really difficult positions to fill because we just don't have the pool to pull from. You can throw all the money you want at it, but if you don't have the pool to be able to hire folks into it, it's going to contribute to a higher than usual vacancy rate. And a lot of times where you're going to see that reflected, and I will say a lot of those vacancy rates that you're going to see in HHS is a lot of times what's contributing to beginning balance numbers. So a lot of times you'll be able to see that when you, because I'd say 7 times out of 10, 70% of the time when you're looking at a high beginning balance, it's usually the result of a vacancy savings. And then there's other positions that are hard to fill, just the way it is. Our county counsel's office is another example. Being able to recruit and hire an attorney into a position is, it's not an easy endeavor, especially when you're competing with the private sector. And so you're going to see that throughout. And I think departments will, it'll stand out more when you're actually looking at individual budgetary lines and some of the actuals and what they're seeing. And when you're seeing balance numbers, that's because you're seeing they may have had 1 or 2 vacancies that are contributing to that. Because it really adds up when you're talking a fully loaded position too.
Now, the reason why I'm asking is to get an impression, because it's a big piece of the budget.
Yes.
So if it is, and I think rightly so, you're saying we need to budget for 100% of the FTEs.
We do.
But if it is consistently 85%,
Correct.
that's a big gap.
Correct.
But if it is 98%,
Correct.
then we don't care too much about it.
And that's the challenge, because we always because our biggest thing that comes out of this budget process is setting our appropriation authority for the year. That's the big thing, because it sets our spending limit for the year. So if we were to go through and let's just say we budgeted, like you were saying, like if we think it's going to be 85% and we budget 85%, we're only allowed to spend up to that 85% into the fiscal year. I cannot get into the ending fund balance during the next fiscal year to access those funds. If all of a sudden there's a need to, we've all of a sudden seen a turn, we need 10 more clinicians or we need 10 more of these people, let's go and spend it. We can't just do that because our appropriation limit sets a legal limit on what we can spend during the next fiscal year. And so that's why most of the time we will budget 100% on the FTEs that we need. And really we need those, ideally we would have every single one of those FTEs filled, because it's not like the work does not exist. In fact, every time that if we're running at 85%, that means that a lot of our employees are picking up that additional workload and trying to balance that. And so it's a struggle. And every position that we build into this budget, it's needed. And we do that analysis on that.
No, I agree with that, but it's still,
Right.
If historically,
Right.
it's, let's say, I don't want to give you numbers, but if it historically is 90%,
Right.
you can start a certain anticipation, like, oh, it's
Right.
probably going to be roughly the same this year.
Yeah. I think probably most of the departments would say that 100% that we budget is probably the 90%, because I still think that's still a pretty lean projection, even what we have built into the budget. Just knowing the workloads in the various departments that we have, that's one thing I've always been kind of proud of. Yamhill County, our employees are very hardworking and they take on a lot more. And historically, our staffing, there's not a lot of fluff with our staffing. Most of us even our managers are all working managers. We have managers that carry caseloads. We have managers that are actively working in this. I don't have a budget person that I delegate this to that builds this budget. I'm actually, I work on this. I don't have I have a budget team that I work with, but there's a lot of elements in this that I'm doing myself. And so that's something that has been a long-standing theme with this county is we do the best we can with what we have, and we really try to do our best. So I would say probably the 100% FTEs that we have is probably that 90% because we could always use, especially if you look at the workloads and the type of work that's being done in the departments, and particular behavioral health and law enforcement and everything else. They work really hard. And yeah, we could probably, if the revenues would support it, we probably could use additional positions more than what's even budgeted here.
In saying that, do you have a process that you actually follow to validate that?
Yeah, every department does, and you can just see it, you know, some, because again, it varies because our portfolio is so big on our service delivery. You know, I would love to aspire to like at community corrections that we're maintaining certain caseload sizes, you know, that we have a number, but that can fluctuate, you know, and so it's really hard. Each department does work actively on that. And Lindsay could probably speak more to it on what they're doing in HHS. You know, as far as what's an optimal caseload, but also looking at, you know, they work with some of the most acute, you know, speaking to behavioral health, some of the most acute cases when it comes to behavioral health, there is. So obviously the smaller the caseload, the more attention that we're able to focus on that, but it's, there's probably best practices and industry standards that come into play that the departments could probably speak more informed about than I could. So again, I'm at the 35,000 foot level. So, and so that might be a great question, especially when Lindsay or the sheriff or when they're coming to present on what they're looking at.
I'll follow up
staffing-wise.
with them.
Cool.
Thank you.
So again, you see this slide every year, just kind of looking at, you know, our revenue versus expenses. Again, we do a really good job of spending within our means. Typically, when you're looking at 25, 26 and 26, 27, you're going to see that gap close quite substantially. And that's because those are budget numbers, not actuals. The other years are actuals. So historically, this is what's driving our when you see beginning balance numbers, you're going to see that back in 16, 17, as an example, an easy one, you know, there was, you know, $119 million in revenue and $82 million in expenses. And so that's where you're going to see a lot of those, and a lot of that's vacancy savings, that's revenues coming in higher than anticipated. It's a variety of things that come in. And that's really what's driving our balances from year to year. Other times you might see some anomalies where that beginning balance number is quite a bit higher because you might have something like, you know, all of a sudden we get an ARPA allocation, you get $22 million that lands on the books that you don't spend that fiscal year, and you're carrying it over to the next year while you're still working on that spending plan. Or you're building up a capital reserve for a long-term acquisition or project. So you may see some additional savings that are coming into that. So no surprise that usually when we start budgeting numbers, again, that number gets a lot closer because the expenses that we're budgeting you know, it doesn't mean that all those FTEs are necessarily going to be filled or fully filled during the next fiscal year. So. And these next series of slides kind of illustrate that a little bit more.
I just want to say, not for lack of trying, I know there were incentives and
Oh, yeah.
and all kinds of stuff that we were trying to get
Mhm.
some of these harder positions, like in HHS, just
Correct.
whatever we could to get folks to stay or
Correct.
to come here.
Correct.
And yeah,
Yeah, we did hiring bonuses, we did market study and adjustments, and we had grant funds that came in to help do that. Yeah, we did all the above. But again, it's really hard because when it's it's not just a Yamhill County issue, it's a statewide issue.
right.
You can offer bonuses and you can do things like that, but you're kind of competing with the other 35 counties in the state as well, who are also trying to fill their behavioral health services. And if it's not there, you know, it just kind of contributes to the problem. So again, the next few slides is just to illustrate that, you know, again, we're very conservative in our approach and how we build budgets. And so you're going to see that historically, for the most part, you're going to see that our revenues tend to come in a little bit higher or a little bit better than what we have in the budget. There's some years that we may have some placeholders or we were anticipating some increases, but it didn't come in. 24, 25, that's just a little bit of an anomaly because there was some unanticipated revenues that came in. And then we also had the proceeds for the debt for the building that also came in that had an impact to that because it wasn't planned and we had to do a supplemental budget to bring those funds in and recognize them in the budget. So you're going to see, you'll see the trends kind of follow the same. We try to gate them as close as possible, but I'll just say that, other than FY24 or FY25 to where you had that wide gap for the most part, we get pretty close to the mark on what we forecast and what we budget.
Curiosity question.
Mhm.
And this was prior to me, and that's why I'm asking, but when did you take over as admin?
I became the county administrator in 2019.
Thank you.
The next one is personnel costs. This is one that you're going to see historically, going clear back to the beginning of the time. Again, we try to budget, while we would love to fill every single FTE, but realistically, that just doesn't always happen every single year. So historically, budget numbers always tend to be a little bit higher for what we budget versus what actuals are looking like. When we start getting really close to that line is when I start sweating a little bit, because again, going back to the revenue slides, you see that a lot of our budgets are built on those beginning balance numbers. So if you start losing, if we start filling those positions and we don't have those gaps to where we're not building into the balances, that means then we have to start increasing those other revenue lines to backfill what we no longer have for balances. But it's just natural year to year that we'll budget, just as an example, we'll budget for 700 FTEs. The likelihood that we're going to have all 700 of those FTEs filled from July 1 to June 30 is highly unlikely, because you're going to have retirements, you're going to have resignations, you're going to have turnover, you're going to have positions that maybe even during that fiscal year that the department head said, well, you know what, it seemed like a good idea that I was going to add this one position, but I'm decided I'm not going to because there's not a need to it. Or maybe there was a legislative change or something else changed that they didn't have a need for that position. So you're going to see some savings and some differences when it comes to those two numbers. Same thing goes with materials and services. The fact that we don't do zero balance budgeting is a good thing, meaning that it's not a spend it or lose it kind of budget. And so it encourages departments to be conservative and be very good about their spending habits when it comes to their budget, because they keep those funds as beginning balance funds in their budget. And so you're going to see here that historically materials and services are historically underspent each year. And that's just, just good spending habits. And so that helps also contribute. But again, while we see a lot of cost savings in here, but it's not necessarily the same as what we get from, vacancy savings. And then this next slide, this is looking at audited ending balances for each year. So you're going to see how those numbers have been steadily going up. A lot of contributing factors, everything that we've talked about before, whether it's vacancy savings or we have reserve funds that we don't intend to spend out of this year, but we still budget for the expense. So we're in a good place, and this is what we're looking at for reserves. Overall, it's in a good place. But I put the caveat that when you see these reserve numbers and these balance numbers, these are not discretionary funds. So I can't take these funds if there's a gap in this department. I can't necessarily just take whatever cost savings we have in that department and just plug it in, because a lot of these funds are restricted funds. And when you're looking at balance numbers, they follow the similar, when you see that breakdown of the percentages for our revenues, of the savings, probably about 15% of that's only discretionary funds. The rest of it's all restricted. So this is just more in depth than what we're seeing for the current fiscal year, the difference between what was budgeted and what was audited in those. So for the most part, it's pretty close. General fund came out a little bit ahead. A lot of that has to do with 1002, where we had where property tax collections came in better than what I projected. And you'll see the big one is HHS. Their audited beginning balance was, because there was some unanticipated revenues that came in the prior year that wasn't planned for or wasn't included in the budget. So that's what's driving some of the balance numbers that you're seeing. And I'm going to speed up a little bit because I just realized I'm over on my time. The next several slides that I have, this is really just the comparison, looking at comparable counties across the state. It's the same sampling that we've been using for quite some time. This first chart, it just shows the population growth since 2000 and the rate of change. You see that we're number 2, Polk County's number 1, just in the actual growth rate. Here's the per capita revenue and expenses. So you can see where we rate amongst the various counties as far as the revenue per capita and our expenses per capita. So we're number 2, but still fairly consistent with the other comparable counties. Differences between revenue and expense, and this is all using audited numbers. And the only caveat that I would highlight is not every county is on time with all of their audits. So some of these numbers that I'm having to use are a little dated because I don't know. There's just some counties that just haven't filed their audits or haven't finished in prior years. So little bit of a delay, but for the most part, what this slide kind of represents is how much your expenditures are outpacing your revenues. And so when you see like those counties that are in the red, they're spending into reserves to cover that, and which is not unusual, especially for those Coos County, Douglas County, some of these that were timber counties that have pretty low tax rates, and they were getting a lot of timber revenues that were paying for a majority of their programs. And some of those even had permanent tax rates that they can't adjust. And so they've never been able to make up that difference with that loss of that timber revenue. And so you'll see that when you see those negative numbers, just know that they're spending into the reserves. So kind of looking ahead, again, for the next few days, continued demands on discretionary revenues. I have this on every single slide, every single year, because that never changes. We have, $34 million that you can only slice that pie up so many ways. And then that's when hard decisions have to be made. And there's wants and needs in each of them, but we don't have a large discretionary pot to do that. And so I know when you look at the overall budget, it demonstrates how effective our departments have been in finding revenues from outside sources and coming in to help pay for services and support that. But, again, the demands on the discretionary, because those are the funds that the county has some most flexibility to pay for programs and services that aren't necessarily able to be supported by outside resources, and they're truly discretionary. You will see some budget challenges for the sheriff's office. He's going to be coming in with an add back request on some things. That's, we've had challenges there. So not really a surprise, but just kind of a heads up. Long-term county facility needs in courthouse. Like I said before, we're engaged in a pretty large capital project. When I look at the larger project for the whole campus in both consolidating services and making improvements to the courthouse, you're going to see that reflected in the budget as well, that we're still working on that. The annual increase rate for personnel costs, dealing with things like everyone else is dealing with, increased insurance costs, the cost of doing business, increasing salaries, COLAs, things like that. Again, we have some unknown because we have 3 CBAs or 4 CBAs that are currently open. Dog control services, that seems to be a theme over the last few years. You're going to see some plans that we're having discussions right now in this current fiscal year, and you're going to see in the budget for this year a plan for getting the donkey out of the ditch. So We continue to use reserves and balances. Like I shared before, you see the revenue portfolio, you're going to see a lot of our budgets were built with balances based on vacancy savings or other cost savings that that department may have had in the prior fiscal year. When you start to outpace and you start spending into that more and more, then you close that gap, and then that presents some challenges. Then we have to start looking at revenues again. I already mentioned the collective bargaining agreements. Risk and insurance reserves, that's another fund. We're trying to build up that 680 fund as much as possible. We're getting large enough. We're not large enough to go self-insured, but we're getting close to being in that category that we may want to consider. And we're dealing with insurance costs and umbrella and everything else, just like everyone else. This is another one where the insurance industry, we're paying a lot for being able to cover general liability, property, auto, all the above that for an organization our size. So, but I feel like Fund 680 has been in a good place for quite some time, but would definitely like to continue to build that up. So should the board in the future want to explore more self-insurance or going more that route, because there's some advantages in doing that long-term, but it gets a little more expensive, but we'd have to build those reserves up a lot more. And then we're always keeping an eye on any legislative changes that could be impacting workloads and funding, you know, because it's kind of twofold. Some of the things that happen at the state legislature have a direct correlation to revenues and budget. Some of it's indirect. It could be changes in workloads or changes, you know, in expectations on how we deliver services that could be seen as possibly an unfunded mandate, or you start getting into those areas, and then we have to come up with the resources to be able to cover to comply with that. Good.
Ken, sorry,
Oh,
can I
yeah.
have one more question?
Sure.
So you were mentioning that we are getting on the edge of being self-insured.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
At the same time, you're saying the medical insurance is
Right.
growing much faster than inflation. I
Correct.
think that's an understatement.
Yeah, which I separate those two when I talk about the two, because I really look at our general liability insurance as one pool, and then our medical is a little bit different. So, yeah.
Okay, my question was going to be, are you
Yeah.
considering covering medical costs on a self-insurance basis?
We're self-insured for our dental plan,
Mhm.
but we haven't looked at that as far as medical goes. Honestly, that one's a lot more challenging than going general liability and property insurance. Going self-insured there is much easier prospect than going self-insured for medical insurance. I don't know if I'd want to go down that path. So, yeah,
It is a big challenge. There's also
Right.
maybe a big savings. that
there
can
could
made.
be. But I do think, because like even going self-insured, and the reason I kind of look at that, even for general liability, we would have to beef up staffing to a certain degree, because again, you pay a company like we're with City County Insurance, you know, they have the adjusters, they have legal counsel, they have claims management, they have risk managers, they have, you know, if we're not paying CIS to do that, we would have to bring that all in-house and have the adjusters, have all that, and still carry umbrella coverage, which is also proven to be a challenge, is getting that umbrella coverage as well. So that's the only reason that the hesitation on what that trade-off. I think initially it will probably be more expensive, but in the long term, it's a better option. And then you also have more internal controls and decision-making on claims management and things like that and how you approach it. But short term, it's a little more expensive right out of the gate. And then we would have to beef up resources.
Is there any comparable counties that are self-insured?
No, they're all larger than us. But we're encroaching on that, but we're not quite big enough. I think Deschutes County is the one, I think they're self-insured, and they're probably the closest to us. And you look at Deschutes County and they're quite a bit bigger than us still population wise. So the good news, I always highlight that we still have 2.4 million in a PERS reserve. This was something that was set up many years ago to start setting aside some funds for should PERS or unfunded liability or anything come down, that at least we have $2.4 million that we've been saving. We have used those funds in the past for interfund loans to pay for one-time projects to help, you know, so we've been able to make use of those funds but we've really tried to maintain that full 2.4 million available for, I won't call it a rainy day. I would call it, if something comes down PERS related that we need to address, or if it had an impact, or if rates were raised to a certain point that we needed to tap into those funds to offset those costs. Insurance reserve, we are still very active, working with our insurance providers and managing risk and trying to limit claims. I still highlight, I think one of the best moves we made years ago was with our workers' comp carrier. When we went with SAFE, we saw significant cost savings that came into this budget when we did that move. Conservative budget and fiscal management, like I said, we're very careful. The budget that you're going to see presented to you does not include a lot of fluff. We're very conservative in our approach in both projecting revenues and expenses. And then during the fiscal year, we're very diligent in how we spend the public's funds that we're trusted with. So we take that very seriously. So we do have lots of checks and balances that are in place where every invoice that goes out the door that we're paying, every penny that goes out, it goes through a comprehensive review by both our finance team, and heck, I think I sign off on 3/4 of them as well. So we watch that pretty closely, but then our departments are very good and very conservative in their approach and how they spend funds out of their department. Capital Improvement Fund, that continues, we've got some successes that we were able to, especially with the government services building and the work that's happening there. Pleased to say that we did, yes, we did take out some debt for the actual acquisition of the building, but I feel like we're still way ahead once we get fully moved into that building for, much better than if we went out and tried to build it ourselves. Can't highlight enough our outstanding employees that we have throughout the county. I'm very proud of the work that Yamhill County does on a daily basis. I'm very proud of the work for all of the employees that work for this county. They come to work, they roll up their sleeves, they're here to serve the community, and they do an outstanding job. And, couldn't be more proud to be helping to assist this county or kind of shepherd the direction that we're going. But for the most part, I'm here to support them. And, our employees make us look really good, and they do a great job every single day. And a lot of it goes unnoticed or unrecognized, but we recognize it, and it's some tough work that they do throughout the community. Public Works continues to do a great job with the backlog on bridges and roads, and they've got a really great program that's put together to keeping up on road maintenance. HHS continues to do a great job with the services, the variety of services that they deliver, including some very critical services that's throughout the community that has impacts on other areas of the budget as well. Because again, the more effective they are in their job in addressing behavioral health crisis, hopefully they're not engaged with law enforcement later on. So they do a great job. Our criminal justice team continues to do a great job. And I think the biggest thing that I want to present, as usual, is where I'm presenting a budget that is balanced within the available resources that we have. Now, we will have some discussions this week about some needs and some add back requests that are being presented, but I'm pleased to say that we were able to build a budget within the available resources that we're projecting for next year. With that, I know I'm 20 minutes over and I planned, and I gave myself additional time, but are there any other questions that you might have for me?
I just want to say thank you. This is an enormous amount of work, and it seems like it's something there should be one other person doing this. You're doing this and all the other stuff. So I appreciate with all the challenges that you're facing, that you got this done and you hand this to us every year, and it always you make it look so simple, and it's not. Thank you. And to our finance team as well.
Yeah, and I also wanted, even though we still, and I'll usually say something when we wrap up, I do want to recognize that it is a team effort. So we have the budget team, Kevin, Mike, Tara, who's helping me in putting together the budget. And then there's the unsung heroes behind the scenes that are making this whole week work and helping support and getting all the materials ready. Carolina, Kale, and Bailey over here that will be here for the next 3 days and doing all the minutes and and they're the ones that are making us look good. And because it
Yeah.
looks like it goes off without a hitch, but believe me, without them, there'd be all kinds of hitches.
Thank
So-
you, guys and gals.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break and come right back. Okay, we're back in session with the budget, and we are starting with HHS. So I will turn it over to you, Lindsay, and it's
Thank
all
you.
yours.
Thank you. Happy to be here with you this morning. Before we get started, want to just make sure I introduce the folks with me. We've got Lane Pendleton Baker here, who is our finance manager, and Jason Hennis, our behavioral health director. So we are happy to be here. Before we dive into the line by line of the budget in front of you, I want to make sure that we do a general overview, and that will include going through the handouts that have been provided to you, as well as talk through some of the current and anticipated Medicaid changes. And then after that, we'll dive into overall HHS budget changes and then go a little deeper into each of the departments that you have in front of you. All right. So first handout you have in front of you is our org chart. Probably don't need to go into much detail here, but gives you a little bit of a sense of how we're organized. The second handout in front of you, item B, is an overall look at the incoming revenue with the HHS budget. As you can see, the vast majority of those funds are coming from state or federal funds or CCO funds. Those CCO funds are coming from our local Medicaid plan, Yamhill Community Care Organization. We hold 2 contracts with them, and they fund a significant amount of our services, largely in the behavioral health space. And then you can see a handful of other revenue streams, insurance billing, a small amount of local and county contracts, and then you'll see the 3% of the county general funds there as well. Item C is just a quick look at the overall FTE of the HHS budget. We'll talk about this later, but we are reducing the FTE in the budget that we're presenting, but I'll share more details about that. This is really just looking at where we're at. As you can see, 80% of our workforce is in the behavioral health space. That coincides with largely where our budget lands as well. And then our smaller divisions, public health around 9%, developmental disabilities 10%, and then a very small but mighty veterans team that make up about 1% of our overall FTE with 2 people, but certainly the services they provide are absolutely critical to those veterans in our community. The next handout is a bit more in depth, and it is really looking at proposed changes in FTE throughout our budget. There are 2 documents here. One is the memo that we have shared with the budget committee, and the other one is a very detailed list of the various FTE changes within the budget. I'm just going to call out a handful of things, and then I'll stop to see if there are questions. In this budget, we are proposing to add 2 supervisor positions. These are positions that we are requesting to add in our largest division of adult behavioral health. One is to support continued services within our crisis team, and the other one, our outpatient clinic in Newburgh. Happy to speak more to those in a moment. The other, so second half of that memo, so on that first page, you'll see a handful of reclassifications. The majority of the reclassifications you see, items 1 through 6, are actually positions that we underfilled throughout the year. So we had, a position budgeted at a certain level. We actually underfilled that throughout the year, and now we just need to do the budget cleanup to make sure that the budget is presented, actually has the actual changes that we've done mid-year. Item 7 is requesting a reclassification of current behavioral health clinicians to advanced behavioral health clinicians. The difference between those 2 categories, one is licensed, one is not. And right now, if we don't have the position management authority to hire into the higher classification, then we lose the opportunity to potentially pull in candidates who are already licensed, which for a variety of reasons is highly advantageous to us to have clinicians who are already licensed. So this doesn't automatically mean that we'll be hiring those, but it'll allow us to, if we have a candidate pool where there are licensed clinicians we'd like to hire. If we have the positions allocated as the advanced practice clinicians and we don't have those licensed applicants, then we can underfill as the behavioral health clinicians. So this really just gives us more flexibility to be able to hire those licensed staff when we're able to.
Lindsay, how much of that behavioral health, those incentives that we were talking about earlier, how much of that is shown here or in any way illustrated with what you have or what you're intending to have?
So within the position changes, None of the incentive funds are really impacting those. I will say we do have a continued small amount of our budget that we are using specifically for crisis position bonuses. It's a small amount of state-related funds that we have that have not expired yet. So we're continuing to use it for that, as well as tuition reimbursement for staff who are advancing within the behavioral health space.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And then lastly, on this first page of the memo, there are two reclassifications there, items 8 and 9. Excuse me, there's 3 reclassifications, items 8 and 9. Those are really just positions that the scope of work have changed over the course of the year, and we want to reclassify these individuals to make sure that we are in alignment with what they're actually providing in terms of the work. On page 2 of that memo, you will see a list that includes a total of 1.1 FTE, which is a very small amount, but we're requesting that we maintain this 1.1 FTE in the current budget. It's made up of a handful of different staff who have voluntarily reduced their hours over the course of the last budget. And so it'll be, 0.2 here, 0.1 here. And if we were to remove that, if those staff left, we would only be able to hire at whatever they had reduced their hours to. If we're able to maintain this 1.1 FTE, that allows us to then recruit as a full-time position if that staff who was part-time left, which is advantageous to us because certainly having a full-time position for most of our positions is going to be better for us. Okay. Before we move on from the FTE changes, I just want to note a couple of things. None of the changes or requests, including the 2 additional supervisors, come along with any requests for any additional funds. None of them are being funded through County General Fund. These are all things that we're able to use our Medicaid dollars for.
Quick question on the PMA one that you want to retain as 1 FTE. Is that the positions that are slowly, the multiple positions that are slowly eliminating their total allocated FTE? Is that because of retirement or other reasonings?
It's generally staff who have requested to reduce their hours. So they want to go down to 32 hours, 20 hours, things like that.
The reason I ask is it, I guess in the next, let's say 4 or 5 years, is it imminent that they're going to retire, or they will be totally move on to another job or want to be even reduced further?
Sure. Certainly hard to make those predictions. I would say we don't have any impending retirements coming up or anything that is sort of looming. I will say with the amount of behavioral health clinicians that we have who work for us and slowly reduce hours and begin to work in a private sector, it's not unusual for us to see a bit of churn.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Can I also ask a question?
absolutely.
You mentioned there's quite a few positions that people requested to reduce hours. Is that a trend, or is that something new? And second is, what percentage of the people of the FTEs are part-time, and how many of them are full-time?
That's a great question. I would say this is not anything new to us in terms of having a handful of staff. In this case, it looks like that there's 5 different positions throughout the year requests to reduce hours. So that is something that's been pretty consistent with my time at the county. I don't know off the top of my head how many of our positions are full-time versus part-time, but we can certainly get that and share that back with you. Yeah.
Actually, the question behind the question was, do you prefer full-time positions or do you prefer part-time positions?
That's a really great question. I think on the whole, because we are generally looking for more staff in certain areas, we prefer full-time. Certainly that has added cost in terms of benefits and things like that, but that also comes with our ability to take on more clients and have some additional revenue through those mechanisms as well. So while I think our stance has largely been we will take part-time staff if that is going to get us a part-time staff that we wouldn't otherwise have. Our preference would be to have full-time.
And again, if I compare, let's say, 2 people working 50% or 1 person working full-time, is there a cost difference between the 2?
There would be with the benefits. And so the benefits, like healthcare insurance and things like that, or even like paid time off balances, things of that nature, they're all prorated based on the person's FTE. So if someone is full-time, they get the full, whatever the full benefit is considered. If someone is a 0.8 FTE, that gets prorated, gets further prorated if someone's 0.6, and so forth and so forth, until you get below 20 hours. And then that would be very different because that person's not necessarily getting benefits. Thank you. And Ms. Pendleton Baker has found that about 4% of our workforce is part-time.
4%.
4.
Okay, so you're working mainly on full-time positions.
Yeah, mainly. Yeah, it's a small percentage. As I mentioned earlier, the budget is an overall net decrease of 19.76 FTE. So even though we're requesting to add 2 FTE, the overall net decrease is that 19.76. That amounts to just under $2 million of cost savings as well. Again, item E goes into a lot of different detail around our FTE. I'm happy to answer questions about that as well, if anyone has any. Okay, no changes. So let's go to our next handout, which is looking at county central services versus revenue. I want to do a couple of things. One is I just want to note that the intent behind showing this graph is a couple of things. One, clearly you can see the cost difference between the general fund coming in and the expenses going out within the Health and Human Services budget. But the 2 things that I want to point out are just the decrease over the last 3 years of our county general fund, and the fact that probably goes without saying, but the general fund that we do get just doesn't go quite as far, right? Because of the increased costs. So while you see the increased HHS paying into central services, those are obviously critical services. We have to have the backbone support of the central services. There's no way around that, right? And I think when you're looking at this, you can see those changes, but I just want to make it really clear that the intent behind this memo, and even though we need those services, right, we're just seeing that gap widen for a variety of reasons. So we have, we'll dive into our projected ending balance soon, but I just wanted to mention, right, we have, we are estimating our actual beginning fund balance to be less than the audited fund balance. So and we'll dive into this in a moment, but the audited fund balance is around 44 million, where we're projecting a 38,500,000, so slightly less. And we're projecting our ending fund balance at $21,461,999. We will go into that in a minute, but I just wanted to sort of regroup us to where we're at in terms of our projected fund balance and how it relates to our county general fund, because the next 2 documents that we'll be looking at are really a deep dive into our county general fund. And while that county general fund only makes up a small % of our overall budget, it is absolutely critical because it really fills gaps within our service array that we don't have any other funds to do. We don't, we have the 21 million, what we're projecting to be our ending balance, but I'm not able to use any of those funds to plug any of those holes. And we have been more strategic than ever before within our budget to really think that through. And so I say all of these things as we jump into this next handout, which is the one with the blue and yellow stripes. This is a look at our planned use of general funds, and you can see it over time, dating back to, at least for this document, 2017-18 budget. Couple of notes. The blue that you're looking at here is looking at how much of our allocated general fund is going where within the HHS budget. The yellow line is really looking at how much of each of these departments is made up of general fund. So if you look at the first column, I'll just use an example of public health. You can see, if you look at that first column of public health, all the way at the bottom in the 2017-2018 budget, you can see 18% of the public health budget that year was made up of county general fund. Versus this year, At the top of that first column, you can see it's 16% of our budget. And I'll just note that there are larger fluctuations in those blue lines that again represent where our general fund is going, just as we've seen different things happening with incoming revenue, largely changes within state revenue, changes within programs and things of that nature. But overall, those have stayed pretty consistent within public health. And then the other place where you'll see a significant amount of our general fund, but also a significant amount of their budget, almost 70% is our veteran services, is where the vast majority of our general fund is going this year. Any questions?
I do.
Yeah.
So under the administration one, it's been 0 for at least 3 years and then proposed as 30,000. What's the change there? Even though I see it's still overall, it's down a little bit, but what's the 30,000 add in the admin column?
Yeah, there were some changes within our CCO contract, and I'll dive into those in a minute, but the sort of short piece of that relevant to this question is there were several reductions in some of the types of supports we were able to provide to clients, and we earmarked a small amount of general fund so that we could continue to provide those things when we had urgent situations. Those types of things are when we have an individual who is coming to us, often stepping down from a place like the Oregon State Hospital, maybe someone who's on aid and assist, and we are needing to put them in a hotel and pay for the cost of the hotel. We do that at times when generally when we're working really closely with law enforcement and the criminal justice system so that we can ensure that we have very close eyes on the individual as they are transitioning in our attempts to keep them stabilized and kind of engaged within the behavioral health system. So we do anticipate and hope that the housing project that is underway will really help to alleviate the frequency of which we're having to do that. We think, for those of you who are not aware, I'll call out these funds later, but essentially we had House Bill 5202 passed a couple of sessions ago. It allocated a fairly sizable amount of dollars for behavioral health housing that came to us. And one of the major projects that we have put in place is an 8-unit studio complex that will be used to house individuals on community restoration. Those are individuals that are often stepping down from higher levels of acuity. And we, as a community mental health program, have statutory requirements related to working to maintain stabilization for them and connecting with them. And one of the biggest barriers we have right now when this is happening is housing and finding a place where they can initiate housing, but also maintain housing. And so we're really hoping that this will help alleviate some of these other things that we've had to do over the years.
Opioid funds, in terms of being able to sort of enhance that, those dollars, is that something you're anticipating in terms of operation going forward?
Just to be sure I'm understanding, the opioid dollars, are you referencing the opioid settlement dollars that are currently with the county?
Mm-hmm.
At this point in time, none of those funds have been allocated within our budget. So this budget is built without any opioid settlement dollars. I will say, just so that it's not confusing, if you're looking down at some of these handouts, there was a small amount, not nearly as the significant amount that came to the county proper, but a small amount of opioid settlement dollars that came specific for prevention services that are in the public health budget, and there are still some of those, so you'll see those.
Okay,
But very, very specific and different than the overarching opioid settlement dollars.
okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, and then the last handout in this general fund sort of discussion is another look at HHS revenue sources by division. So you can see the different colors representing the different types of services, or excuse me, the different types of incomes coming for us through various revenue sources. Okay.
Hey, what is the rental income? What is that?
Yeah, we have three leased spaces. So our public health building is co-located with WIC, which is Women, Infants, and Children. We don't actually operate WIC, which is, as a side note, very unusual. That is typically something operated through the public health department, but it's been like that for over 30 years. They rent space from us in that building to use that. We have a pharmacy that is at our main adult behavioral health clinic, and they rent space for us provide the pharmacy. And then our Newburgh office is actually split in two, and there's an eye clinic that leases space. Oh, yes. Okay, thank you. And as they just pointed out, if you're looking at that pink bar under the Housing and Recovery Support Services, we have several complexes that we master lease. So the owner of the complex and the facility, we have a master lease, we pay them, and then we receive rental income from the individual units that are living there, or the individual people living in the units. So technically, we are landlords in that capacity. They're units, apartment complexes. We operate about, it's 164 units altogether. They're not all in one space. They're in a variety of locations throughout the county, but that's how many we have. Yeah, the majority of the payments that come to us are through their Section 8 housing voucher. Yeah. Okay, so the last handout I have is really more details around what you all are seeing in our audited beginning balance. And as you can see, up the top there is the audited beginning balance of the $44,804,981. I mentioned this earlier, but our projected beginning balance is actually $38,500,000, so a slight decrease there. And I know Ken, Administrator Huffer, mentioned in his presentation, one of the significant factors within our current fund balance is a payment that came to us mid-year, much higher than we had anticipated. So that payment is what is called out in this first section of this handout here. It was a wraparound payment for what we call our Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic Services, that's CCBHC. Those are, it's a program that the state provides a match, brings down federal dollars, and allows us to build collect a rate outside of Medicaid. So we're able to continue to bill Medicaid, but we're able to draw down this RAP payment as well. Historically, these have been largely around $2 million a year. It began in 2017, and that has consistently been what we have been budgeted. A few years ago, we saw a significant increase in those rates. And then there was a time period where that reimbursement was not coming to us. And so it was a combination of the rate being significantly increased as well as that backlog. And that's what brought in that $20 million in a lump sum. These rates have recently have decreased, although not decreased to the original amount. They decreased by about 20%. But even with that decrease of 20%, we are projecting that we will continue to receive around $10 million a year of these CCBHC funds. So that is that's what we're working on as far as our projections, and that's what we are balancing for this fiscal year.
How much anticipation was there on those wraparound payments? And did you see them coming, or was it a total surprise?
Oh, it wasn't a total surprise. I will say it was a significant surprise with the rate increase. That was unanticipated. And then, like I said, when there was this buildup or the backlog that we had to go back to OHA and work through them through a process to make sure that their ledgers matched our ledgers and we were able to recoup the payment. So I did, yes. So because we had originally been billing or allocating and earmarking $2 million, as that placeholder, the increase was substantial. So, yeah.
No, I'm just wondering what the chances are. We're going to have one other surprise next year.
Well, when we are at the mercy of the legislature, and there is always the chance of big surprises in our world, unfortunately, for better or worse. All right. So the next section of this handout, really, I want to go to sort of in the middle here. There's something, the heading is the below will be or have already been returned. So this is a little over $1.8 million. And these are funds that while they are in that audited beginning balance, they have already either been returned to the state or will be returning to the state for a variety of reasons. Happy to share details on any of those if folks are interested. But I think as far as this handout, really trying to articulate that those funds, even though they're in that 44 million, if they're still in our budget, they're inaccessible to us and they will be returned. And then that last section under the heading, the below are not yet scheduled for return. We're currently spending, some of these are multi-year awards. That is roughly $11.2 million. Those are currently in our budget. We are currently intending to spend them, but we're not intending to spend them all over this fiscal year. So occasionally we will get funding from the state, most often, or a grant that is intended to be spent over the period of 3 to 5 years. And there's several of those awards that you see in here. And so we have an intended purpose over the next 3 to 5 years, but we won't draw down all of those funds in this fiscal year.
Can you elaborate a little bit on the funds going back to the state of a reason why?
Absolutely. I'll just go line by line here. The first one you see there is the $989,697.80. Those are leftover COVID dollars. We received a substantial number, a substantial amount of funds for these. As we saw COVID-19 no longer be a reportable illness, that work dramatically decreased and really was functioning as supporting long-term care facilities and things as they had outbreaks. And as we have seen, really everyone get a good handle on what they're supposed to do when those things are happening, we rarely have to step in and support them in the ways that we used to. And so these are funds that are expiring. And actually, I think at the next board meeting, you will be seeing there's a request to actually, they're rescinding these at this moment in time. So those will be gone, but they are not money we're spending, so we don't anticipate any sort of service disruption or change. The next one listed there is in the $834,357,000 is related to our Behavioral Health Resource Network funding. These are burn funds. So just a small historical context. When Measure 110 initially passed that decriminalized certain drug offenses, the state used marijuana tax revenue to change some of their funding streams. And some of those funding streams were to increase spending in the communities related to alcohol and drug treatment, harm reduction services, outreach and engagement, a span of a lot of different things. We have seen this work have many iterations since Measure 110 was passed. There have been many changes. There have been changes at the legislature. There have been changes with their funding formulas and all of those types of things. The latest change we've seen a couple of things. You will see in our budget later on that there has been an overall reduction in our burn funding. That overall reduction is related to decreased marijuana tax revenue. Before you get too excited, it's not actually, as I understand the situation, that we are seeing less people purchasing marijuana. It is actually because the market has been so significant that there has actually been a reduced cost, and that then translates into less taxes, which translates into less funding coming to us. So that is the story that that's been shared with Oregon Health Authority. So we have seen a reduction in those funds. However, what you're seeing here is slightly different. And I call it out because you will see the reduction of the burn funds in later part of the budget, but this is slightly different. So one of the original proposals that we had when we initially were awarded those funds was to extend and create another transitional treatment and recovery home, often called our TTRS homes, which support individuals who are in recovery, but not at a residential level of care, so sort of a step down to that. Unfortunately, by the time the funds were due to expire, the market, we're not able to find a house. And so what you're seeing there is what would have been spent on that. We have since had a new award of our burn funding that includes a variety of types of services, but not this specific thing. Some of the other ones are smaller. You can see the 35,000 or so that we're returning related to City Readiness Initiative. Those are some of our funds that we get specific to preparing for what we call medical countermeasures. So when there are, these funds began coming to us, I should say. Again, don't want to go into history too much, but began coming to us shortly after 9/11, when there began to be anthrax scares throughout the United States, and there was a recognition that there needed to be some work to prepare for any sort of urgent process in which we needed to distribute medications rapidly to a large volume of people. These funds are specific to that to help us with that. We pair them with other emergency preparedness funds. And then this fiscal year, we did have a vacancy that lasted a fair amount of time. That's filled now. And so we don't anticipate having to return additional funds, but that was part of that. The drinking water was just under $16,000 that we'll be returning. That is really, we get a certain allocation from the state, and either the work is there or the work is not, and we do our best to project. But sometimes the body of work just changes depending on that. And then the other two are the smaller awards that are going back that we just didn't have the capacity to spend.
Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so that was all of the handouts. Before we dive into the actual budget, I know that last year there were, and rightfully so, a lot of questions around Medicaid. And I imagine there might still be a lot of questions around Medicaid. So I thought I'd give a little bit of an overview of where we are at currently with Medicaid and changes that have already happened, as well as talk to you about what we are anticipating over this budget, as well as the next budget. Yes.
Before you jump into that, I just wanted to, for anybody who's following online, or I just wanted to highlight, thank you, Carolina, you read my mind. It's just to highlight that for anybody who's watching online that's wanting to look at the handouts and everything, IT just posted the full budget manual that each budget committee member has that includes all the memos, charts, and everything. We've since replaced the budget document, the budget report that's on the website. So it's readily available for the view if you have access to the internet. You may have to refresh your browser if you're already on there, but I just wanted to make a quick note that if, sorry, it takes a little bit of additional time to get the full document fully posted, but that's now up on the website. So.
Okay, thank you. I've mentioned the CCO, or Coordinated Care Organization, before. The vast majority of our Medicaid funds come through our contract with the local Coordinated Care Organization. And so our CCO contract runs the calendar year. So every CCO contract that I'm negotiating straddles 2 fiscal years that we're building a budget, and every time I'm building a budget, I'm straddling 2 CCO contracts, one that's known, one that's not. And so, of course, we do our very best to make projections on what we anticipate happening over that second half of the fiscal year when we don't yet have a contract. And of course, we're doing the same thing this year. I will say this year has been a little bit of a different, there's been some different things coming up. So into late 2025, so this last fall, CCOs across the state were facing crisis level funding. Several CCOs across the state were saying that they were going to close down their Medicaid wing. They were just saying they're not able to really financially be sustainable. This was largely due to increased utilization of services that did not match the current CCO rates the state was giving them. Given that financial crisis, places like us, Health and Human Services Department, community mental health programs across the state also received reductions in their budget to help the CCOs balance as they were negotiating with what they had in terms of facing all of those deficits. We certainly were not alone, but we did take a pretty significant hit of 18.7 decrease in our CCO contract. There are a handful of things that I'll highlight that are decreases in that contract and the impacts that they have. One of them is pass-through contracts of 2 different contracts that we are not going to be able to continue with. Luckily, I was able to get that as well as a few other things negotiated to take place July 1 versus January when the contract took place. So while some of the changes took place with the initiation of the new contract in January, we did negotiate several of the changes to at least play out our current fiscal year, and these contracts were one of them. It's removal of about $36,000 that we would use to support our clients with things that we used as a way to help them stay healthy overall, things that we use to help decrease them from escalating to needing higher levels of care. These can be anything from housing, purchasing of clothes sometimes, pool passes or gym memberships, those types of things. Those funds, as of July 1, will be out of our budget, so we will no longer be able to offer those things. And then the biggest component was removal of just over $6 million through our capitation. So the capitation, these are the funds that we get in our contract that we encounter against. So as our staff do billable services, they encounter and draw down that capitation rate. So significant decrease of the $6 million. Luckily, because the fund balance that we have walked through, the majority of that is Medicaid funds and or the CCBHC funds, both of which we're able to use to plug many of those holes in terms of keeping that budget whole and not having any service or staffing changes, even though that is a pretty significant decrease. The one other specific thing I'll point out within the CCO contract change is an elimination of a position that was funded through the CCO in our public health division. Luckily, at the same time this change was happening, we had a staff person in that same division or department retire, and that staff was able to slide into that position. So we were able to avoid a layoff because of that. I am pleased to say that through a pretty rigorous process, as Commissioner Sterrett can attest to, the CCOs across the state were able to work with both the Oregon Health Authority as well as the governor's office to increase rates. The rates looked slightly different across the state, but Yamhill Community Care Organization, which is the CCO we work with and have our contract with, received one of the highest rate increases of over 10%. I think this bodes well for our negotiations this coming year, if not necessarily to recoup all of those funds. I do think it poises us well to recoup at least some of them. Of course, this next contract negotiation that we will begin in the fall with our CCO also is the one that's going to have to take into account the changes we're anticipating through the federal changes in HR 1 implementation, largely those that are specific to Medicaid membership changes. So the way that our CCO contract works is the vast majority of it is on a per member per month. So we get a specific rate based on CCO membership. So when CCO membership increases or decreases, our budget changes. So that is why we have to be so mindful of the number of people on Medicaid and changes in Medicaid membership. Current projections at this point in time are that in 2027, over the course of the calendar year, we will see between 10 and 15% decrease in Medicaid membership, with a total decrease of Medicaid membership being 20% by the end of 2028. It's going to be a gradual decline. It is not a cliff, so it is not like on a particular date, all of those people cut off. We have done a number of projections and built a number of really a pretty, what I think is as solid of a methodology, given the number of unknowns that you possibly can, to build into this budget a projection of what we anticipate over that first half of calendar year 2027, or the second half of this fiscal year, what we anticipate that membership in, and having that reflected in our budget.
Can you address whether or not the Healthy Oregon plan is going to kind of chip away at what we're expecting to be a decline?
Yeah, it's a great question. So the current contract with the CCO has 3 different per member per month rates. One of them is the general membership, one of them is the HOP, and then one is the basic. And as far the latest communications we've had is that subset of Medicaid members will be moving to essentially open cards. So they will no longer be within a CCO. What that means for us is that we will bill on a fee for service basis. So we will still be able to recoup funds as we're providing services to them, but it will be through a different mechanism.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions about Medicaid? Okay. I'm going to speak briefly to some changes that you will see throughout the Health and Human Services budget, and then we'll dive into each of the divisions. I call them divisions. They're departments, I think is how they're labeled for y'all. This list that I'm going to share now are things that you'll see throughout the budget. The way that we allocate many of these things is it's a percentage based on the FTE of each different department or division. So you'll see little bits of all of this throughout the budget. So I'm going to name them now, and then if we have questions about them as we go along, we can address those as well. So some of those changes are, or the big ones really that you'll see, is spending for our electronic health record. So both the purchase as well as maintenance and software costs that will be annual. We've got increased funding for our language line contract. This is a contract that allows us to have interpreters for individuals who need languages different than English, as well as the ability to do bilingual testing for staff. You'll see all of those changes I mentioned in the CCO contract allocated in the correct places throughout. See changes in the capital expenses within different divisions, not necessarily overall big changes, just changes in how they're bucketed. See an increase in transfer and administrative costs just determined by our budget allocations and in the budget instructions. And then lastly, I want to call this out just because I think that when you're looking at the numbers, it's going to look like there's big changes in increases and decreases in different places, but really it's not necessarily overall funding changes, but it's a really significant change in the way that the state has done our behavioral health contract. So through a very robust process, the state did some pretty big reforms to how they handled the contracting with community mental health programs. And while the overall funding itself didn't have significant changes, how we allocated our funds did, because within this new process, the state required us to prioritize those funds within certain populations of work. And those are largely things like those on aid and assist, those that are on civil commitment, and those who are on the Psychiatric Security Review Board. So essentially they've told us, here's your funding. You're required to prioritize this funding for people who are in the forensic or involuntary services. So I say that because it just looks very different in terms of where those numbers are budgeted from previous years. Okay. We ready to dive into the actual budget book here? Okay.
I just had a,
Yeah.
So in terms of grants, assisting with new grants and budgeting new grants and grant proposals, you have a team that does that.
Correct.
Okay, I think that's important to note in terms of going after grants that you guys have it covered.
I would say we don't have a specific team per se, but it's sort of one of those joint efforts where we have, Lane and her team are building a budget based on staff that are saying this is how we think we should be spending these funds. So it's a little bit of everyone. We don't have dedicated staff, but we generally look to program staff to help us define the scope of work, and then our finance staff, i.e. Lane, to help us build the budget.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to highlight certain line items that I think are worth just calling out, or where there have been significant changes, but within each department, I'll pause at the end just to see if there are other questions that you may have as well. The first one here is our administration budget. Oh, yes, our beginning fund balance. We've already talked about that, so probably good to skip forward. Thank you, Lane. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to call out is line 34609. This you'll see a decrease because these are funds that came to us. Page 16. Thank you. Okay. So on page 16, line 34609 and 61109, you'll see on both of those lines a decrease that we were anticipating related to some, we call it HRS funding specific that came to us for a time limited amount of time we were able to use it. We do have an allocated plan for that use, but it won't go into this budget year. Next, line 40132, just as a note, this was previously on line 40148. This is where two of the reclassifications I mentioned earlier land within this bucket here. On line 40181, you'll see a deletion of one program supervisor and one accounting tech. This is due to reorganizing our administrative structure that took place mid-year. line 40618, see a new medical coder. This was actually a position we underfilled. So we had a vacant position. We used that vacancy to underfill to this position, but it is a new account code and you'll see it across the budget. Then across all of our behavioral health specific departments, we deleted 4 FTE. Those are all on lines 40622. They were for a variety of reasons. One was we had an internal transfer removed that we had historically received from the Community and Criminal Justice Division due to closing of their day management program.
You brought up 618 and I don't see it on here.
Oh, sorry. I think, say that one, which one more time? The
618.
618.
Talked about last. Just.
Oh, the medical coder, sorry. That's going to be, is that in behavioral health? What do we have?
It's gonna be split across.
Oh, it's one of the split ones.
Okay. that's
No,
fine.
yeah. So like similar to the electronic health record, because it's being used throughout the entire department, you'll see it in different buckets
Okay.
around there. Yeah. And so sort of back to the 4 FTE that we deleted in lines 40622. I mentioned the closing of the day management treatment. So we no longer get that internal revenue transfer. We deleted an alcohol and drug clinician position. It had been vacant for a while and we determined that we were okay just to remove that. We removed a case manager position as well as a urinalysis tech position when those staff left, feeling like we would be okay without them. And again, just being mindful of certain circumstances with the budget and being thoughtful about anything that we don't feel like we absolutely have to have right now. On line 61001, you'll see a contract for a billing consultant. This is going to straddle both this budget as well as the new budget. We hired this consultant to support work to make sure that we're maximizing all of our insurance building, largely our private insurance building, as well as to make sure that as we're transitioning to our new electronic health record system that we're anticipating this fall or winter, that we have everything moved over there appropriately and set up so that our billing again can be maximized in the new electronic health record.
Can you, is there a line on billing of private insurance on here? Did I miss somewhere or?
There is. Yeah, it's not in the admin budget.
Not in the
It's going to be in those places where we're recouping it, like our behavioral health funds.
Okay, and then is there a line where like bad debt for write-offs and that we did people that don't pay?
Oh, I don't think that that's reflected here. Do we have?
We do not know.
Yeah.
We would just reduce the amount of revenue that we're expecting.
I will say overall, currently about 12% of our overall revenue is insurance, but outside of Medicaid, insurance building, fees, things like that. So that's total makeup of is only 12%.
And how many people are doing that billing and coding? How many over,
Ah.
we have like what, 170
Sure.
therapists or something?
So the overall volume of the team, how many FTE do we have there?
Asking for the number of individuals who are like doing.
Doing the
Oh,
billing and coding.
Doing the billing versus like
Yeah.
clinicians who are generating billing?
Yes.
Which one?
Sorry, the billing.
The actual billing
Yeah,
of
doing the
it,
work,
yeah.
yeah.
Gosh, let's see. I'm just thinking of Tracy's team and the FTE there, not counting Janae.
There are 5 senior accounting clerks who do this billing work, and then we're currently recruiting for the medical coder, which is a new position for us, which would be supporting.
Great.
Mhm.
So there's no significant revenue that's being left on the table.
Well, that's part of what we've brought the billing consultant into to make sure. I do think that there are ways that we can further maximize our recruitment, particularly in the private sector, the private insurance. It is challenging. There's a few reasons for that. One is the credentialing process of being with all of the insurance providers is quite arduous, especially since they often make us do it for every single clinician versus us as an agency, which is challenging and time consuming. The other challenge is that Many of our staff are not yet licensed and they work under really intensive clinical supervision. We're able to bill or encounter on those staff's behalf through Medicaid. Oftentimes, private insurance doesn't allow that. So depending on our staff makeup, you will see our revenue change and shift based on that as well.
Thank you.
And then, let's see, I think this is the last one in the admin budget, 68307. That's an account code change related to our electronic health record system. That was something that was recommended by Central Finance, and we just went ahead and followed that recommendation. So you'll see that change there. Any other questions on our administration budget? Okay, I'm going to jump to the next one, which is public health, and it is on page. Oh, yeah. What page? You'll see transfers on page 20. If there's any questions, happy to answer any questions there. Yep. And then 21, you'll see our ending fund balance. And then on 22, we'll begin our public health budget. Not significant, or I should say, the changes are significant, not a lot of them. But you will see the deletion of 3 positions. Those are on lines 40130, 40604, 40605. So these positions were all deleted for different reasons. One of them is a medical assistant position, and due to changes within our clinic and the services we're offering, we no longer needed that position. That actually went away. That person, when they resigned, it was in the midst of all of these changes, and so we did not need to refill that. One of those, the community health analyst, was the deletion of a position that I mentioned related to the decrease in the CCO contract because of the ability to move that person into a recently vacated position from a retirement, did not lead to a layoff. And then the last one was a senior management analyst that was a mid-year layoff. You'll also see a little over 166,000. It's 166,430 dollars that is rollover funds for alcohol and drug education and prevention efforts that we have. Those have been that's been work that we've largely focused within our schools and working with superintendents and principals to map out some work to hopefully create more robust alcohol and drug prevention within our districts. Any questions on public health? I don't want to go too fast. Okay, our next category here is our community support services. It starts on page 28. These are our behavioral health services that are largely provided in the community. They are generally the folks working with our highest acuity clients in the community with many fidelity programs that have a lot of requirements. We'll say there are not really any changes kind of noteworthy of calling out other than we are replacing or proposing to replace a vehicle, and that can be seen on line 80202. This was done at the recommendation of Public Works. Due to the level of community-based services, this is the division that has the most vehicles, certainly within HHS.
What kind of vehicle are you gonna buy for $35,000?
Used one.
We
An
actually-
old VW bus.
We got an incredible deal this year on, I think they were RAV4s for our crisis department.
We did, yeah.
And so we're budgeting right around that awesome deal that they were able to work out for.
Oh,
Okay.
we're not sure how they're able to do those things, but yeah.
Yeah.
We're grateful for it. Okay, next budget is Family and Youth, which is our youth behavioral health services. That's going to begin on page 34 for you. But just a couple of things that I want to call out here. On line 34613, you'll see where we have our school contracts. We have contracts with 5 of the 7 school districts, and those contracts blend school funding with Medicaid funding that allow us to provide on-site services in those schools that are payer blind and also sort of service blind, meaning we can do things outside of what is typically reimbursable from Medicaid because we have that blended funding. Again, we have that a contract in place with 5 of the districts. We have used essentially what we anticipate based on current contracts to fill this line here, but those negotiations generally begin happening with schools at this time. And there are times where they have requested to add staff and provide more funding, or they have requested to decrease. And of course, any changes to that after this budget is adopted, we will just work through the typical process of making those changes through the Board of Commissioners.
Do you foresee any major changes on the school side?
Not at this point. At this point, we're hearing that it's likely to be pretty static.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And then of note, on line 40625, we did delete a partial 0.662 FTE of a behavioral health clinician. This individual left, and we didn't feel like we needed to refill that at this time. Happy to answer any questions about Family and Youth as well.
What position left?
It was a school position that was Minza. It was. Minza.
I think she goes to a different position.
Yeah, she moved into a clinic-based position at the same time that we had.
Another person in a different school position left.
Yeah, so we
had a resignation, and then the point, whatever it was, 662 FTE person applied for a full-time position that was vacant at the time.
Okay. The next division is our Enhanced Residential and Outreach Program. This behavioral health team does a variety of things, including providing behavioral health services in residential treatment facilities that we don't actually operate the entire facility, but we provide the behavioral health services on site. They provide services in the home to largely adults who have both physical health as well as mental health challenges, and they're generally folks that can't access the clinic. So this team goes on site to where they live and where they're at to provide support, as well as a handful of other specialized behavioral health work. It's largely a very static budget, so I don't have anything to necessarily call out, but happy to answer any questions. And our next one is Housing and Recovery Supports. This is the division that we spoke of earlier, where we have both the master leases and we recoup rent. Yeah. On page 45. Yeah. Okay. All good. So as I was saying, this is we spoke of this earlier, right? It's just a housing programs that we have. We operate 164 units of housing. There are a variety of different housing. Some of them are specialized for individuals who have both physical health and mental health challenges. Some of them are transitional. Some of them are long-term, and some of them are permanent supported housing, meaning that people can live there as long as they'd like, as long as they're following the rules of the facility. And here you'll see a couple of things that I think are noteworthy. On line 34613, you'll see a decrease of $182,146. That decrease is related to a funding decrease in our contract with Oregon Department of Human Services, ODHS Child Welfare. They contract with us to provide some capacity within some of those housing units so that they can place families when they need to. We still hold this contract with them, so it's still in place. It's just that it's decreased in terms of the number of essentially beds that they are reserving.
In terms of comparable counties and looking at the breadth of the supported housing and the various housing services that we have and the contracts that we have, how would you say that Yamhill County stacks up?
Yeah, I would say for a county our size, we have an incredibly robust housing program, or housing programs, I should say. And I think the other thing that I would note that is unique is some of the ways in which we fund those, which are highly unique. We've gotten very creative over the years to find these ways to bridge public and private partnerships. As I mentioned, the master lease that we have, that's a very unique setup, but works very well and really goes to help support individuals who would struggle to find housing elsewhere. Thanks,
Do you
John.
know anybody else who does that? Because that's worked really well for,
I don't. Do you know of any
We've
master lease ones?
We've had other counties come and check us out and see what we do because they want to replicate the model. So we've had some tours that we've done from some of the other counties that have been interested in it.
kudos.
Yeah, thank you.
And I would add kudos to, the private entities that we're also working with, because I think that's the element
Yeah.
that I think this isn't one that you can necessarily, that a county could start without someone at the table. And and we've had a long-term partner with a number of these projects that without them, this wouldn't happen.
Right.
Yeah. The next line that I'll call out is 40620. This is the deletion of 3 associate positions. These are related to the earlier conversation related to BERN funding, Behavioral Health Resource Network funding, in which I mentioned the housing, and there were 3 positions that went along with that. They were never filled, but we're just removing the vacancies from this current budget. And then also I mentioned this earlier. Oh, yes, please.
Sorry, yeah, I'm seeing in every budget a line item that says beeper pay, and I have no idea what it means.
Beeper pay? Yeah.
No, I know.
Right.
I used to have a
do you
beeper
mean?
like
I know.
5 years ago.
It's, I can speak to that. So it's holdover language. All of our contracts have provisions for after hours for staff that are after hours on call for being on call. And we've had old dated language that still refers to it as beeper pay when it's actually, it's basically it's a standby after hours incentive that we have built into the contract.
Okay, it has nothing to do with a beeper.
Well, we still,
Carry a beeper.
You do or you don't?
We don't actually carry a beeper.
no.
People, we get a hold of folks through their cell phones generally.
It's just one of those, it's an old GL line language that we've never really updated. And of course, Tara's looking at me because she would love to update that. Yeah.
Yeah, is it okay to change? It's just, it's feels a little bit old fashioned.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will vote no on that.
Yeah.
I want
It likes the beeper pay.
It just rolls off.
Nostalgic.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But essentially, it's just capturing any of the on-call work that
Okay.
we do throughout the department.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see, on line 82001, this is the project that I mentioned related to House Bill 5202, where we received behavioral health housing dollars, and we'll be using those to build the community restoration 8-plex. We're due to take occupancy in November. Very exciting. Yeah. That wraps up the housing department, unless there are questions.
I'd like to go back and ask a couple of questions. So as far as going after grants, this is not new for you guys. You guys do it all the time.
We do. I think we have to give it some careful consideration. So some of the things that we look at are certainly how much money is in the grant proportional to the administrative costs that it will take to administer the grant. We would be looking at things like reporting requirements and things like that. So we tend to look for grants that are either have very little administrative burden. Those tend to be kind of smaller grants, but they're really helpful for, you know, very short projects, or because the majority of our funds that we get from the state go to personnel costs. We rarely have funds to do any sort of projects that cost money. So we use those a lot for that in the public health department. Or we're looking at really big funds that were coming that, you know, in the multi-million-dollar range that we can draw down that help that we can also administer. But oftentimes if the funding is significant enough, right, it makes up for the robust reporting that often comes along with it.
And no county commissioner keeps you guys from going after grants, is that correct?
There is a process established where we are required to bring grant requests before we apply to the Board of Commissioners for approval. I can't think of a time that we. Before I would give it an absolute no, I would want to make sure I went back and looked at my records, but that would be unusual.
Okay. And then it would be inaccurate to say that we don't have a robust program for housing and what have you, for mental or people that need these types of services.
I think we do. I think it feels like it's never quite enough, right? Like so much of, unfortunately, the work that we do. There's so much happening on any given day, any given moment. And at the same time, it feels like there's still this vast need. So I think the answer is yes. Yes, we have a robust housing program, and we still struggle with housing for individuals.
Mm-hmm. But if we were to compare ourselves with neighboring counties, we are substantially better. Is that
I
correct?
think we do have more, if you were to look at it, probably on a per capita basis. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other thoughts before we jump into our biggest division, which like it starts on page 51. This is our adult outpatient division. So this encompasses both our adult clinic in McMinnville and Newburgh, our crisis, including mobile crisis services, and our medical team, which is made up of nurses and a psychiatrist and psychiatric nurse practitioners. So all of that is lumped into this division here. Couple of things that I will call out. On line 40182, that is where you will find the two requested supervisor positions, one in our crisis division and one in our Newburgh outpatient. On line 40220, you will find 4 deleted office tech positions. Those happened mid-year related to some operational changes that we put into our budget.
It must have already got deleted. I don't see it there. So it must be in another
On 40220?
40.
It's right
Oh,
here.
220. Okay, got it. I'm missing one of the 4s.
And then on line 40608, we have, you'll see a deleted nurse practitioner position. That's one of our psychiatric nurse practitioners, but you will see an increase on line 61025. That is because when we had a provider who was on contract with us leave, we filled that with a locums position. And so that's why you see the decrease on one line and an increase in the other to account for that shift in the provider, the way that we're providing that service. You'll also see a decrease in that line that is a deletion of a contract that we had with a telehealth provider that we no longer feel like we do, as we've sort of leveled out with some of our vacancies as well. Great. On line 40622, which was previously 40605, you'll see one of the reclassifications that was mentioned earlier in the presentation. On 48100, you'll see an increased allocation to overtime. This is for our crisis team. I'm happy to dive into our vacancies and what those numbers look like if you're interested. But what I can say right now certainly is that the area that we have the highest rate of vacancies is with our therapists that are in the crisis division and sector. And that is why you see them working overtime a lot, because it's work that we just have to cover. So, and they do an amazing job and do it with a smile. So most of the time. And then on line 82001, you will see a hold for some capital expenditure. One of the things that I know I've shared certainly with our Board of Commissioners before, but I'll share with all of you as well, is that we have some very significant space constraints, largely in our adult programs. And so right now, we have some pretty significant inefficiencies in our daily operations because of this. We don't have enough space to have all of our positions filled. We don't have enough space to have all of our staff that we have all here on one day, which means we have to do a lot of juggling of scheduling just to manage having people in our buildings. We have people in closets. We have people everywhere you could imagine them. I promise you, we are creative and we are not being picky about space. We literally don't have anywhere to put these people. And we have the services we need to make sure we're providing. As we're seeing less of a demand of telehealth, remote work is becoming less and less applicable to our work. And so some of those levers that we used to have are just not good levers that we can use currently. And so we have earmarked this amount of money as we continue to have conversation with administration. And then, if we do have any specific plans that come out of those conversations, obviously the Board of Commissioners will be part of that, but we wanted to really be thoughtful and make sure that we earmark some money in case we have something that comes available. Okay. Anything on our adult programs?
So that $5 million is defined, that's so that you can find more space, or what is that
It's
exactly?
More of an expansion.
Yeah, because we're looking at kind of a different, because we've had some discussions on this as part of the overall. So having funds, whether it's redevelopment or expansion of our existing footprint, like at the Evans complex, where there's buildings that we're vacating that we may want to expand on that footprint, or if there's other opportunities that come available still within kind of the long-term plans, that if something makes sense that it's for sale, or even, we've got several ideas on the table that we're looking at that, that we know that there's a need for the space, but we're also trying to keep it in close enough proximity that you still have the efficiency for the behavioral health services. So it's basically to earmark so there's funds available. So in the next 12 months, 12 plus months, at least we have some funds available to facilitate those discussions, because there is a need, and we were able to address a lot of space needs all over the place, but this is one in particular that we've identified that that it'd be good to have some funds earmarked to accommodate should an opportunity come up, or as we proceed with planning, if we land on an idea that we want to implement, that at least the funds are there.
Is that something that their old office, right? Is that something that
Possibly.
similar to the Aplex, that we just trade funds into,
Possibly.
continue to pay down on GSB, or one option if that's to expand
could
out
be.
that way?
It could be
or-
something similar to that. It could also be because there's a lot of discussions to be had about the second building at GSB.
Right.
I know we've got different ideas with that, but then that might be another long-term opportunity for redevelopment or repurposing or, remodeling. So there's a bunch of ideas that we've just kind
The
of
good
floated around.
news is we have a lot of in-house options on this
Yes.
without having to go search for properties.
But it is possible that that fund can go back to pay ourselves back if we did some of the work, or
Possibly.
we could use some of that restricted funds.
Possibly.
or-
We would have to look at
Okay.
it all depends on what the plan is.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah. Thanks.
And I see that this is a new line item, or was it there before?
The capital
It wasn't there in the 23,
Yeah, this
24
is,
budget.
it's new.
It's a new. Okay.
They've historically, HHS has had other capital funds budgeted in the past, like for prior to the acquisition of the HHS built, the Newburgh
Right.
property or some of the other ones. So having capital is not necessarily new, but this is new for this specific fund that based on conversations that we were having when we were, and when this budget was being built, it was like, yeah, we might want to earmark some funds. Because we've identified some needs and we have some ideas. It's just making sure that we have the funds available to actually implement those ideas if we settle on one that seems to be the best idea and working with the Board of Commissioners.
Because it seems like your department has been growing quite steadily over the years. So this was in anticipation, like at a certain moment you grow out of your building.
Yeah, I think I'll just note a couple of things. I think overall that this budget that we're presenting to you is a decrease in FTE of just over 19 positions. So the biggest expansion that we had happened in two different spaces. One was back in 2012 and 2013 with the Affordable Care Act, and there was a 60% growth, largely within our behavioral health sections of our work, and it was huge. The second one that I would note happened in 2017 and 2018, and at that point in time, that is when we initiated becoming a certified community behavioral health clinic, and with that came those additional RAP payments that allowed us to expand. So I think there were two very specific things that happened over the course of the last decade or so that we really did see big spikes in changes in FTE for sure.
So I know during the whole CAFA kerfuffle, when we were really concerned about, the funding
Absolutely.
for behavioral health and everything, there was a concern that those CCBHC, that funding could be jeopardized. Do we see any potential landmines there going forward?
Great question. And we have worked through all of those, and at this point in time, we don't see any of those changes within the state contract that would do anything to reduce our CCBHC funds. And largely, all of the conversations that I have heard and have been relayed to me, both at the state and federal level, is that there is continued support for the CCBHC model.
I'm still trying to understand a little bit. So you're saying for this year, there's a reduction in FTE, but at the same time, also this year, you're allocating $5 million for housing. Is that because that was a long-term issue that you try to finally solve, or?
Great question. And I think there's a couple of pieces. One, you just dialed in on, which is we have had space constraints and space needs for many, many years. So probably before I was even in this position, we've struggled with space, and we've done a number of things over the years to help remedy some of those things as well. But we continue to see those challenges. I think they were mitigated a bit during the pandemic when folks were remote. We were doing a lot of things, and so everything sort of eased from an urgency standpoint. But now, for all the reasons that I mentioned, we're beginning to see that again.
Sorry, last one then. I know during COVID, lots of people were working from home. I think that trend has reversed. And how do you see that in your organization? Are most people now back to the office? Or?
Yes. Yes, we do have some like intermittent remote work depending on the staff. It really is dependent on the type of work and services that they're providing. So for example, we have some data analysts, we have our epidemiologists, they are all full-time remote, but do come on site as required when we have certain things happening and we need them to be on site. But outside of those spaces, most people are on site the entire time, or just, little snippets of remote work here and there.
And I'll just say for Yamhill County wide, most of the services that we provide can't be, delivered remotely. And we were doing remote work during the pandemic at that time based on a lot of the restrictions and having to accommodate that. But for the most part, most of our services, we're not an industry, and most of our services is not an industry that's conducive to remote work. We interact with a lot of clients and the public in person, and it's services that have to be delivered in person. So overall, although during the peak when there was a lot of closures and things like that, we did have a number of folks that were telework, but for the most part, almost all of our departments, they're it's an exception to the rule when you see a remote work. Most of our folks have been coming the whole time to the office and are in the office.
We'll also note that a couple of other things. One is certainly not exclusive to, but many of the positions that we would not want to be deleting in a budget are those that are incredibly high demand, and it's largely our behavioral health therapy staff. And while those continue to be our highest level of vacancy, the vacancy numbers are going down. So I will give a couple of percentages here. At the height of the pandemic, our highest vacancy rate within HHS was 17%. As you can imagine, that was very felt. That is currently now down to 10%. So that's what we're currently running at. The majority of those are in two categories: our behavioral health therapists, our master's level clinicians, or our management team, which is also sort of the other category that is difficult for us to fill. Within that too, I will just share that our pre-pandemic vacancy rates, so just what we typically ran at, was around 7%. So historically, that is our average pre-pandemic, and that is certainly our goal, to get back down to that 7%. Yeah. The next and last, oh,
Just
yes.
a quick question. Why the number 5 million for housing? Why not 10 million or 15 million?
Yeah, well, I wanted to certainly be thoughtful about not putting too much there, just knowing some of the changes happening with Medicaid. I want to make sure we have a cushion, although we have made some projections around that 20%. And if people are interested, I'm happy to share what those figures look like. But I think it was just, we know we can afford this within the behavioral health space. And so we use that as a bookmark. I think if we were to come up with a plan that would be more or less than that, that would just really be work that we'd have to do sort of mid-budget with Ken and the commissioners.
This gets back to a question I asked you the last 2 years
Yeah.
that was never answered. And what is the criteria that you use to determine the need going forward? So that $5 million, what was the criteria that you used? Because I kind of look at it like coming and asking me for $5 million, because it's tax money. If it's welfare money or it's from federal government or state government, we all paid into it. And I just want to know that there's a reasonable criteria that's evaluated what the need is, come up with a criteria for filling that need and justifying it.
Sure. So I can speak to a bit of that. One of the factors, well, I should say two of the factors, are looking at existing capital improvement projects or capital builds that we've done. So I had to make some assumptions on what might be able to happen through the county process and what our Board of Commissioners may be willing to do as far as perhaps selling properties, which is what we did for that 8-plex that I mentioned. We were able to purchase 2 properties from the county. So I think looking at what we did there, again, don't want to make any assumptions that that's going to happen again, but using that as sort of a base to make an estimate. And then on top of that, looking at what current construction costs are, again, with current projects that we have underway, like the housing one, which is the big one. So thinking about, well, this is how much that one's costing us. If we're imagining a square footage or a footprint that is, say, twice that size, this is what I could estimate.
You're
But
telling
again-
me the logistics, but not the criteria.
Are you talking about criteria as far as why do we need more space? Or are you talking about the criteria that?
What is the justification for that $5 million? I mean, there's got to be some base. There's always a need. You could tell me that there's a need for more housing, because that will never end. But what is the criteria that you use for determining that that's an immediate need in front of the county?
So not necessarily why 5 million, but why is there a need for additional space for our staff? Am I understanding
Sure,
you correctly?
because you use that every time you're hiring a new person, every time you're opening a new office, you're doing a new service, and that's money from the taxpayer base. So I would, and this ties into what I asked Ken earlier, which is what's the process after that to follow up to make sure that that money's actually being used wisely? You know, I mean, you're funding these things, but and I'm probably sitting on the negative side here at this board, saying this because everyone wants to take care of all the issues that we have out there, but the truth is we'll never get them all. So I just want to know what, like I said, what rationale did you use to go through the process to justify that?
Well, and I'm going to help a little bit because I can kind of help with some of the process because understanding where your question is coming at. Because as part of the budgetary process, we try to identify the funds that we may have available to accommodate a project like this. When we start going through the analysis of the actual, of course, we have to justify the expense. We had a lengthy discussion when we acquired the government services building as an example. It wasn't, I still had to come forward to the Board of Commissioners and make the case on why we needed to do this and how this fit into larger facility plans, what it was going to be able to accomplish, how we were going to pay for it. There's a process that's involved because honestly, the 5 million that's in here, it's a placeholder. It's a marker that we have it. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to run out the door, July 2nd and spend $5 million on a project because we haven't really identified that. We wanted to make sure, and we came up with this number, like Lindsay was saying, that we know we have specific needs within Evans and we have specific needs across the campus because we've maximized every square inch in that Evans building. If you go on a tour there and you're going to say, and it is a true statement that we've remodeled closets into offices and things like that to be able to have staff there. And so then we go through a pretty in-depth process and we have to come before the Board of Commissioners and we have to justify the actual expenditure and the planning and everything that went into that for the design, the element, the need, the why, and then the discussion about how much we're spending on it as well.
And I would just add, in terms of how we are coming up with any of the justifications for any of our spend, right? Kind of zooming out a bit more broadly, I think we have ratios that we want on a variety of things that are based on best practices for the type of work we do. Everything from ratios of best practice for behavioral health clinicians to how many clients are on their caseload, how many developmental disabilities care coordinators have on their caseload, right? How many restaurant inspections an inspector is supposed to be able to do, right? All of these are based on best practices and models that have been adopted nationwide, statewide, locally, just depending on the situation. So those are what we are basing our goals on. I say our goals because we're not even close to hitting those in most cases, right? We are doing our very best. So an example, best practice is going to be having on our adult behavioral health caseloads be around 60 people. These are largely people who mostly need to be seen once a week, some twice a week. We need to account for no-shows. We need to account for all of those things. And based on the totality of that, we believe that 60 is the ideal caseload. We're closer to 80 for almost all of our clinicians, right? So we're not there yet, but we will continue as we're able financially to take steps to mitigate that delta and bring that number down. And I think similarly to space, right? If we're looking at this is how many staff we have, and this is how many offices, right? It becomes a fairly easy math problem to be able to say, if we have this many offices or this many staff that need a private office, and that is a challenge that we have. Most of our staff can't be in cubicles, right? They're doing private therapy sessions. They're doing those types of things. So certainly in those areas where we're able to have those communal spaces, we've already done that. And so now we have situations where we either have to have staff working remotely or we have to have staff on schedules that allow for sharing of those therapy offices or the psychiatric prescriber offices and those types of things. So those are the challenges that we're trying to mitigate. And I suppose that is the basis of which I am making the argument that we need more space. I don't know if that answers the question.
A little bit. The best practices thing is part of that justification. Mostly what we're talking about is logistics again, about how we do it, but that's not what I'm asking. And, the other part that I asked Ken was, do you have a process to fact check that what you've set in place is actually working and you're not spending money in places that doesn't need to be spent. Because your budget's $44 million and it's the biggest and the fastest growing segment in the budget. So I can see it easily being more than 50% of the county budget process in the near future.
And some of that, I think, is really reflective of investments that happen outside of the local authorities, right? Over the last 3 years, we have seen a number of state investments that have come to our budget with multi-million-dollar price tags, essentially, right? It's money that, right, we use. I mentioned the multi-million-dollar funds coming to us for housing, right? And we pushed out a housing project. We also, over the last 5 years, saw a tremendous increase in Medicaid membership that, because of our budget, is a per member per month, increased our budget. When you have something like that increasing at the same time you're struggling to fill vacancies, you're going to have a delta there. And I think that's some of what you're seeing. Now, as I mentioned, right, we're seeing that shift. We saw a decrease. We saw an 18.7 decrease in our CCO contract. So that's coming down. At the same time, our vacancy rates are also going down, which is shoring up some of that. So all of those things are happening. I made it's a true statement. We are at the mercy of the legislature, right? So when things change, and those are things that we largely don't have control over. What we can best hope for are some of those changes that they're making, that we receive funds to go with those. Because oftentimes, as was stated earlier, there are a lot of unfunded mandates that we're required to fulfill throughout the community, as largely in our role as a community mental health program, sometimes through our developmental disabilities program, and sometimes through our public health division as well. But when we have those changes, we have to be able to make that. And it's difficult to sit here and perhaps say no to things like the housing funds or no to something from the state when we know there's such a need here. And so really our approach has largely been with the permission that we have to go through with the Board of Commissioners to accept those funds. And in most cases, we readily spend those on the things that we said we were going to spend those on. And as far as tracking, absolutely. I have an array of reports that come to me, some weekly, some monthly, some quarterly, that I'm looking at, that I'm reviewing regularly with Lane, that I'm reviewing regularly with Jason when it's more programmatic. We are constantly looking at things like what's our encounter rate with the CCO. We have to maintain a certain level, otherwise they can recoup those funds. We're constantly looking at staff productivity, what percentage of their time that they're here is actually billable services to people in the community, right? Those are just a handful of things, but I do think that we have robust processes in place to monitor our spending, both in the how much we're spending, but also what are we spending? And then looking at our programmatic outcomes, are we achieving the goals? And I think that gets a bit more difficult when so much of our work is long-term goals, right? Some days the goal of this individual client is to make sure that they have shoes covering their wound on their foot, right? And that's the goal for that specific moment. And that gets hard to extrapolate out, but we do through things like how many people have successfully completed treatment, how many people have stepped down into a lower level of care. All of these types of things are things that we monitor and track on a regular basis. I think we have one more department, yes? Okay, so this is developmental disabilities and veterans services. They are categorized together in what you'll see in front of you, starting on page 57. A couple of things that I'd like to call out here. I'll get there. Okay, so the first is deletion of 2 office specialists and 1 senior office specialist. You'll see those on line 40202 and 40203. You'll also see a really small decrease of only 0.1 FTE on line 40620. We had some very, very, very part-time staff who would do weekly social activities for our developmental disabilities clients. They both have elected to no longer do that. We're working to fill that void because it is very much something that our community loves with existing staff. So we're just going to have them take that on. And then I would call out line 40623. And that is where you will see the deletion of a Health and Human Services 2 position. That removal was actually specific to the state centralizing their adult foster care, so not DHS child foster care, but adult foster care licensing. Historically, that has been that's happened at the community developmental disabilities programmatic level throughout the state. They centralized that. They believe that they will save money in doing so, and so that change took place in January and led to the removal of that position within our department. That is the last of our divisions. I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have related to the overall budget.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. Well, enjoy the rest of your week.
Thanks,
you.
Lindsay.
Thank
I hate
you.
to say we have you guys come first because we want to get it over with, but we have you guys come first so that we can get it over with.
I
It-
actually feel like that was a record anyway. I
The-
thought we
Yeah,
streamed right through that.
that's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank
Yep,
you, guys.
Thank you
Yep.
for what you do.
Thank you. Well, at this point, we're up against, we're 10 minutes over, but it's lunch break and we have lunches are over in the Oval Office at the Fenton House, the White House.
Well, they're not here.
No, it's across the street. So the Oval Office of the White House, and so we'll be back here at, I don't have an agenda in front of me.
Is it 1 o'clock?
Is it 1 or is it 1:30? 1? Okay, 1 o'clock.
1
That's-
o'clock. Okay, we're adjourned.
Okay, recess until 1:30. Yeah, we don't stop the recording, right? Just pause it. 1. Yeah.
And we'll have culture and recreation.
The recording started? Yeah, so first up.
Yep.
Take this side.
So I'd like to introduce myself. Gary Works, I'm the manager of the fairgrounds. This is Janet Redmond, who is our chair of the fair board. And she. start out.
Thank you. To the Budget Committee. So I'm here as the chair of the Fair Board to ask that you approve the proposed 26-27 fair and event center budgets. We also asked for in the budget letter, and I see it's not in the proposed budget, another $25,000 in incremental lottery fees. I do hope you will be able to consider that as you look at that lottery fund budget. I'll talk a little bit later about what we're looking for. The fair board members were actively engaged with Gary, our fair manager, to develop the budget before you, and the recommended budget was approved by the fair board at our February meeting. The proposed budget does include funding for a small flexible benefit account for employees. That would be new starting in 2027. We currently provide no medical or retirement benefits to employees of the fairgrounds. So this is something we're looking to add. It's again, very small, flexible benefit account where we aren't locked into a particular benefit year over year, but something we could do to give them at least a little bit of help toward benefit costs. And we have been talking to the HR department about options through the county programs or potentially a separate vendor. The board has continued to evaluate the prices we charge for use of the fairgrounds facilities. Unfortunately, we recently had to roll back a modest increase we had implemented for some of the facilities. We found that even though the increase was very modest, many of our longstanding renters, particularly in Delashman Arena, were unable to afford the increased fee and were actively seeking to move their events to other facilities. We must remain competitive in the market, particularly for the rental and event center. People do have other options. Now, speaking personally, not as a member of the Fair Board, the fairgrounds continues to struggle with and seek funding to perform much needed maintenance and targeted improvement to our fairgrounds facilities. There's work that is needed to keep the facilities safe and functional in the near term for the fair and allow our facilities to remain viable rental options. So that's where some of that funding could go to help us do some deferred maintenance and things that we keep watching, and we want to make sure we keep those facilities safe and operational while we're still at our current fairgrounds. Thank you for your consideration.
All right. Okay, so as for you new members of the fair encompasses the event center and the fair itself. The fair is the whole reason for being for everything that we do out there in that property. So we have it separated into basically there's two sections of the budget for the fairgrounds. So the event for the fair itself, the fair is changed from the time when I first started. We had $160,000 budget to put a fair on to where it's over 600,000 to put the fair on. Now we've grown it that much in all the years. We start the fair budget out with zero. We don't do any carryover. We leave that for the event center. We have some other state grants. The Oregon legislature gives us $79,500, and that's just recently. So this year, admission fees is a huge one, and concession fees are what we do to help pay for the fair. So this year we budgeted 267. Last year it was 300. We took in $333,303.65 in admission fees for last year's fair. Carnival commissions came in at 38,787 last year. And food and beer sales was at $403,610 for the 4-day fair. Our commission of that was $178,058. Parking, which is a big problem for us, we took in over $24,000 in parking for just the fair. That equates to there's about 5,000 cars, is what we figured, on two lots. The animal auction this year, the youth livestock auction came in at $1,137,736. And there was over 300 youth exhibitors at the fair with over 2,800 exhibits in 4-H alone. That's not counting FFA and open class. The rodeo had 230 contestants sign up, and they were competing for a $29,604 purse. So I've kind of give you an idea what last year's fair, what we did with last year's fair. We've budgeted conservatively on our accounts, worrying about not knowing, what we're going to be able to do with the economy. This year, it looks like we're probably going to have as big a fair, if not bigger than what we did right after COVID. With the economy the way it is and the fuel prices, it's always good, bad economy is always good for fairs because everybody stays home and they'll visiting the fair this year. So with that, expenses have gone up drastically. Biggest expense we have is, of course, the entertainment. And this year it's going to cost us $311,228 for our entertainment, which draws the people. That's what draws the people. One of the draws that we have that comes in, along with the rodeo, the demolition derby, the exhibits, the normal fair thing, fair food, and this is for the commissioners. Our goal this year with the food vendor that sells corn dogs, he did almost $78,000 last year in corn dogs. This year we're going for 80,000. So
How many corn dogs is that? You got the
what's
parking.
that?
How many corn dogs is that?
I don't, it's a lot.
You got
Along
the-
with his loaves of curly fry. I call them loaves because they look like a
Yeah,
loaf
they
of
are.
bread. Curly fries he sells. That one booth is our top seller. And it's very good. The more he could sell, the better off we are.
And we have an EMS out there, right?
Yep,
Okay.
yep. And tables, chairs where people could sit, digest next to the beer stand. That's our next biggest income is off the beer.
By the way, when you mentioned amusement, can you give a little bit more detail on that?
Oh, you
What is
bet I
what is
can.
amusement? Is it the performers or?
So I can tell you the performers this year, Wednesday night, we have Clay Walker.
All right.
Thursday night, we have Sarah Evans. We're one of her first West Coast appearances in 8 years.
Wow.
out
Wow.
here. For the hip hoppers on Friday night, we have CNC Music Factory, Bubba Sparks and Twista. And for the rock and rollers on Saturday night, we have Hinder. So
And how, if you compare that to previous years, you mentioned already the cost went up. Is that because the quality of the amusement went up or just general?
the cost of these artists coming out here is gone up immensely. So Hinder, it's costing us about $30,000 or $35,000. 8 years ago, we would have bought them for 10,000. So they've all, because of their popularity, because of the cost of coming out here, it costs a lot more to get them out here. And it all has to do with routing. If there's another venue that will use them, and there's 5 fairs, and we're one of them, and we try to book them the same weekend and see if we draw someone out here. And it's the only way we can get some of these artists. Otherwise, Hinder would have probably cost us $70,000 if we booked them only to come to the Yamhill County Fair.
Gary, have you looked, because these are always, it's kind of sticker shock every time we hear what the entertainment's going to cost. Have you looked at the ROI on this? I mean, is this, yes, they're wonderful in terms of being a draw, but is it pencil out for us to spend that much money? Do we actually get it back?
Yeah, well, yeah, because this year before last, no, I didn't. The year before last, we had a lot of other expenses that went along with that. This year or last year, we ended up the year in I think it was 35 to 40,000 in the black, and that's our goal is to actually 80,000 be in the black at the end of fair. But part of that reason why is in the past the event center has paid all the bills, so the repairs, the water and light, the garbage, And I've been, over the last few years, I've been separating that out so that the fair is actually paying for it and not burdening the event center with those type of expenses that I can put. So water and light bill, the easiest way to do that is the month of August, I bill to the fair. And the garbage, I can do that because that's separate. Repairs to like the rodeo bleachers where they're only used mainly 4 days out of the year. I'm scheduling the repairs to charging that to the fair itself. So in the end, it pencils out as far as the traffic, coming in.
So
It's kind of, and I hate to say it this way, but it's kind of like, I mean, you have to guess. There's a lot of guessing to this business, especially the music. Who's going to be the best? What do I have room for? That's the other question. If I bring an artist in that's too big for the fairgrounds, then I'm in trouble. I'll overpack the fairgrounds. I have to look at what I think, what their recent concerts are. And that's real hard because they're dealing with venues that are, stadiums. I'm dealing with an area that can hold maybe 5,000 people. And so that stops us from getting some of the upper artists that a lot of people are wanting. So I do look at that quite a bit. And a lot of times my problem is that this year's been the only year in the last few that I've been able to finally get everything locked down before budget was done. Because in past, I've been still dealing with them after budget's over, trying to get someone booked in after that. So
Okay.
it's, yeah, I hope I've answered your question.
I was gonna say, Commissioner Starrett, I think certainly the Fair Board, we've had some discussions. We have a lead Fair Board member with the entertainment that spends a lot of time with Gary thinking about it. We try to run that line between getting entertainment with a big enough name to draw people that we can afford and not overspend. And so they spend a lot of time discussing it. If we didn't have some of those names, I think we wouldn't draw people. We're this year ahead of our pre-sales for concerts. We're selling tickets from around the country. And they're first the concert and and then the admission as well. So that tells us we're also drawing people in and that we're hitting the right mark with the concerts, both locally, but also bringing people into the area to come to the fair.
Thanks, that makes sense.
To add to that, one of the things I've been trying to do and been working on, I haven't finished it yet, was trying to out of county visitors. Just because, the fairgrounds is definitely an economic impact to the community, not just the fair, but the event center also. But right now we've sold 2 tickets to someone in Boston,
Wow.
Florida. Our biggest group right now is Washington. We've sold 122. These are golden circle seats. These are seats for the down below. They're special. So we've sold 122 just to all over the state of Washington that are coming to the fair. We've known this for quite a while. So they come from all over the United States, believe it or not, to come to the fair. And that's the artist. But that's out of county money, dollars that are coming in, rooms, all that type of stuff that we're bringing in.
Thank you.
Just coming back on the type of ROI that Commissioner Sarah is talking about, something like the demolition derby. Is that a separate event, or is that part of the amusement, or is it? And how does
Part of
that
the entertainment package?
entertainment?
I would call it.
But we do have VIP reserved seating we sell, and it sells out each year. In fact, this year we're pricing those tickets slightly higher than the VIP seating for the rodeo because the demolition derby reserved seats sell out every year.
Yeah, because just to give you an example, I have some friends in California, and when they heard that there was a demolition derby, they came for the demolition derby.
Yeah, it's a huge, if you've seen that at the fair, it's completely packed with to see that.
Because is that something, and I don't know what the cost is compared to, let's say, performers, but is that something you can organize more because it attracts a different type of crowd?
We've talked about that, and the availability of cars is a huge, they've had to change completely how they used to do demo derbies. There's no cars, cars do not have frames anymore. So they have had to change it completely, revamp it. So right now, there's not a way to have a second night, or I do it in a minute because it's a good crowd draw, and it also would, it's a lot less expensive than a rodeo. Or, but you gotta have everything, people, we've built this, built this monster to where we have to feed it every year. And that's what drags, the people in. I would have 20 years ago never told you that I'd ever see 36,000 people come through the fairgrounds. So, I mean, we've varied from 36 to 40,000 people come to that 27 acres. And it's all due to a rodeo, demolition derby, the concerts at night, the regular fair things, keeping it a county fair. All that, it all leads to that. And people come, they're expecting that now. And I think we've got a good program, what we do out there.
Gary,
Yeah,
that 27 acres that you just mentioned, that does not include the parking area, is that correct?
that's it.
Is it,
27
it's only 27, it's not even
the-
34
the-
acres?
The legal description is 27 plus or minus acres.
Wow, does that include the track?
Yep,
That's amazing.
yeah. So we put a load on it.
So our biggest challenges out there, is it for body count or is it for parking or is it both?
Both.
The remote parking lot that Commissioner Johnson has helped us to arrange at down Lafayette Avenue, along with the county transportation, the bus from there to the gate at the back of the fairgrounds has really helped us, because before we were maxing out our parking lot and then people were just scattering. Now with that secondary lot, we can accommodate pretty much anyone who wants to come and park, and the bus that the county transportation help provide to us is so critical to making that work.
Wow. Great.
So the other half of this, and I'll make it quick. The other half of this is the event center. The event center is what pulls in the people throughout the year from out of county. We just got done with the last OSET. All those OSETs were from Clackamas, Washington County, all the outer line counties. They all stayed in motel rooms, bought gas, bought food, groceries. They all came here. That's what your event center is doing. Majority of the events that we have out there are people coming from out of county, spending dollars here to come to the event center. So what we do when we have a carryover, the carryover goes into the event center, because the event center has the biggest load as far as taking care of the property, the buildings out there. And again, we have aging buildings that, the older they get, the more repairs they need. And I think our staff does a pretty good job at trying to take care of that. We've raised the event center fees, like Janet said, but we've had to cut back a little bit because now we're pricing ourselves out of business. So we've had to drop back a little bit to be competitive with the state fair, Lynn County, State Fair, Lynn County, and a couple of private facilities, one in Eugene, that are taking the bulk of the business away. Otherwise, most everything's pretty much the same as last year. As far as running the expenses through, we're trying to hold the line. Our biggest expense on the event centers, the water and lights, and that's, $95,000. Doesn't take long to have a $7,000 monthly water and light bill, along with $1,000 gas bill. So otherwise, I know I've kind of gone through this real quick, but pretty much the same every year. Just making changes to the fair again is our biggest thing that we're planning for. That's what makes us for the year. And I look forward to having another successful fair.
You mentioned aging buildings. Are you already setting aside funds for repair or?
Try to set some money aside.
And
Yeah,
which item is that or?
It's under, It's not a lot, but I'm sorry. Fair improvement, non-capital, is that $25,000?
Sorry,
Take care of the
which
minor.
item was that?
What's
Sorry.
the line number?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Those,
Line
those
number
5
is-
digits.
It's a 68312.
6831. Oh, yeah. Okay. So that's 25,000?
Huh?
25,000.
25,000.
And that per year goes into a fund? Or is it,
Every
that is
year-
just for repair?
Every year, it's spend that on repairs.
Okay, but you don't have any
We
long-term?
don't have any long-term because there's no room in the budget to put long-term.
Okay. So there's no,
68. Page
how should I say that?
Well, there is,
I can't-
we're working on the legislature's doing some things
Mhm.
that we're working on, trying to get grants. There's very few grants that are available to us because we're a county department. But a lot of things that, I think what we've done out there and keeping the buildings up, they're all safe right now.
Mhm.
And we've done that, and that, give credit to my staff, my 2 guys that work on that. And we get some help, there's some people that volunteer, donate.
We
Help
got
with
grant
that.
funding over the last few years too. We put a brand new roof on the Delashmuth and we got bathroom remodels and ADA. And so it comes in, we take care of it as needed.
Yeah.
No.
So,
So do you think if, let's say, in the future, you need to replace a whole building, does it mean that will be paid for by a grant, or is that something that we need to discuss here?
well, it's something we'd have to discuss later. I don't think right now there's, on that property, there's really none of the buildings need to be replaced.
Mhm.
Maybe in 20 years.
Mhm.
Because we're keeping them up to date. It would be nice to have some new buildings. But right now, it's not feasible.
Because of the square footage of the.
Well, square footage is the biggest issue, like the Lewis Pavilion, we could rent it out more if we had twice the square footage in it.
Mhm.
But as far as trying to, that no matter what we do, you're gonna spend $1 million to build anything on there. And will we be able to build it on there because of the close proximity? Most of the property was developed back in the 60s. When, setbacks and infrastructure, a lot of different things. Completely different than what they would allow us to do today. Parking's another issue that we'd have to deal with. So there's, more than likely we'd have to figure out a way to raise some money to build a new building. Whether it's grants or whatever I don't want to mention the ugly word bond, but that would be the other, a levy or something, but I don't, right, at this time, at the way the fairgrounds is working right now, I think at this time, it's just upkeep, take care of it, what we have.
Because to be fair, and no criticism on what you're doing, but of course I've been there a few times, and the buildings look aging.
Yep.
And I think this is one of the best things in our county, in my opinion, and I would just like to see that being remodeled, restarted, improved.
I mean, I think the Fair Board, we've talked about it. We know there's the discussion of the potentially a new fairgrounds. So we sort of looked at it, even if that comes to fruition, and frankly, a lot of us would like to see that because it would open up opportunities we just don't have where we are today. We're figuring it's an 8 to 10 year process potentially to get there. And so we've sort of said, what are the targeted maintenance enhancements that make sense in that 8 to 10 year timeframe? We've done some initial strategic planning of what would be the minimum facilities at a new grounds to move and open a fairgrounds, but then also planning for how you could expand in the future. And then looked at what do we need to do. There are some things we would like to do, some targeted maintenance enhancements. It's about where can we get funding for that. I want to say, like, if you look at some of our livestock farms, they're in pretty good shape because the Yamaha County Livestock Association, who sponsored the youth livestock auction, do invest money. One of our Fair Board members regularly meets with them to help, and they've made investments in that part of the fairgrounds to help us keep those buildings up. We'd like to find some partnerships or places for some of the other facilities to help us do, again, targeted You know, new buildings are nice, but they're expensive and I'm not sure our market could bear that right now today. Unless you really did a wholesale, and then you have to think about, where am I gonna put these people to park? If I have a bigger facility, and so we're trying to fill the niche we have, do a good job, keep that book of business in place so that when that new fairgrounds comes about, we have a book of business to take there to start with. That's a good solid book and then grow from there as well. But there are things we need. We try to do what we can within the budget, but keep our budget balanced. If there's grants, we are definitely out there looking for how we can go get and maximize those. Leslie Lewis, who's one of our board members, and I spent a lot of time last year with the grant we did have to get every penny possible out of that grant. So we really do work on that.
What are your buildings or programs that that would generate money? I know we were talking about the stalls, or I know your commissary kitchen is a hell of a deal.
Yeah.
Are there other areas that you can do to,
Probably, yeah.
that we would invest in longer term for more return on the value?
Yeah, the most immediate that we prioritize the highest are the horse barns, because they pay our bills, because those OSATs who come in, and there's some definite needs to do some work to level those floors, fix the stalls, make them a little bit better. We're constantly having to do maintenance to keep them safe for the people and the animals. We're watching the Drader, the outside arena, because we replaced, a couple of years, the guys replaced the posts on one side because we had some rot there. We're watching the other side. So we need to potentially do some work there, again, to make sure that that outdoor arena that's important to those horse shows. So those, Delashment, Drader, and the horse barns, but probably the horse barns, Drader are the first two, and then some targeted work in Delashment. Lewis Pavilion, would nice to have a little better kitchen, put something in there, but it's a trade-off. You know, the people who rent it often want something that's not super fancy that they can afford. So I don't want to over-invest in that right now. Horse barns, Drader, Delashment would be my first three that need some targeted work to keep them safe and functional.
And I think to Anton's question, what would that overall cost be, or ballpark, in the
So,
next 3 years?
I think we estimated the horse barns were about $100,000 project
Okay.
to really do all three of them. And at least, we're not talking building new barns.
But
It's fixing some
paint,
electrical,
rot.
water,
Yeah.
getting the floors leveled again, getting the stalls all fixed. Water, electrical, we might find some water leaks that we could address that help us on the water bill side as well. But those are that's the ballpark of what rough estimate was.
Give you an idea, these horse shows, the last horse show we just had last weekend, the bill came to $13,500. 3,000 of it was the rent of the building. The rest of it was horse stalls. They're our bread and butter. We know we've got to go in there and start fixing those barns up, because that's what pays the bills, is those horse barns. So we're addressing that as we go along, and we'll make it happen.
But again, more like reiterating, if you're talking about like, hey, we're gonna make big changes in 8 to 10 years, that sounds like very far away. But I would definitely focus a bit more on the midterm and long-term future of the county fairgrounds, and see if you really can put something in the budget for that. That would be my suggestion.
I got a question. So it looks like you guys have 5 employees total, is that correct?
Well, 4.5.
4.5. Why would they not receive benefits? Are they not county employees?
No.
They're employees of the Fair Board.
I got it. Okay. Didn't realize that. Okay.
Have you looked at the chamber's new program?
That's one of the things we've looked at. So we're assuming we can get that as part of our budget to do it. We're looking for how can we offer a small benefit? It's not going to be a lot, but we wanted something that we thought we could sustain and at least offer something to help people pay toward their medical, dental costs.
For sure.
So covered costs.
Anything else?
Great, thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
welcome to come out at any time if you want to go around the facility. I'd be happy to show you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Thanks,
Thank you,
Janet.
guys.
Next up is Parks.
So you give me the short chair again?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm here with Travis Pease, who is our Parks Manager. I am the Public Works Director, Mark Lago. Just a couple of quick things before we start going through the numbers. I would like to point out this is only the third year that the parks have been a standalone budget. It was combined with Work Crew, which was Community Justice. So we're still trying to, as you'll see in the beginning balance, some of the beginning balance numbers have gone down because we're trying to still figure out how to actually put this together and have a sustainable budget. With that, there is one parks maintenance specialist who's retiring at the end of this month. And the proposed budget in front of you is not, that position is not in there. That's because at the current time, there's not funds to cover all that labor and the material that we need to have for that person. We'll have more of that as the budget presentation goes along, and then definitely at the end when we talk about add back. So right now, the proposed budget in front of you has 1.95 FTE. That is 90% Travis, 5% myself, and one full-time maintenance person. So if we go into the beginning balance, which is 301,101, you can see that that has been, if you look to the columns to the left, that's been steadily going down, and that's just to make up the difference with salary and benefits of the employees. The next line, 30102, fund balance reserve, that is for Rex Crew. That is actually, if some of you know where Cove Orchard is, there's a pump station just off 47. That's the hill on the other side of that pump station. We go down to Marine Board, which is 33405. We get that funding of 30,000, as you can see to the left, every other year. So that's why in this current budget year, there's nothing in that line item. One line down below that is other state grants. That's 33499. That's a placeholder in case we actually get a grant. We have some place to put it in a revenue line. And in expenditures, we have an offset in case we need to spend that money. We'll get to that later. State parks, that's 33508. That is from the Oregon RV registrations. We basically get $100,000 from state parks every year for that. Rogers Landing, that's 34714. We estimate some years it's a little higher than 25,000, some years a little less. So we stick with 25 and adjust as the budget goes forth. And the last one that I'm going to talk about in the revenue is the 38006, which is transfer in from the video lottery, which is 60,000. So the only the revenue amount we have coming into parks is only $288,934.
Plus discretionary.
Plus the discretionary. So any questions on revenue before I go to personnel? Okay. So when I get to the division manager, that's 40134. That is 90% of Travis. It comes out of that fund. And then its other 10% for Travis comes out of Habitat Conservation Plan. Go down to 4510. That's the park maintenance specialist. If you see to the left, there's two we have in the current budget year. This budget year with the proposed at this point is only one parks labor person. So that's just Travis and the other maintenance person. Roll-ups, they've all gone up consistently, some of them. So those come right from the budget message. That's all I have at this for personnel. Any questions? Okay.
All right, supplies. So 51001 central supplies, that is kind of all the office supplies that are all the different divisions of Public Works pays the split. That's where we pay our split out of for office supplies. Drop down to 51107 park supplies. I would call this as kind of our day-to-day operating line item. This is where we pay for our garbage bags, dog bags, cleaning supplies, all those sorts of things for our day-to-day operations of the park or parks. Miscellaneous supplies, 51199. I bring that up because you got a bit of an oddity there of $3. There was an accounting error previously, and that's a carry forward from that accounting error. So that's all been rectified at this point. Dropping down to 54301, small equipment purchase. You look at previously, we've had about $2,000 in there. We've cut that out of the budget this year because we're pretty good on that sort of thing. So we applied that money somewhere else. So dropping down to 61102, contract services. That's where we pay for garbage, water testing for Ed Grenfell Park. We also have portable toilets that we pay for out of that. We have vault pumping. There's a whole host of park operations that we pay for out of that. For example, this year we had some issues at Rogers Landing with the transfer station going up the hill, and we had to have some folks come in and do some repairs. So that's where all those funds go to.
You also still paying for annual dive inspections of the boat?
Correct.
And that comes out of this line?
Correct.
Annual, say that again?
Dive.
It's dive inspections that has to be performed annually.
Annually at Rogers Landing.
Yeah, to where they're inspecting the ramp, the boat.
Got it.
Dropping down to 67002, heat, lights, and water. We've always kind of hovered around just at that 12,000 mark, just above. This year we bumped that up to 14,000. Couple reasons for that: just cost of services, as well as adding Crabtree Park into our system. They have power there. We don't know what that's really going to amount to yet, so we're trying to capture that. And then also we finally have a good operating number for that new restroom at Ed Grenfell Park. That's not so new now, but we are running it year round, which comes at a higher cost.
You're also anticipating Newburgh water, because I know Rogers Landing uses a lot of water there.
Yeah.
And they're on Newburgh water, and that's rate increases coming, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's rate increases. We have done some things at Rogers that has helped us save money on the water side of things, but
The irrigation.
yeah. Yeah. And then I would drop down to park events, 69210. This typically line item has $2,000 in it. That is set aside for the Parks Advisory Board to do their summer program, outreach, activity, whatever it is they decide to do. We've actually cut that out this year because we need the funds somewhere else. So.
Have you guys got maintenance, equipment maintenance anywhere in this budget at all?
We do have some set aside when we get down to vehicle and equipment replacement,
Oh, it's in there.
but it's an issue for us.
Yeah.
Moving on, bank service charge 69908. That is a processing fee for our pay station at Rogers Landing, as well as any credit card transactions we have at Public Works for, say, a park reservation fee or an annual pass. And then the next line item down, 69913, other state grants expense. That's that placeholder from the revenue line.
Any questions on material and services? Okay. So I'm going to go to transfer out. I got 78005. That's transfer out to motor pool. There's a little bit in that, Mr. Fields, to help pay for that cost of actually the machinery we use. We're actually very good at, how'd you put it the other day?
We have a boneyard that we pull parts off of to keep our existing mowers running, because our mowers are pretty old and having a hard time finding parts these days. So that's how we're kind of managing that at the moment.
Snappers.
So if you go out there, you might see a lot of lawnmowers, but maybe only 3 are fully functioning because we need to use the parts. Go down to 8202, that's a vehicle and equipment replacement. That's for a new mower. That's where we're trying to start pinching a little bit. A new mower is probably $25,000 to $30,000. Capital improvements, that's 83010. We're looking at trying to do some irrigation improvements over at Rogers Landing. And of course, Stuart Grenfell Access Road, we're trying to improve that. We're actually going to use the skills that Public Works to try to help offset that cost.
Mark, can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
So this $10,000 that you've got here, you're saying that the mower you're gonna need to buy is $30,000?
Yes.
Is this just a placeholder or?
But we're trying to pinch a little bit. Maybe we can build this maybe 10,000 next year and 10,000 next, and then we'll
Okay.
have enough.
Okay.
So any questions on any of the capital outlay? Okay, so the budget that's been presented to you is bare bones, county parks. It's only the manager, 5% myself, and one parks maintenance person. So we're going to be asking for an add back, which I think you should have in your packet.
It's on page 71.
Yeah, I didn't have-
Looks like the tab went on the start of the budget, not on the add back request. Yeah, page 71 has their add back request.
So as Mark stated, really what has been presented in budget is the basic of the basic. And this add back really is about adding that FTE back in so we can sustain where we at currently operating. The other challenge too is adding Crabtree back into the park system and putting that into our maintenance operations. That's a time commitment we haven't had before, and we're going to absorb that without adding additional staff. So really, we do have a couple dollars added here and there. I know it's more than a couple, but really the big thing with the add back is getting this FTE back in and then adding some supplemental dollars to, for example, contract services, which in some ways is kind of almost an emergency line item. So when you have something come up and we have to call an electrician or something else, that's where we would go to for that.
I do want to, I have an error in my math, so I punched a 5 instead of an 8. So the total should be 148,700, not,
48,000?
yes, 148,700 instead of the 145,700 as you have in your packet. Any questions on the add back request? Okay. I guess thank you very much for allowing us to present the parks budget or proposed park budget.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, up next is non-departmental SDCs.
Yes, so this is me. We'll talk about this. So this next one is Fund 429. This is system development charges. So the county has a Parks SDC, and so for every building permit that's issued for a rural property outside of CPRD's boundaries or outside of a city, so in the rural areas of the county, there's a small fee that's associated that comes into for a Parks SDC. Planning department collects it, and then it's split 60-40, with 60% of that fee going to the fairgrounds, 40% going to the parks. So the first portion on page 77 is the non-departmental SDCs. This is a fund. This is where we record any pool and bond interest earnings. And this is also where we try to account for the liability insurance, legal charges, and some of those other, and the audit as well. We budget for that in the admin. We don't budget into the individual lines. So you can see it's a pretty small amount. When this starts to build up, what we'll do is we'll end up moving, for a while, the beginning balance was building up. And so I reduced the beginning balance for this and actually moved those funds over into the Parks SDC. And you'll see that here reflected to the County Parks SDC. So basically I made a beginning balance adjustment to put the funds there because Parks, they've made some purchases and used it on some master plans. And so they've been needing the funds, as you've heard. Not to say that everybody doesn't have the funds, but we did that adjustment, the beginning balance adjustment. I made that adjustment and moved it to Parks. So the admin portion's pretty straightforward. The next one, and this goes in line with your questions around savings for the fairgrounds and for parks for long-term capital investments. This is one of the funds that's available for long-term capital. As long as we're receiving fees, you'll see the beginning fund balance for the county fair was almost $59,000, just over $59,000. Estimating that SDCs received will be 10,500. So that gives 69,000 that would be for parks or for fairgrounds improvements. The one caveat that I have is SDCs are governed by statute. You can't just use it for a simple replacement. It has to be actually increasing capacity or it has to be a new development. You can't use it for maintenance funds. SDCs are very heavily regulated by statute. So it's the whole intent is you put a charge on top of a building permit and it's supposed to help offset those additional costs for growth. That the more houses you have, the more parks you're going to need. And that's what the intent of these funds are. So there are some limitations, but you can see with fairgrounds, as long as, it's really subject to how much building activity there is, on what the revenues are going to be. But if you get that, that's $69,000 available for fairgrounds projects that's in here, as long as they are SDC eligible projects.
So if you look at the limitations on the SDC, if you would demolish a building,
right,
and put it up in different location with theoretically the same size and the same, would that be eligible for SDC?
I would say I would probably not.
I don't think you can't use it for replacement.
You can't use it for replacement. It would have to be truly, let's say, some examples. If you had an arena, let's say DeLashman Arena didn't have restrooms, and there's a specific need that, you know what, we should add restrooms to that building, you could do that with SDCs because that's a true addition. You're adding something that does not exist. As far as building a new building at a new location, if you're increasing the square footage, if you're increasing the capacity, if you're adding amenities that don't exist right now in the current building, you could use SDCs for that portion of it.
But let's say that the building was built 50 years ago,
right,
and is not up to code because the size of the restrooms.
Possibly the code improvement could be a justifiable use because you're, let's say it's
ADA.
ADA or fire. Let's say it's not sprinkled and it's required to be sprinkled. You could probably spend SDCs on the sprinkles because they don't exist and you're getting the building up to code. So you're making an improvement that increases the capacity of the building.
Okay. What is that fee?
It's a formula. I haven't looked at that in quite some time, but there's a board order that establishes those fees per building permit and it depends on the type of dwelling. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head.
It's fine.
Yeah, I'd have to look up the board order. Sorry, I don't have that handy or right off the top of my head. Because it hasn't been changed. You think I'd know that off the top of my head, but you got me on one. I don't. On page 79, so this one's a little bit different. So this is Chehalem Parks SDC. Chehalem Parks and Rec District established, and they have their own SDCs that they established. But for any building permit that's issued outside of Newburgh or in the rural area, but within the Chehalem Park District boundary, our planning department collects the SDC that's established by the CPRD board. They collect those fees and we're simply a pass-through. So the numbers of what you see here is the funds that we receive and it's 100% pass-through. Every penny that we receive, we write a check to CPRD and release those funds.
We don't even get an admin charge back?
No.
Dang.
So is it true that, what's the total that
He
we
moved on pretty
collect
quick from that, didn't he?
for the county for SDCs? Is it just 59,000?
It's, I'd have to look at year to date, but you can see in prior years in 23 and our FY 24 and FY 25, we collected 80,000 one year, 69,000 the next year. I think we're well over 100,000 for this year. The number that we came up with that's plugged in here is what we were looking at.
How can we collect so much less than CPRD does? Because
You're right.
There's so much
You're
higher.
right.
Wow.
I want to say comparison, don't hold me to these numbers, but I want to say like our SDC is right around $400 per permit for
Oh,
the county
ours is
park.
9,000 or something.
Yeah, it's a different number.
Thanks for rubbing it in.
Yeah.
And it's something that we always keep an eye on, and I always look for communications from CPRD, because I'll admit the first time they raised the rates, we didn't know about it, and it essentially tripled it, and we had to kind of scramble to have to move appropriation authority to be able to release those funds.
Oh, wow.
So that's why it's a conservative approach. I'm just looking at what we have budgeted. I just need to make sure we have enough, because again, we're solely a pass-through on these funds.
Where are those funds collected from? From what revenue stream?
Building permits.
They're building permit.
Building permits.
So-
By the way, just for my information, so what's the difference between county parks and Chehalen parks?
So Chehalen Parks is an independent park district, and so they covered the Newburgh Dundee area and including some the rural areas around that. So it was it's a standalone government entity, and it's a park provider. And so you have that district. All the county parks are outside of city jurisdictions, even though we have a couple that are within the CPRD park district boundary, but they're county parks. So it's just two different entities.
Okay. So let's say, for example, Shampooey Park.
That's a
County
state park.
That's a state park.
And that's outside, that's in Marion County.
So the.
Oh, different county.
The
too.
pool in Newburgh is
Yeah.
CPRD that,
Yeah.
those SDCs went to build that or.
They formed a park district many, many years ago. And so they're their own taxing authority. They're an independent governmental agency within the boundaries of Yamhill County that operate that park
Okay,
district.
so let's say if CPRD wants to increase their rates,
It's up to them.
that we have nothing to do with that.
I would defer to the CPRD.
I can-
board.
Is there somebody involved in CPRD?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
and I have no interest in raising rates.
Yeah.
Now, I hear something like the rates are twice as high as in the county parks. And my next question would be, why?
More than that.
Because they can.
A good question, Anton.
Different.
I've got the rate schedule up.
Oh, yeah.
The county rate for single family home is 403.68. Within Chehalen, it's 9,389.
Say that again. What is the ratio between the two?
Yeah.
It's a couple $1,000%.
Plus.
So if I say it's twice as expensive, that's not even an understatement.
Oh, yeah.
No.
But I
It's an
would.
order of 100.
I would highlight, it's a slightly different mission. If you look at county parks, it's CPRD has aquatic centers, a recreation program, a cultural center, a community center. They
We-
do
and-
after-school golf course.
And we
down
have,
there.
yes,
Yeah.
and we have more than 1,000 acres worth of parkland
Mhm.
Within, and the county here only has 260.
Right.
Oh, excuse me. They have 260
Thank you.
Beautiful
acres.
acres.
Beautiful,
of parkland.
natural.
You're in,
areas.
you're in CPRD. Have you looked at your property taxes?
See, not related, but I just got a building permit. And they overnight increased it by 40% without letting me know. But that's a more personal
where?
pain point.
Yeah,
Okay, well, we'll take it offline, but it's.
yeah.
So no, I'm under CPRD
Oh,
and
yeah.
I just got a building permit.
Yeah.
So I will say CPRD is a separate entity, and we just act as a pass-through for their SDC funds.
Okay. Disclaimer.
Yeah.
And I'm only one guy on the board. Of 5.
And then on page 80, this is where we're back into the county parks. So you'll see the beginning fund balance, which was going to be quite a bit less. They spent on some improvements, as namely their portion for their Parks and Open Space Master Plan. So there was a slight adjustment with the beginning balance. So you'll see that with that change at 56,000, estimating another 6,800 coming in for the year. So that's 63,000 that Travis and Mark have available for SDC eligible projects.
I will just say over the years, we've actually done pretty good putting some extra funding into this for whether it's equipment for pickup trucks or that master parks plan. As we kind of get through that, I want to not necessarily go whole hog, but I want to make sure that we kind of try to keep supporting that too. Because I think once we get to a certain point with making certain projects or certain parks more of a sustainable, like whether it's RV or campgrounds, I think that's going to benefit us in the long run.
So that's the system development charges. Pretty straightforward. We get the fee that comes in. Again, it's really the revenues that come into the SDCs are really subject to building permit activity and the types of construction that's happening. And so,
Yeah, and I can say it has been down for sure.
And sorry, just one, because I let this point go. So Rogers Landing is not part of CPRD?
It is
It's
not.
County park.
it's a county park. Yeah, that's one of the properties. So now we'll have two county park properties that are within the boundaries, Crabtree Park and Rogers Landing. I think there might be, well, that undeveloped Rennie property, it might be the third one. I think that's inside the boundaries.
Barely.
Barely,
It's right on the county line at
Correct.
Mountaintop Road.
right.
Supposed
So
to be a
those are
horse
the
park.
only properties and so
Mhm.
that are within
Judge Rennie.
CPRD's boundaries that are county parks.
Let's talk about that sometime.
You don't
And
want.
again, this is budget, but just for my general interest,
Mhm.
is there a policy or a strategy to buy more, put more into the county parks and less in CPRD, or
They
Is
have
there-
nothing to do with each other.
you cannot transfer land between the two, or?
You could if there was an arrangement, because for the longest time, Crabtree Park was on lease to CPRD. And that was actually, I think, one of the original park properties when the district first formed. And so that relationship has been there, but it kind of reached a point to where CPRD didn't want to continue to lease the property. And so it came back into the county fold. So the county,
They're so nice about that too.
mhm. So a lot of the county properties were donated or were acquired over the years, over the last 75 years. And so the park district formed and then but really it's a different mission as far as the types of properties and the types of parks and recreation activities. And the park district, CPRD, is more of like your traditional, what you see in a municipal park system as far as recreational programs and the types of facilities, aquatic centers, golf courses, things like that.
Cultural center.
Right,
Yeah.
which
Weird.
county parks, that's not really. Most county parks have always had kind of a connection to waterways. And so you have like the Rogers Landing, and there was a lot of grants that were gotten over the years to develop that site by the county. That's also one of the few, that might be the only park that truly generates revenue to help offset some of the maintenance costs for itself. So, and it's a very popular destination, probably the most popular county park that we have in the inventory is Rogers Landing. So.
Thank you.
I sound like the former parks manager, don't I?
Okay, land use is up next.
Did we need a 5-minute recess or are we ready to jump right in? I just kind of wanted to check after lunch breaks and
I'm doing
Up to
pretty
you.
good.
it's up to you,
I think
Chair.
Ken will go pretty good.
We'll take a break right after this one.
All right.
Hey, planning.
Well, isn't that pretty?
Pardon?
Sorry.
Yeah, the pictures I'm passing around, just it'll be covered under solid waste. It's some of our roadside collections that we've made over the year. Anyway, for planning, as for the planning budget, just a reminder that we're entirely fee-based with fees dedicated to planning applications and inspections that folks pay for. In January, I estimated a kind of slow but steady permit activity for the next year. So this budget is,
Ken, Yes.
Could you introduce yourself for the?
Everyone knows me. Hi, my name is Ken Friday. I'm the planning director for Yamhill County. Sorry, I just went into it.
And who's that in the back?
Yeah. And in the back is the brains for the whole operation, which Alicia Lyle, who, if I have any questions, I'll just pretty much defer to her. So
Very nice.
So anyway, I'm on page 48. And in January, I estimated slow but steady permit activity for the next year. So
84.
I'm on
Really?
84, but whatever.
okay. I copied this from the
82.
That the one that was online was the budget report, not the.
Okay.
Committee report.
My apologies. My pages are all going to be.
I'm here to
It
help,
happens.
Ken.
You want to start over?
Thank you.
Alicia, what page are we on?
Yeah.
There, I got it. All right.
82.
I don't have anything to note on that page. Pretty much it's the very similar budget to the one I've estimated in the past. So far, we're keeping pace with the past year. I'm hopeful that we'll keep about the same pace for the upcoming year. So going to the following page, I'm hoping on the following page at the top, you'll have admin surcharge.
Yep.
All right. On page 49, the most significant change is our technology surcharge. Over the years, our office has been paying the service charges for the use of credit cards. And as we have increased the use of technology, the use of credit cards has also increased, and that our payment was becoming somewhat untenable. So the board approved a technology fee to allow us to both recover that money and to support paying for future tech. To help us get the fees or get the permits out more quickly and have the fees cover the costs.
What are you looking at?
I am on page,
What's your line number?
I'm sorry, it is 34516.
Sorry about
It should
that.
be
When
the
you
very
said-
top of the following page.
Very top.
Got it.
85.
I thought it was a single page that he was presenting.
Admin surcharge.
Got it.
The line item.
Got it.
That's
2516.
Yeah.
Surcharge.
Yeah.
Which is the first line item on page 85.
It's revenue.
And now I understand why you made it its own subject.
Okay.
Holy smokes.
As for down about 2/3 of the way on that page, under senior planner is line 40312. That's really the only adjustment that I'm asking for. I have one employee that is an associate planner. I'm trying to move that position to senior planner. I'm expecting that this employee, I'm hoping that they will be doing the job activities of a senior planner in the coming year, but I don't know when that might happen. So I'm just asking for the position authority for that. And I don't have anything else to note on that page. And I also don't have anything else to note on the page following. It's all pretty much standard. Very similar to our previous year.
Can you explain a little bit more on line item 48200? Extra help?
Oh, yeah.
Went from 150 to 295?
Yeah, that is, I put money there as a just in case. And it helps, notice that it's somewhat of an odd number because it's a line item that I use to adjust somewhat on whether I'm gonna need that to help balance the budget. But I do wonder sometimes if we're gonna have to hire an additional building inspector. Sometimes you don't know that until it gets really busy. And so I have that money set aside just as a just in case.
Ken, your 51001 central supplies doubled. Is there an anticipation for something on that? Which one, it also drags down to almost a $20,000 increase or $13,000 increase from.
I don't recall that one. Do you have any idea on that one? I don't expect to. I think our
projecting
spending
something to
was up
happen.
this year for central supplies. Partly, it might have been because we were getting
settled into a new place and we did buy some more items. So I might have put that up because I had seen what was happening the previous year, but I don't recall any specific thing.
okay.
Yeah.
It's just almost doubled, so I
Yeah.
caught my eye.
And I just have a quick question. What is VIBA?
Viva is a health savings account that's part of our benefit packages.
Okay.
So it's negotiated with the collective bargaining agreement, and in addition to health insurance, we also provide a monthly allotment into a Viva account per employee that they can use for any medical expense.
Okay.
So if I'm correct, if I can summarize, if we look at the total for personnel, that's on my page 86, just under 49999. You're basically going down 1.7 in FTEs, but the total cost goes up slightly by 50K.
Yeah, we're having one less building inspector that's going to be on for next year. We have also we're shifting one of the electrical inspectors that we have on contract was counted as an FTE, and that's been taken out and moved to an extra help line item. So that's the explanation for why the reduction in my overall FTEs for that line.
So it basically means we are shifting FTEs to contract work.
A couple of them, yeah. There's a senior planner, 0.2 of a senior planner, and 0.5 of a electrical inspector, building inspector 3 position. I don't have anything else on that page. On the following page near the middle, line item 61201 and 61202, under training and development and schools and conferences. Those I'm kind of keeping up quite a bit from previous years. And I'm doing that because I've been informed by my wife, the lovely and mysterious Shelley Friday, that I will be retiring at some point in the future. And the negotiations for when are ongoing. And as such, I'm kind of wanting to develop a successor from within our department and to kind of upgrade the overall capabilities of folks in our department. So I've been offering and encouraging more trainings. And actually, our staff has been pretty good about taking me up on that, and I really appreciate it. My desire is to have someone develop from in the office because I want to continue the office culture of helping the public, and I think our present staff really reflects that, and I want to keep that. So I don't have anything else to note on that page. And I don't have anything special to note on the following page.
Why the increase in advertising from 10 or 14,000 to 33? Line
Yeah, no, I
64001.
Yeah, I got it. I don't recall, other than I think our advertising was up this year due to somewhat due to the trail. And I am expecting that we are going to be having a what's called a Measure 56 notice, where we have to send a notice out to every property owner who is affected by a land use regulation. And the board at least is considering a land use regulation of that would decrease the number of rooms to rent in a bed and breakfast, going down from 9 rooms to rent to 5 rooms to rent. So we're required to send a notice to every property owner who's pretty much in the unincorporated area, with very few exceptions. So that's the reason for that going up, that line item going up. And it turns out to be about $1 per property owner. And last time we did this just in the farm zone and not in the rest of the zones, and it cost us $7,000. So I was thinking that it was going to cost quite a bit more for all the other zones. Is the next one I'm doing a surveyor?
Mhm.
Yes.
Which the actual budget starts on page 90. As for the surveyor's office, really the only thing I have to note is the very top under beginning fund balance. It's the beginning fund balance had been going down over the last several years, and I'm very pleased to note that it's finally looks like it's going to be going back up. We are presently contracting with Darren Haar to be our county surveyor, and I think he's doing an excellent job, while at the same time helping us to keep costs down within the office. And pretty much this is a very standard budget from the years past. I don't think there's been any significant changes that I can point to.
But we're still budgeting the FTE for the
Yes.
surveyor, so
Yeah.
it still keeps that door open.
It does keep
At
that door
some
open.
point that if we need to open a recruitment to fill that surveyor position, we still have the ability to do so.
And if Darren says he can't do it anymore, so right.
Looks like you switched around on management analysis and moved it down to engineering tech 3.
Yes.
Yeah, the reason I had a management analyst was because it was the same level that was the engineering technician 3. And that the engineering technician 3 was still being developed during last year's budget. So I had to find a line item to put that money into. And so I put down management analyst, but we really haven't had a management analyst. It was either an engineering tech 2 or an engineering tech 3.
Got
But that, it was a placeholder basically from last year. And Tony is our engineering tech 3 and is doing a great job.
Yep. Yeah. Tony's good.
I don't have anything else unless we're going to either corner restoration or solid waste. I look to Mr. Hupper.
Restoration.
Corner restoration.
Okay. Corner restoration, kind of the same note as for the surveyor's office. Very top line under beginning fund balance, it looks like it's starting to come back up. And I, think that is due in large part to the board agreeing to raise the recording fee on our corner restoration fee that is collected by the clerk's office. And again, I don't really have anything else under these line items. They're very close to being the same as the previous year.
Any questions from the board?
Solid waste. So it's page 98.
Okay, solid waste budget is to cover the DEQ cost to monitor our 2 closed landfills, both Whiteson and Newburgh, to staff the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, and to fund the roadside cleanup and our 2 yearly household hazardous waste events. And you probably get tired of me saying this, but this is a standard budget. The line items that I'd like to note would be the Riverbend license fee in county and Riverbend license fee out of county. Those are the second and third lines down, the 34311 and 34312. Those are the tipping fees that we get from Riverbend landfill. We're guaranteed a $50,000 per year as a base minimum as long as Riverbend is open. So I just split those between those 2 line items. I'm keep expecting every year that they're going to finally close Riverbend, but there's been no indication of them changing that at this point. I don't have anything else on that page. And I don't have anything of special note on the following page.
Your beginning fund balance is definitely dwindling though every year, even though it's still hefty, but
Yeah, yeah. Um, and there may be a time when the board would want to maybe talk about tipping fees for the other solid waste collection facilities. But at this point, like you said, we've still got a pretty healthy amount that's in there.
like Newburgh, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
And Recology?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ken, you're spending a lot on postcards for the hazardous, household hazardous.
Yeah, we're trying to get away from that, and we're trying to get more of an email sign-up list rather than doing the postcards. We went from doing the postcards twice a year to only doing them once a year, and we're trying to see if we can phase it out.
Okay.
Because like I said, it is really expensive. It's about 12,000 a year, yeah.
And then I would just add, you know, the question or about the beginning balance that's in here is also just keeping in mind that we do hold, if you look at 6118 and 6119, we do hold a lot of expenditure authority in there for the 2 landfill sites that are in post-closure. So a lot of times, you know, fingers crossed, we don't have to spend into that, but we're required under the post-closure permit to carry expense lines to cover anything that could happen at those sites. So that further contributes to the beginning balance because, you know, fingers crossed, we haven't necessarily had to go in and do any major work on either one of those sites, but it's intended to be there on top of our pollution liability insurance that we also have to carry with these 2 sites, but we also have to make sure that we appropriate auditors set these amounts, that we have to make sure that we have these funds available to address any immediate issues that come up under the post-closure permit.
Did we pull something from this fund last year to drop it from 865 on the post-closure Newburgh to?
Yes, we did a portion for helping to pay for the GSB building.
Thank you. Perfect.
Which we were happy to do.
Yep. Nope. Good use. I like it.
I'm sorry, I'm not 100% understanding this post-closure thing. So
Yeah.
that's basically an amount of money that is like a fund.
So we have 2 former landfill sites that the Yamhill County is the permit holders for the post-closure, working with DEQ. So we hold the permits as we're going through the post-closure, even though these have been closed for
50 years.
50 years.
43.
But we still have to keep funds as part of the DEQ requirements. It's subject to an audit. We have to do every 2 to 3 years. We have to do an audit of these sites, and we're required to keep appropriated a certain amount of funds to address any potential environmental or maintenance issues that could come up with those landfills.
And we do have like methane testing wells that are at the landfill that they do testing at.
Right.
Because we do have, at least in Newburgh, we've got a corner of the landfill that has a fairly significant outgassing of methane. So and we got a grant a couple of years ago to increase the number of wells around there, just because we're getting development that was pushing out there and we wanted to make sure that it was safe. So there's things like that. There's this.
Adding to the cap. And
the
if
soil
we get a
cap.
washout or an erosion issue, we may have to add to the cap, and also doing maintenance of the cap with the vegetation buffer that's on top of it. So yeah, there's a lot of activities that we inherited from having to carry the permits.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, so it closed 43 years ago?
Right.
And we still need to have funds there, and that's gonna stay for the next 43 years?
Until DEQ
Yeah.
signs off and says that, yeah, we can close these permits.
Or
which-
CPRD buys it.
Or another jurisdiction comes in and wants to take some properties off our hands.
And
At a
turn it
very
into a
high
bike
rate.
park.
Hey, what's this, so the one's Newburgh,
We're talking about you.
that's right, one's Newburgh, the other one's what?
Whiteson.
It's Whiteson, so Whiteson was a landfill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Partially.
Partially.
And it's got a well that we test and another spot that
Yeah.
gets visual inspections.
How long ago that close?
I don't recall that one.
That was a while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
when your successor retires, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'm learning so many new things. Thank you.
Sorry, Ken.
No, you're
Right
fine.
in there.
No, you did great. The last thing, I've got it as the last full page, I don't know what the number is, but it's at the top of the page is account number 61103, the janitorial contract.
Oh, yeah. Page 100.
And on that page, the two things I'd like to note would be about halfway down, the 67003, the roadside garbage pickup. That's steadily climbed because we do have some significant roadside collection that we incur with the RVs and the collection of RVs. And that's really gone up since the homeless problem has taken on Oregon. But the past several years, our office has coordinated with the road department, the sheriff's office, and our office to use this fund to take out these abandoned RVs. And I think this has really been an excellent, quiet success for our three departments. I really appreciate the road department's help on this because we really do need to get these off of the sides of the road, and because they are really a hazard and an eyesore. And typically the cost to dispose of these can be several $1,000s, as you can see, possibly why just from the pictures. And the last thing I have is just
Is there no scrap metal
No,
guy that would come in there? No, there's
It's not.
well, there's value in it
Yeah.
if they are burnt out, because I've seen guys
There's no value. in
scrapping
it.
them when they're like a burnout one, they'll go in and actually go in and just get all the scrap metal out.
So-
But
so
if they're just whole, I'm just wondering, is there, or is it just not?
So what happens is there's problems with the type of materials that they're made out of. And that's the
Mhm.
reason why even all these tow truck companies, they do not want to pick these things up because it costs them more to get rid of them than it does you can't do anything with them.
No, we don't.
There's no money in it.
And a lot of times there are belongings that they have to dispose of that are left in some of the vehicles too, or you know, like you can see it's burned out, and really it's difficult to do anything with them. Anyway, the last item I have, about 2/3 of the way down, it's account 73012, the RRR Education Program. That is the fund that covers our household hazardous waste collection events, which have still continued to be a success. And I appreciate Ashley's work on these. She's made it very efficient, so we don't have long lines anymore because she'll have people sign up for specific times that they will come in to dispose of their hazardous waste. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to keep that program of having 2 events per year. And so far, so good.
So when's the next one?
I don't recall. I should know that, but I don't. I believe it's in May, but I don't know. So.
Okay. Is it June?
Yeah.
Good.
It shifts a little bit because of availability of either the collection zone, or we have the assistance of Marion County sometimes that, we have to schedule with them. So,
Where's this location at?
one of them is in Newburgh and one of them is in McMinnville, and that can change depending on the availability of the sites, but usually it's in the past, it's been at the
Waste management?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Super. Well, I hope they send out a deal. I got a big old drum full of stuff. Of old oil out of an old machine I gotta get rid of.
I'll totally give you an email.
That'd be great.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry for the
well,
rough start.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break and come back and we'll do Public Works.
I bought a machine. I have 30 gallons of mice in it.
Oh, no.
I got rid of it.
So, Jason.
Yes,
Do you need any for a member?
we will soon. We will soon. Yeah. It's an elected business. Actually, the easier to run when I'm gone, it will be an appointed position. Yes, because if I decide to leave, which I'm gonna
That's fine.
As soon as I get elected, I'm not gonna.
And then we're always gonna check.
No, I used to be the vice chair.
He
But
was
then
doing
there was an
that.
election.
He was hauling stuff off of other people's property. I don't know if that was only like years ago. The guy in the bill, it's a code enforcement issue that we were dealing with. And then come to find out, like, he was like dumping mattress in the parking lot.
Dump it, let
Yeah.
somebody else deal with it.
Right. Yeah.
I was gonna ask you how you are on this, but
You can just see it. Yeah.
but it's not as swollen as it was in the past.
Medication. I can live with it. But I found out it's not a cure. Because now it's whatever the treatments or whatever they have. So I'm dealing with, I suspect.
Because I feel it here a lot, right here.
Yeah. So I've got, it's basically the whole. Just crushed somewhere. So I'm hard and hard.
I just, the cupping and acupuncture and PT and stuff, and I just stopped even doing it.
Yeah, I stopped with the therapy. Sometimes it makes it worse.
Acupuncture, it's amazing. Like a friend, cousin of mine had such problems where a cruise ship, they had acupuncture, tried it, and like within a day, she's like, oh my gosh. Hey, I want to say, we really appreciate Patricia's support as we've been dealing with our various issues, so I really appreciate her availability, help for us. Like, hey, well, opportunity.
Oh, and the add back request, I'm not sure how that didn't end up in the folder, but I have it noted. It's on the list. It's-
All right,
So
thank
they'll
you.
deliberate, it's on the list.
All right,
Wednesday.
perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
You, I'm so proud. Oh, bro. I wasn't gonna look at it. Keep doing it.
All right, we have Public Works.
Okay, good afternoon. Mark Lago, Public Works Director. I'm here with Kira McClure, who is our Fleet Manager, and my Office Manager, Michelle Hubbard. I think you all have the organizational chart, I think, with you. So basically, there is Maintenance and Operations Division, we'll call it, Fleet, Administration, Engineering, Parks, and also, some people don't know, but we also have Cove Orchard Sanitary Sewer District. I've been a Public Works Director here for 6.5 years now. It's gone by pretty fast. And we've made a lot of improvements in different programs that we've added to Public Works, especially with the roads. So there is 38.5 FTEs, that's 2 park employees. We are going to have one class reclassification, that's mechanic's assistant to a mechanic. Majority of the revenue comes from state gas tax, except parks, that's definitely the general fund that goes for that. And then 1% of gas tax each year I need to take out and put it towards the bicycle and footpath fund. So with that, thank you for telling me about the change of page numbers here. Page 105 is where I'll start. That is actually the beginning balance for Public Works. Basically, this is for Chehalem Drive and North Valley Road improvements. It's a proportionate share. So when they develop, anybody develops within that intersection, they will collect some fees for the improvement of that intersection. Since I've been here in the 6.5 years, no one's had any new improvements in that intersection. So we've stayed flat with the 143K. So that's what this fund is for. Any questions? Okay. Moving on to 106, which is fleet. Also, and the budget packet here is motor vehicles. There are 7 FTEs. There's 1 manager, 1 supervisor, and 5 mechanics with the reclass. So to get this, for the state highway funds, when I get those, I take out the 1% for bike. I take out what I need for HCP, which is also, some people call it the butterfly fund. And then I figure out how much it costs to maintain a fleet as well as engineering. So right now it looks like we need 1.46 million just for the fleet. So we got 38,011, which is transfer in from vehicle, and that's maintenance from the entire fleet. So anything we work on the fleet, sheriffs, for example, parks, whatever, they pay into this fund. We basically charge them and they pay into this fund for the mechanics work. Then got 38,018, that's transfer in for the fuel island. Again, fuel island insurance, when we ever want to do something to our fuel island. And each department pays a percentage of their miles. So if they, I think the sheriff's is 75 cents per mile. So a certain percentage of that goes to the vehicle maintenance, and it also goes to the fuel island replacement, and there's a couple other items too. So that's how we have the revenue for fleet. Any questions there? Okay, moving on to personnel. We got 40505 mechanic. If you go over to the right, you'll see 5. That's if the reclass is approved, hopefully. And nothing else has changed in personnel. The roll-ups have gone up a little bit, like all roll-ups have. Any questions on personnel? Go.
But is there any reason why we don't have a transportation mechanic and your guys' mechanic doing all the work on all the, you know what I mean? Is it, or are they separate, or what's the deal?
We've always kind of treated them separately between the two, because I know we've had discussions in the past about what the potential might look like if Fleet were to assume the transit fleet, and that's a pretty heavy lift.
Yes.
If you look at the number of vehicles.
Or vice versa?
I don't think transit could necessarily maintain our fleet, because
No.
again, these mechanics are maintaining everything from heavy equipment for
Mhm.
public works to law enforcement vehicles to all the
I got it.
fleet. And so it's just a different, I mean, we've had discussions in the past on what that might look like to take on the transit buses, but that would be, I mean, they're really different as far as it's a it's a different fleet of vehicles, you'd almost have to import that mechanic or something like that for just maintaining what's on those buses. It's pretty unique. Not to say that the difference between a patrol car and a grader are pretty unique in the difference as well, but that's just been, and then just sheer capacity and space out at the yard there
Sure.
too. Yeah, space is a premium out there at the Public Works yard, and so,
It was just a question.
yeah, it's a good,
Thanks.
but it's come up in the past. And in fact, I know at one point years ago, Cynthia was kind of hoping that Fleet would be able to do that.
Yeah, because a Cummins motor is a Cummins motor. It don't matter what it's in.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Definitely gives you a larger labor pool to flex, if one's up and one's down.
Yeah, I'll let.
It's definitely a specialty. There's more and more coming out with the vehicles that are specialty. Well, look, the hybrids, just that if we get a lot more hybrids and if we ever do go to EV, there's a lot of training that has to do with all the mechanics. Where they have to de-energize, I believe, just to start working on the vehicle. So there's a lot of things that are unknown to me as well as Kira and the mechanics yet at this time if we do go forth with additional EVs and hybrids. And I don't know I don't know much about the transit whatsoever. So I don't know if they're going that direction or not.
Hope not.
Yeah. Okay, moving on to materials and services. A lot of this has stayed the same. I'm on 107, page 107. Gasoline and diesel, that's at 52,001, 52,002. Right now, of course, those are fluctuating quite high and low at the same time, it seems like. So we're looking at staying status quo as we did last year. If the prices do go up, we will be able to pinch from other line items to make up that cost. But we're pretty confident that'll stay.
Cheaper it is.
Pardon?
It always blows my mind how much cheaper it is here.
Don't have the taxes. Yeah.
Correct. No state tax.
Yeah.
Bring your attention to 53006. It says tires and tubes. That is for the motor pool vehicles. The line just below that, 53007, tires for Public Works vehicles, that's basically the big grader tires or dump truck tires. We're just trying to show the difference there. That's all I have, material and services, everything we're trying to stay status quo from the year prior. Any questions on material and services? Okay. Contract services, I want to point out 61,201, training and development. This is some of that new technology I was talking about before. We're trying to get our mechanics up to speed on the current technical aspects that come with just maintaining our fleet. So that has gone up from 1,500 to 6,500. Next, I'd like to point out sublet repairs. That is 68,005. That's work that we contract out. If we needed, we don't spend a whole lot of time, say, rebuilding a transmission or an engine. So we'll contract that work out. And then I'll go down to the 700s. All that comes from basically the budget message on all of that. Any questions on page 108?
Yeah, I have a question about software licenses and maintenance fees, 68,307.
Yep.
That seems to go from 150 to 18,000.
Yes, that's our RTA. That's our maintenance package we have on that, and they're raising the rates quite a bit on that, as well as our scan tools and what have you. That's what that all goes to, that software. And just to maintain that, they're actually changing our maintenance software. They're charging a lot more we feel like we're getting less, but we have to go with them because that's the system we have.
Because it looks like, if I look historically, it went from $239 to 18,000.
Yes, we actually, and I probably haven't noted, we actually had then another line item. Software license and maintenance is an additional line item we've put in there starting in FY26. That's why the significant difference. Sorry, we used to have that in, I think, in, let's go to, is it program supplies? We used to have some of it there.
Is that? Sorry.
Pardon? We used to have some of it there. I'm talking about 51003 on page 107. Some of our projects, program supplies for some of our software. And we worked with finance to have another line item, so we actually had one built for just software and maintenance fees.
Okay. But it still looks like it went up quite
did.
dramatically.
Definitely did.
And
That's just, it's like Adobe, right? Adobe, you might have it on your computer. If they say it's now $500 and you still want to use Adobe, you have to pay the $500. So that's all that is on the software for our RTA, which is our maintenance software.
okay.
Unless Kara has any additional.
So RTA's been going through a change. It used to be like a desktop version software
Mhm.
and it looked like it was from the early 2000s and they are going completely cloud-based. And so there's been a lot of development and phases. So with those phases, the price has gone up significantly. And then we're an entity where we have a reoccurring motor pool. So every month I generate vehicles that need to be billed to the departments, and that's a higher feature, so it costs us a little bit more.
Mhm.
Okay, let's see, where was that? So that was page 108. Anything on, other than, anything on additional on page 108? All right, moving to 109, capital department. There is one bay in our shop that doesn't have our crane extended over. That was a section that we were going to have, the college was going to have that last bay when our building was constructed. So the crane didn't go all that way. We need to extend it one more towards the fuel island. And we're going to probably be having to upgrade some of our lifts, some of our two posts, and one, if not more of a two post, but maybe one of our four posts as well. And those are the ones that lift up, let's say, the dump truck. So they're pretty hefty. That's why that price tag is quite higher than last year. Questions on capital? Okay, moving on to engineering, which is page 110. There really is only one FET in this. We do have a college intern that helps us out with this, and there's some time for myself as well as the office manager in this fund. So we'll start with the 32216 road permits. That is engineering review that our engineering manager does, helping out with planning actions. State highway funds, again, I take the 1% that I need to for bike, what I need for HCP. I find out what fleet is going to cost. I find out what engineering is going to cost. And that's the number I put in there to make sure it's a balanced budget. Go down to 34152. That's actually Cove Orchard Sanitary Sewer District acronym. And they actually pay into this fund $26,000 for the manager of that. So that is revenues. Any questions on revenues? All right, moving to personnel. I got 40317 engineering technician 1. That's the college intern. Just want to make for clarification. And extra help, which is 48200. That's Cove Orchard operations manager. And then the roll-ups after that. Questions on personnel? Okay. Moving on to materials and services. They've stayed the same. There isn't a whole lot of material and services within engineering. Contract services, under professional services, 61001. The GFU is George Fox University, senior project. We pay them $10,000 for the project to get it up to 30%. Maybe I'm too close.
That's a little close to the microphone.
Okay. Want to make sure you all can hear me. I got bridge inspections at 25,000, transportation at 10. This is all engineering. General engineering at $20,000. Had a little fluff in there. Surveying if we need to do that for a bridge project, for example. And then fish bearing culverts are always fun to get through permitting and design. Questions?
ODOT for the bridges that they inspect? Do we pay ODOT for the bridges they inspect, or is it just
No.
our in-house?
Just our in-house. I believe, wasn't there 44? No, I'm getting that mixed up. But the ones that are non-NBI bridges, which are 20 feet and narrow, those are the ones that we need to pay to have inspected.
And that's
Anything
the
over that.
24
Correct.
cost. Okay.
Correct. That's all under contract services. Make sure.
What's the fish bearing culverts?
What was that?
The fish bearing culverts for 12,200?
Yes, that's basically just for design engineering. So when we want to upgrade a culvert, is this what you're asking me to explain? Okay. And the state Fish and Wildlife wants us to make it bigger for increased capacity when additional fish are born and raised and start using that culvert. So we can have a 36-inch culvert that once it exits, so we have an in and out. If that average width of that stream when it exits, let's say is 18 feet, we might need to have that culvert at 18 feet in diameter, possibly. But they're allowing us now with some engineering. We're actually able to do engineering on that culvert to show that you don't need to have an 8-foot, 10-foot culvert, that maybe a 4-foot culvert can do the same thing when you do the analysis through water fish passage. We're actually trying to put baffles inside, and one of the designs, baffles inside there to actually slow that water down and also allow a resting place, I know way too much of this, for the fish to get the way through there. So that's part of what you have to do. Is you can't just put a culvert in anymore and just not put anything in the bed. You actually have to put bedding in there now. So.
But we're actually finding ways, instead of just reading the rules, that they're actually willing to listen to the different ideas of slowing the water flow and be able to stick with a more sizable and cost-effective size of a culvert.
Correct. And the baffles is something new that we'll say we're wrestling with Fish and Wildlife right now. It works. You can see it works. We have video footage of it, and they use it over in Europe quite a bit. And it's just a way of getting our Fish and Wildlife to understand and believe that it'll work here.
And thanks for looking into that.
Yeah. It actually, I can't take the credit. It actually goes to Greg Hafner.
Yeah.
Engineering
It's
manager.
absolutely phenomenal what he's been finding. I mean, because we all know what a fish bearing culvert, I mean, just for the last 3 years that we've been talking about Crabtree, of a $350,000 culvert that should be it should be a $12,000 culvert, and even that's probably high compared to
Yes.
other things.
Yes.
So anyway,
Okay.
send my thanks to Greg on that.
Okay, yeah, well done, Greg. I want to point out to go on to the I got 78,005 transfer out from motor pool. That's an increase from the year before because we're actually adding a vehicle for the college intern. The college intern spends a lot of time out in the summers putting out the traffic counters and what have you, and has to go pick them up. There's times that Greg and him need to have the vehicle at the same time. So we're not buying a new vehicle. There's a vehicle that was in our inventory that we're not using very much. We might have possibly brought it to have it surplus, but we're actually going to start using it for the intern. So there's some fuel cost that's going to go up with that as well. Any questions? Okay, on to the main event, which is our road department. We'll go to 322, main revenue, sorry, page 113. 32216 is our road use permits. That is our right-of-way permits. So if someone's going to have to, want to put in, let's say, a driveway, they're going to have an inspection, they're going to have a culvert, they're going to have a permit. That's what that is all about. 33202, the federal forest funds, that has not been appropriated yet by our federal government, so that's a little hit on us. We're a much bigger county than some of the smaller counties that really need to depend on that, so we're somewhat fortunate in that. State highway tax, which is 33507, again, that's what's left after we fund everything else. That's what goes into this line item here. 33516, project reimbursement. That is our federal exchange program. It used to also be called Surface Transportation Block Grant. That comes strictly from the state, and that pays our portion of the Dundee-Newburgh bypass. Then I want to point out 36001 and 36103. That is bond interest earnings and pool investment earnings. As you can see, there's really nothing in our budget forecast. That's because we actually do most of our projects, in fact, most of them, if not all of them, all during the summer. So we're basically spending that money before it has time to earn the bond and interest earnings. So something that our finance team has pointed out, that we're still okay. We're just spending it before it has time to earn any investings. Rent, which is 36402, that is a cell tower we have in our back corner of our lot. I keep getting a lot of calls wanting us to just pay them like They want to buy it for, let's say, $500,000 and be done. Well, that's not very smart looking in the future because we're always going to get 22 or more each year. So I have to bat them off every month.
Yeah.
So they're very persistent, by
Yes,
the
they
way.
are.
Reimbursements, which is 36,212. That is our private insurance and damage. Let's just say somebody hit a stop sign and knocked it over. This is their insurance paying for that stop sign. That is where that revenue comes from. Any questions on revenue? There's quite a bit on there. I just want to hit some of the highlights. Okay, moving on to personnel. Want to point out myself as director there, 4101. 10% of my salary comes from fleet, 10% from engineering, 10% from HCP, and 5% parks. That's why you only see 65% on the right there. Go to medium equipment operators, that's 4515. That we're going to subtract 1 and our FTTs. We've gone down to 10 from 11. And the line below that, heavy equipment operator, which is 4524, we're adding 1 more heavy equipment operator there. So this FET stay the same. We've just reclassified where we're using them in the field. Go down to extra help, which is 48,200. We have a shared employee with soil and water, and our 53,000 is our share. And I think I came to the board, I think a few weeks ago, to talk about that increase. Other than that, the roll-ups have gone up a little bit. Oh, there is one more on this. I want to go to the very last one, which is FET sick and vacation, which is 49,900. That's a cash out for retirement. We have somebody who's been here a long time, Bill Anderson. I think he is going to be here a year and at least 1 day to beat Roy Pancho, who was here 50 years. And so he has he's maxed out on PL, he's maxed out on FET. So the reason you see 72,000 there versus what you see on the left is so we need to cover that cost. And he's looking at, I think, February of 27. Any questions on any of that personnel? And okay, moving on to materials and services. 51,502 hot asphalt mix. We're doing more and more pre-levels before our chip seal project. So we needed to increase that to 100,000 there. The next line item is rock, which is 51,503. That's basically gravel for our gravel roads. We're doing a very good job on basically called recycling or reclaiming the gravel that always gets its way pushed towards the gutter. So as you can see, you looked at those numbers before in 23, 24, it was up to 836,000. So we're really watching our rock. Go down to vegetation control and erosion control. That's 51509 and 51511. Basically, I'm combining vegetation and erosion control into just vegetation control line item.
Mark, blue sign materials on the last page and blue sign material was $5,000. And here it's nothing that for the cost of them. Is that just free revenue then, or what are we?
Okay, I see it here.
I think it was the last page. Where was that?
Oh.
Maybe 2
Yeah,
pages.
we had a
ago?
revenue line for blue signs.
That was
Yeah.
the rent.
Yeah, under the income, and then here for the costs of them, it's nothing.
Well, we have a lot of inventory already for the blue signs,
Okay.
really, is what it comes down to. Now, we have had a couple, it's called Ribbon Ridge, for example, North Valley. If driver missed the corner, took out that sign, again, that is then, we charge the insurance for the cost of that. And that's put back into the fund.
And these are the kiosk ones, not the roadside one that has just like the 3 winery
Correct,
ones.
these are the big ones.
Big map ones.
Big
Right,
map as
okay.
well, yeah.
Thank you.
So Mark, has there been any discussion of increasing the rent or the charge for those?
No, in fact, a few years ago, I actually came before you all and had the cost lowered from 50 to 25 for each sign.
Why is that?
Well, we didn't, once the sign is up, right, it can last for 5 or longer years. So the only time we have to take one down is if it gets, let's say, tagged with graffiti. So in any new sign, they have to pay the full price.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? All right. I'll jump on to materials and services. Well, I'm on materials and services, page 115. I'm going to, that's all I have from materials and services on page 115. Any questions? All right, on to 116, under contract services, professional services, that's 61110. This is our pavement management system we have. It's called CAPS. We have all of our roads updated every 3 years. And then we also have imaging that we do every 5 years. For example, if I needed to find out something going on with McDougal, I might not have to drive all the way out there. I actually can pull up the imaging. It's just a video, and I can find exactly what is in front of that person's property. They might have a problem with let's say a culvert or what have you. That's kind of some of that imaging, and we do that every 5 years. So that total price to do those two things is $75K. Contract services is 61102. We got flagging in there. We have striping, which is 500,000 on there. Striping, that includes about $100,000 that we pay out to Marion County to help us out as well. Sweeping, power wash, tree trimming, ditching large culverts. Of course, we have to empty out our chem cans and garbage. So that it gives you the $590,000 there. Go down to Wheatland Ferry. Now that's 70007. We're in the process right now of updating the IGA with Marion County. I'll be coming for the board with that soon. Any questions on contract services? Gary?
Income line item for the Wheatland Ferry too?
Pardon?
Is there an income line item for the Wheatland Ferry?
No, we're working on that. So actually, there's some things that we haven't paid our fair share. That's what we're updating the IGA, but they manage all of the revenue. And we just, for doing that, we pay our fair share, kind of like we do with the shared person with soil and water. On to the 7800s. 78005 is transfer out from Motorpool. We're looking at purchasing a fleet call-out truck. I know there's only 135K in there, but it's going to be roughly about 270. We now, ours is like I think it's got 400,000 miles on it. It's a 92. So it's time that's our basically our emergency response to our own crew is what that is. So our mechanics take that out. They need to help out change grader blades, for example, or something wrong with a dump truck out in the field.
Just going back for a second to the Wheatland Ferry scenario, without a line item for income, how will you know when you're accrued or paid up and you're even?
We submit a bill back and forth every month. That's something else we're changing. They're supposed to be billing us every month and showing us that. It basically just comes under, 1 year, we've been just paying us $70,000. Again, part of our deal is that they manage all of that revenue and the rates and what have you. So I don't think.
So in forever.
Forever at this point, yes. And that's why we always need to start updating our IGA. So in the past, for example, we used to go out and instead of paying instead of paying our fair share, we actually used to dredge. We actually used to dredge the river right there as our fair share. And that just became way too dangerous for us to be doing. But it's just like
So obviously it costs way more to operate than they are collecting in fees, basically.
Yeah. Yes. So I think we've been getting the better end of the deal. Anything else?
But Greg would like an accounting of that.
Pardon?
Greg would like an accounting of it, is what
Okay.
he's asking.
Okay.
Well,
Gotcha.
debit, credit,
Yes, yeah.
If I'm correct, if I'm understanding Greg correctly, if we are paying $73,000 for a ferry, we would like to know if there's 10 people using it per day or 300.
We can definitely get those stats.
Because at a certain moment, if there's not enough people using it, you can ask yourself, do we really want to do that?
Sure. And even though it says 73 there, if it actually comes out and it's 53, we only pay 53. That's a maximum.
Yeah. No, I don't think, at least for myself, I don't think we're doubting whether we should have a ferry there. But it would be nice to have a little bit more an idea of how much this service costs versus how much it delivers for the community.
Right, in updating the IGA that we're gonna have all in there. That really wasn't on there before. But, for both sides, really.
Right.
Got 79,500 and 79,600. That actually is what we pay out to the Newburgh bypass. So there, you had your in with your revenue, and there's your out with the expenditure.
What does that mean you pay out
That's our match. It's what we pay.
for building it?
For the county's match.
I got it.
It's a loan. I think it's out to 2040, or it might even be extending out to 2060 with the next phase.
Hmm.
Going on to capital, we have 81102. It says capital construction services. Those dollars are strictly for construction. All right. So looking at right now, we got Stringtown Bridge repair, North Hill Bridge, as well as, I think I came and talked to you when I did my update about the North Valley project improvements we're doing there. Go down to the next line, which is 802101, which is capital professional services. That's strictly design or engineering. No construction on that. We have a new line item, down 99003, reserve for future. We need to start putting some money in the bank to redo our vehicle and equipment sheds. They're still part of the original fairgrounds. In fact, that's where the fairgrounds actually extend into that section. I think it is for the, I might get it wrong, I think the cows and sheep in that area. So that's part of what we have to clean all that out each year so that the fair can use that space. And we're looking at probably $600,000 for that. So next couple of years, we'll try to pinch 200K. Anything else on roads? Okay. We'll take a leap to, well, no, because you changed the numbers. 119, which is habitat conservation, or some people like to call us the butterfly fund. State gas tax, which is 33507. Within the HCP manual, each, depending on what years you're in it, the amount we need to pay into this fund established through Fish and Wildlife changes. So we're within the 12 to 20 year period, and then I can use actually CPI to adjust that as well. So you have 35,000 off to the right there to, that's going to go in from state gas tax into that fund to help maintain it. We also get money from the ONC fund, which is 38,052 to help offset that cost. Going into personnel, that really only pays 10% of Travis, which is park manager, and 10% of my time. And the roll-ups will go along with that 20% for both of us.
And the bus ride is free.
Anything on 119? Any questions?
You didn't get it. It's fine.
I didn't even hear it.
Michelle
What was that, sir?
The bus ride is free. It's fine. Don't worry about
Bus ride is free. We have our HCP.
it. Yeah. Yeah.
For now, we're considering a fee.
It's getting pretty popular. We have some federal delegates coming this time.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Under contract services, 69901, other expense. That's our butterfly survey that Dr. Hammond does for us on that. And that's all I have for on page 120, unless you all have any questions. Okay, moving on to page 122, the bicycle and footpath. Again, as I was saying before, I need to take 1% of our gas tax, and that goes in this fund, which is your state highway revenue on 33507, which is $96,000. If you jump down to contingency, which is 95001, we're in the 7th of 10 years to hold that money before we need to do a bike project. So each year we get about $96,000. So hopefully within three more years, we'll be up to $1 million for a project. So
Once we do hit that threshold, how long do we have to finish a project? Do you know?
I do not know that.
Okay.
I'll have to find that out. And again, each year, it's 10 years on when, so the year we're right here at the 96 and FY27, it basically has 10 years to spend the 96. I'm just trying to, get enough money in a bank so we could do a project that's legitimate.
We've done a project before.
We have not. There has been little ones before I got here. For example, Hill Road, there's a bridge before you get to those S-curns.
Yeah.
They use that money to build that, pay for that bridge and do a little asphalt work, which was probably, you know, I'm not sure what the cost is, but we could do little projects like that, or we could put it into a bigger bank and do one big project. And that's where we're going with this.
Is there any plans, ideas for, since we're already in year 7 of 10? It's like,
Now that you
Can
ask.
you touch on that
Yeah,
or?
exactly. Now that you've asked, thank you, Commissioner. We had a presentation by George Fox students last Thursday. And we're going to be getting 30% plans here by the end, probably at the middle of May. Their project that they looked at was actually Old Sheridan, so start at the town and you go down North Sheridan to hit Peavine. And then you go, it'll be west on Peavine till you get to Hill Road, up to those S-curns before you get to the line that's going to be established with the UGA with the city of McMinnville. And we've been, the students actually talked to the city as well, and they're trying to work out that it's a modal path, so it'd be like 8 to 10 feet wide, so it's not just bike lanes on one side. And they're going to try to incorporate that possibly into the development of that new section when they have the urban growth boundary extended.
okay, that's good to hear.
And that one was like $1.2 million project was the estimate?
Yes.
Yeah. Just want to let you know, I'm originally from a country where there's more bicycles than cars.
I know about your great country of Holland, yes. Great soccer teams in Holland.
Whoa, easy.
Well,
Well, Christian's not here, I had to say it. Hey, and the World Cup's coming up, you know, Holland's a power. Moving on to page 140, 124, which is our motor pool vehicle, which most people know this fund by the Vehicle Replacement Fund. So each year I learn more and more about this fund, straight up. So, and with a lot of help from Tara, who used to worked with the fleet manager when she was at Public Works. So I want to point out 36202, which is rental, sales, and equipment. That is surplus items that I bring to the board. Let's say it's a pickup truck or what have you. When it's sold, that money then goes into there. Each year it can go up depending on how many things we actually surplus, and sometimes years it's lower. So I'm keeping it at 50K for this budget year. Then 38011, transfer in from vehicle replacement. That is that percentage that each department pays per mile. A percentage of that goes into replacement of their vehicles. So when they do need to replace the vehicle, there's enough money in the pot. Go down to 380119. That is the transfer in for interdepartment loans. Looks like we're in year 10 of 10 for one in December 26. That will be paid off. That's retirement. I don't know exactly what fund that is, but Fund 128.
that was for capital, for Fund 440 is that last payment there.
Okay. And then we'll be in the 7th year of another one for the jail security cameras. Also want to point out, it's a 38.
Yeah, just so Budget Committee, we have the ability at times for large one-time projects that, like, if we have a large reserve fund, while we can't necessarily spend the funds directly in another department, but we can do things like an interfund loan. So like in this case, the jail camera project was a good example. The sheriff's office had a need for a new system in the jail. And while we can't just use these funds, we just can't spend them on a jail. But if we have funds that are available in the reserve that aren't going to get spent, we can do an interfund loan, and then you have to pay it back with interest over 10 years. And it's a really effective tool that we have because we're basically paying ourselves back. We're able to take out loans from other restricted funds to then do major projects, and then we just pay that back. So there's limitations on what you can use it for. If it's for like a capital project, a one-time project, you can do a 10-year type capital, you can do an interfund loan. But if it's strictly for operations, you have to pay it back immediately the next year. So it's just something that you'll see it in a couple other places. And when I talk about it in Fund 440, where you'll see in the retirement reserve, you'll see we've used those funds in the past for
If there's a need and we can't afford to pay for it, like out of the jail budget, and they needed a security camera project like we did here, we took out I think it was a $1.4 million loan to pay for this new system into the jail, and then we just pay it back over 10 years.
And is the interest rate market dependent or?
The interest rate is based on the LGIP rate, our pool rate, what we're getting. So it can fluctuate. It just depends on what the LGIP rate is for where we keep our funds.
Oh, okay. So it's not like we give other departments a cheap loan.
No, we follow that. We follow the LGIP. We have to follow that per statute. Keeps it fair.
I don't know what's fair.
And
but-
then that way we're also not just overcharging a restricted fund just to get access to it, you know, because again, you know, a lot of these are restricted funds that we're borrowing from, so.
Yeah, because just for my general information, if we take out an external loan, let's say from a bank
Mhm.
or so, what is the delta in the pool interest?
Yeah,
versus
if we go
the
outside,
loan?
it really depends on who we're borrowing from. We're just like any other, you know, we're a local government entity, so we have like full faith and credit loans that we have access to. So the interest rates, like whatever the market rate may be.
We're
better.
it's cheaper than that.
I know.
So the bill, I think our building loan ended up at like 4.3 or 4.5, somewhere
Correct.
there. So
Okay, so it's still a lot lower than
It's
what I
It's
would
lower.
pay, for
It's
example.
Yeah, and we don't, and like I said, it's a full faith and credit, you know, so it's not like we're having to collateral, you know, we don't have that because again, we're government and we're good for it.
that's why when the diesel per gallon was $3,
Uh-huh.
yeah, it's kind of the same thing. It's always cheaper, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hear some envy here.
Yes. When you're, yeah.
Okay, moving on, there is no personnel in this fund. Well, I'd like to point out 51,599 miscellaneous permits, that's basically DMV permits. And then 61,010 collision property damage, that is outsourced repairs.
Yeah, we self-insure. We don't carry collision through our insurance, so we self-insure when it comes to that.
And then 78,005 transfer out to motor pool. That is work, it reimburses the work done on self-insured vehicles due to collisions and paid on, and it's paid back to Fund 29.
So we'll see these numbers at the sheriff's budget then? It's like a transfer in and back out again?
Sheriff's budget's gonna look a little bit different, especially with the going to the lease program. I know that's something we're gonna be looking at
I
because.
was partially being a smart ass about
Okay.
it.
Yeah, so it's gonna look a little different because we're gonna have to, I don't think we're gonna self-insure those lease vehicles. I think
Okay.
we're gonna,
Because I knew that was an option to throw insurance on them based on the maintenance programs and.
based on the history and
Based on the history.
They will be fully
just the
insured.
nature of the business, I just, you know, with patrol cars and what they go through, I think it'd be better to
Gotta
carry
keep the
insurance.
public safe.
So
Yeah.
just for my understanding, so when you say self-insurance, that means you also do the repair yourself?
Some we do.
We might do the repairs or we may ship it out, but we don't pay collision. So we self-insure that portion of it.
No, okay, I get that, but it's not like we also maintain our own repair shop.
We do.
To
Yeah.
a point, yeah.
Yeah. Depends on the extent of the damage and whether or not we have the capacity to do it, or if, you know, depending on how many vehicles are in the bays or lined up, so.
That's true. Moving on to 8202, which I paid 125. That's vehicle and equipment, and that should be replacement. That's for the entire county. So that can be planning, it can be public works. That's the line item it would come out if they were to spend that money. 8204, which is that self-insured vehicle replacement. That's when they are in an accident and we can't do the repairs. Something else, contingency, the 95,001. The contingency amount has been moved up into capital improvements. That way, if we need to use that for whatever reason, I can use that instead of having it down in contingency, same thing.
Yeah, we're always careful about budgeting in a contingency because there's statutory limits on how much you can access. in a contingency fund, whereas if it's fully appropriated, we can spend it. And it still acts as a contingency, but we're not subject to the limitations of, I think it's 10% or 11% of the fund that we can spend if it's budgeted in a true contingency line. It's just some weird mechanics that we have to deal with within budgeting.
Yeah, that's all I have on page 125, vehicle replacement, and I think that's all of my,
Did you want to talk about the reserve lines down on the bottom? Those are pretty big numbers.
those are,
Fuel Island Grader and
those are
You
strictly
forgot to
just,
put John Deere after grader.
that's just what we have for the reserves for all those, the fuel island,
He
the
just doesn't
graders.
have a sense of humor today. It's just get her done. Stop
That's
holding me
true, I
up.
want to get her done.
Dang. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
anything else?
for the cat graders.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark.
Nice job, Lon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do we want to jump right in or do you want a 5-minute break and?
No, we can jump in.
Okay.
Unless you guys want a break. No? Okay, let's jump into general admin. Is that you, Ken?
Yep, this is
All right.
me.
Bless you.
When he first started.
Oh.
Bless you.
I'm gonna turn off this microphone, let's find out if that's the one.
What's that?
Echo going on here. Oh, how do you turn it off?
That's off.
Gotta sit over there.
I heard it the whole time.
You still hear it?
Oh, yeah.
You're hearing,
But I couldn't hardly tell when we first started talking. I
Yeah.
could hardly, it was so echoey.
Really?
I hardly tell what he was saying.
he was kind of close to his microphone. I will say that. That's why sometimes these microphones can get really sensitive, like every time he said public or, you had that feedback. All right, so the next few budgets that we're going to go through, I'm going to make sure I go through my list here, is going to be some of the central admin or the budgets that I work on. So starting on page 128. So for this fund on page 128, this is, I went over this during my budget message, but this is discretionary revenue. So when you look at it, there's a couple different, you'll see a beginning fund balance of 2.3 million. And then you're going to see a fund balance reserve of 1.1 million. So together, you're looking at 3.4 million as a beginning balance that's coming into this. A lot of things that drive this balance, again, the property taxes received come out a little bit better than expected, or some of the other revenue lines come out better than expected, and that's usually what contributes to it. Typically, the fund balance reserve is a number that I budget from the previous year. I know that's going to be coming in because that was the ending fund balance that we had budgeted. So that 2.3 million was additional revenue that came in above and beyond what was projected in the original budget.
Well, I know Hampton came in kind of late red at the end of last year. Did that make it into that number?
It's in there. Yep. So when you're going through, you're going to see that this is all revenues, because again, this fund balances with all the Fund 110 budgets. So you don't see them show up a line. You don't see a revenue line for their discretionary or general fund. It's because they all balance to the discretionary allocation that's based in here. So when you look at the revenues, just kind of running through it, and I talked about it earlier, but if there's questions about it, please let me know. You're going to see, I'm projecting, because the year-to-date numbers for this year, it looked like the liquor tax was trending down, the tobacco tax That one has been consistently kind of trending down, even though they're raising, they've raised rates, but then we're seeing fewer people purchasing the product. So we're seeing less of the tax benefit that comes out of that. Marijuana tax, I mentioned that earlier. That's another one that we saw that we were seeing much bigger numbers in prior years, but that steadily has been going down. And that's both, like Lindsay was saying, that could be market driven, but then it's also legislatively, we've also seen that those funds have been getting diverted elsewhere where we used to have a larger cut that came directly to counties as a general revenue. So for the most part, you're going to see a total revenue that I'm projecting of almost 37 million, so just over 36 million if you include the balances. And I handed out that large 11 by 17 spreadsheet earlier today. That's where you're going to show the just over $34 million that's being distributed out to all the various general fund departments. And so then what that leaves us with is right now we have a reserve for the future of $1.8 million. Now that $1.8 million is going to be available in part of the discussion that we're going to have on Wednesday for considering, if this committee approves add back requests, like we just had one from Parks this afternoon. I'm anticipating we're going to have an add back request from the sheriff's office and some of those. So if there's a general fund add back request that's approved, it's going to reduce that $1.8 million. And so it's just something to know that I think everybody here has heard. Where I start sweating is if that reserve for the future line is under $1 million, then I start squirming over here and you're going to hear me saying, oh, let's be really, really careful, because that's really our operational reserve. And we use that each year to kind of, we utilize that beginning balance number to build for the following year. So again, we have 1.8 million that's available. That would be available for add back requests, but conversations like we had last year, I know there was a lot of discussion, at least the board and everyone was saying really wanting to see that reserve for the future line more like 1.5 million remaining, and trying to build up that reserve a little bit better than where we've been over the last several years. But I know that's not all, always possible. So again, you just, if you whatever the number is, just knowing that I'll have that in the deliberation worksheet. So any add back requests for general fund, it would come out of that $1.8 million.
Your 31 million under current taxes, at what date was that number? Did you establish that?
So this is one that I reach out to Derek in October. And what I do, there's a whole formula that I have in place that I use because because I'm projecting what is potentially we're going to collect next fall. And so what happens is the assessor gives me a number of what the total assessed value and what we're looking at collecting for this current year. And then I have a formula to where if Derek and I work on it. Sometimes we disagree on whether it's 3%, 4%, or 5% of what we think is we're going to see appraisals or value or new properties or things, or where those increases. I usually use 3% to build off last year's number of 3%, and then also do a projection. It also comes in with the discount for the early payments, and then I also projected a 95% collection rate. And so that's where I come up with the 31 million. So if there's questions around that, I'm happy to get into more details, but it's a formula that I've used every year. I will say you'll see traditionally it usually comes in just, admittedly, I'm budgeting a lot closer than in the past. I may have built a little more conservative buffer in those revenue projections, but right now with all the demands and needs that we have, I'll admit that I'm getting a lot closer to, there's not a lot of buffer built in there, so.
A question, Ken. So if I look at the 36101 and 103, the investment earnings.
Yes.
I see that in the adopted budget for 25-26, There was like a 115 and 175.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's more in line with what is more actual with 220 and 394.
Yeah.
Was there a reason why the adopted budget had such a much lower number?
Those numbers is I work with Mike and the treasurer to get those forecasts. So again, it really depends. It's an estimate on what we think what bond and interest earnings are going to look like. Some of it's optimistic. And we're very careful with this.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking, I'm by accident also part of the committee for the investment. I mean, you're talking about bonds and interest rates, and some of them are fixed for 5 years.
Correct.
I think you can literally within 1% predict how much that's going to yield. So.
True. Kind of depends on, I'd look at Mike. Mike just stepped back in, so.
He's trying to hide there.
Sorry, Mike. Yeah, I mean, we try to, again, Mike works with the treasurer because I know Mike usually runs these numbers and then talks to Paulette about what we budget for bond in particular.
Right, yeah, Paulette basically lets me know what she thinks the projection will be, and then I spread that out based upon historical earnings.
Right.
And I know Paulette just stepped out, but I will grill her on that. So.
And then the bond, that's or not the bond, but the pool interest. I mean, we have been seeing that interest rate has been going down. What we've been earning as far as what we keep into the, and it can fluctuate sometimes because it also depends on how much we're investing in bonds versus just keeping into the pool, and that can fluctuate sometimes. And we had that discussion with the investment advisory committee this week as well too.
I know that the interest rate went down. But it's very predictable.
Yeah.
So that's why
the number that I plug in, based on the instructions I get the number and I plug that in.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, this isn't one of my formulas. So is there any questions on discretionary? So again, I think the biggest thing to take away is, we get almost 37 million is what we're projecting for revenue next year. And then we have 34 million that's already been allocated out to departments, and that leaves us with 1.8 million that would be part of deliberations for any add back requests next year or later this week. It's all about next year, but later for Wednesday.
No.
Any questions? Then we'll go to page 130.
I know you have your adopted budget number in here, but do you have the beginning reserves? I think it'd just be interesting for all of us to know what the beginning reserve numbers were before we got into deliberations for the last 2 or 3 years. Because I know we've been trending higher and higher with our reserve, but it'd be kind of curious to see where we ended up starting, and then we always spin down to a certain point, but always ended higher with the audited reserve number.
But I'll admit I'm getting closer to that gap. So I just wouldn't factor that in as like, oh, we have another $500,000.
No, I wouldn't factor in. It's just more of a
data.
Yeah, that we can look at and see.
Because the numbers that you see under 25-26, you see the 3.4 million, that was the audited beginning balance. So if you look under that column, 25-26 adopted budget, that 3.4 million that's there is the audited beginning balance. What I had budgeted. Oh, I take that back. That's not the audited beginning balance. Sorry. I don't have budget instructions. So I budgeted 3.4 million.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the audited for 24-25 was 4.4.
Yeah, 6.1 million was total. So but you have to add the two numbers, so the 3.4 and the 1.1, so 4.5, and it actually came in at 6.1, so it was an additional million.
Okay.
there's no further questions on discretionary, we'll go to page 131, which is administrative services. So administrative services, this is our core admin team. This where you're going to find my position. This is where you're going to find a portion of Kevin's position as the deputy administrator. This is where our finance and payroll team, our HR team. So this is our core. You know, this is one that you know, it's another one, not a lot of diverse revenue streams that come into this. It's basically some beginning balance and some small amounts. Like we get funds because we provide HR and payroll services for YCOM, so they pay us $24,000 a year for that. We get some CAFA funds for tax and assessment for the grants that they apply for each year. We get a small amount for that in recognition that we do payroll and finance for tax and assessment. And then you get the transfer in for admin overhead. Admin overhead is a fee that's applied that we charge to non-general fund departments. So those that are all predominantly are restricted revenue, we charge for our portion for doing all the services, payroll, HR, risk management, a portion of my time, all that involved. So it's basically an internal service charge that goes to those non-general fund departments. So between that and the discretionary revenue, that's our revenue to support central admin. As far as in personnel, really the only change that is in this, there's some modifications to some FTEs on how we split it to some of the other funds. But the biggest change in here is going from 1.3 deputy county administrator, which is really at one point I had 2 deputy county administrators to 1. So I don't have plans to fill Justin's position that's currently vacant. So I haven't filled it for this year, and then I don't plan on continuing with that second position. So that's no longer in this budget. Otherwise, there's really no other changes to personnel. It's pretty status quo as far as our finance team and HR team and admin team. Any questions on personnel? Moving on to materials and services. This is pretty small. Did have to make some reductions. Any reductions you see in lines, like you'll see it for software and you're going to see it for central supplies. That was just due to balancing to our available resources. So I had to make some cuts within some of those lines just because the revenues weren't there to maintain some of that. Doesn't mean we don't have the expense. We're just going to have to spend less. So you'll see some cuts that were made because I also, like I mentioned earlier during my budget presentation, we did apply a cut in discretionary revenue to central admin of $50,000. So this was one of them to kind of help contribute to the 1.8 that we have available. There were some departments where I made some cuts in discretionary revenue. And again, I cut 50,000, and that was in recognition for a portion of a deputy county administrator position that's not going to be filled. So.
But that 50 also included the supplies that you're cutting? Or is that on top of it?
Yeah, that's included too.
Okay.
Yeah. Because again, I'll build the revenue and a lot of those lines, we try our best to, we'll budget a line and we try to do our best to do it. But if the funds aren't there, we adjust our spending.
No more grab pins for the commissioners.
And it's something
Supply drawer.
I'm also recognizing that I do think
No more Post-its.
we might see some, I'm also hoping to see some cost savings in a lot of our materials and supplies. I think one of the biggest things historically is that admin team in particular, we were split up over several buildings. And we're, later this summer, when all goes well, we're all going to be consolidated into the same building at the same location for the first time since I've been with the county. So the first time in 20 years that we're all going to be together. So I'm hoping that's also going to translate to that we're not We're not paying for 3 different copiers, and we're not paying for, materials that's split across 3 buildings. And so hopefully, we're going to be keeping an eye on it, and we should be realizing some cost savings and efficiencies there.
Man, we should be, I mean, just the janitorial services you'd save on that.
Correct.
One building, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
So for the most part, we did some moving. I mean, we do have some software licensing and maintenance fees, that's just for NeoGov and some other places that we utilize, that we've seen some increases with that, but it's pretty minor. Yeah, otherwise it's, this budget was built with, 1 less FTE in it, but it doesn't really show the full FTE because that position was only 0.5 FTE in the specific fund, and it was split across 4 other funds. So half of that FTE is the cost savings is what you're seeing here. Any questions on central admin? The next one's going to be county commissioners on page 135. So this fund is very similar to central admin. There's really 2 revenues that really come into this. There's a admin overhead charge that we do to non-general fund departments, and the discretionary allocation that comes into this. So between those 2 revenues, you get down into personnel. We have the 3 commissioner positions. We have half of the office manager or program supervisor position. And we have our 2 executive office specialists, and 20% of my position is built into this budget. So that pretty much represents everyone sitting over here. So
Might want to up that a little bit. I don't know. I spend a lot of time with Ken.
More than 0.2 or?
Yeah.
Right. Just a little
Maybe a
bit.
0.3 or I don't know.
So again, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. What you see budgeted for the county commissioners, I budget the full amount that's approved by the compensation committee and approved by the budget committee. We budget that full amount, not necessarily what individual commissioners may be making, because especially if a longstanding commissioner has turned down every single pay raise, that rate is going to look a little bit different.
I had a question there also. So this is the total amount for the county commissioners?
For the 3.
That is just all 3 the same, or is there?
All
It's the same for everybody?
technically,
they're
it's the
different.
same.
Mhm.
So the amount, but if the committee approves something and an elected official, turns down that pay raise, then that's what further contributes to some of the beginning balance numbers and things like that. So
I know we had some discussion last year, but let's say that we approve whatever an increase for
Yeah.
the commissioners.
Yeah.
And is it allowed that one of the 3 says, no,
Yeah.
I don't want to have it? And
Yeah.
the other 2 will have it then, or
it's up to the individual commissioners.
to accept that or not?
But what happens is what the compensation committee is not just approving, they're not just approving a pay raise to a sitting commissioner, it's setting the wage for anybody who's coming into office. It would be that wage that they would come into. So any new commissioner would come into the rate that was approved by the compensation committee and the budget committee.
And what happened to our slush fund, the commissioner slush fund?
That's down in materials and services, so I can skip ahead. I mean, this is pretty straightforward. It's a status quo budget that we have here. And so you have the commissioner's discretionary, which is 699,000, which historically, and I just plugged in the same amount that we always do. We always budget $1,500 per commissioner that's available for use for each commissioner.
Has any of it been used?
Not this year.
Good. So,
Oh boy, this is gonna be fun.
so you know how every year we're kind of like jockeying for position on what we can use our money for?
Mhm.
And I know you don't like, know you don't like to touch that piggy bank, but let's say we needed to maybe make some donations to the sheriff's
Mhm. Like
bottom
you've done in
line,
the past.
like we've done in the past,
Mhm.
or, whether it's now the foundation or whatever we've done in the past. Is that something we can think about? Not that it's going to make a big dent, let's
Right.
face it.
Well,
but-
the intent of these funds have always been there, that it's basically, it's $1,500 that each commissioner has that should you want to give to the sheriff's foundation, and that you could individually, without having coming back to the board and having a larger discussion, you can just say, hey, give my $1,500 to that. Or if a commissioner wanted to make a contribution to 4-H, or wanted to make, they get a request that, let's say a nonprofit is doing a fundraiser and they need $250 to, to buy a seat at the table or to do something like that. That's what these funds are intended for. They, as an individual commissioner, you have $1,500 that you can spend out of for that.
Got it.
But then again, I'd also just point out, because together as the board in the budget year, you could also say, there's other discretionary funds and pots of funds that if for whatever reason, like you've done in the past, that no, we'd really like to support this project for $200,000 or something like that, that the board together could say, and then I'm the one that goes and looks into the funds and say, well, we've got this pot of funds that we could do that if the board wants to do that. This $4,500 was established many, many, many years ago. And it was just to kind of give individual commissioners a small amount that they could do for small donations and things like that, that they may want to do.
It was back when the money was supposed to be used for something within your liaison area that wasn't being
Correct.
funded.
Correct.
And I think that was before we either had an administrator. I think that,
Yes,
yeah.
that came into play as well.
Mm.
So a lot of times they might use it specifically, you're right, in the areas of liaison that, if, the sheriff's office needed $500 for a specific project, whoever's liaison to the sheriff's office could say, well, here's $500 from my discretionary.
Got it.
That we
For
could,
Watson,
Hmm?
for Watson, the dog.
The pup.
Yeah, he's covered by, he's covered.
Will covering him.
Well, he's
Someone's
also
gotta
covered
feed
by,
him.
by that foundation. Oh, now we need a new chair, so we're gonna need money
Yep.
out of Commissioner King
Yeah,
discretionary to
Bill,
pay
pay
for a
for
new
chair.
chair.
we're getting new furniture. I'll hold on for 3
Yeah.
months.
but there's some other things that we've always traditionally budgeted in here, like the ambassador scholarship. We have those funds that are in there. That's for the fair ambassadors for that scholarship. So we always have that in here. Yeah. So, and otherwise, again, it's some of the central supplies and things like that. It's pooled with admin a lot of times, and it's to pay for those portions of, paper, copier, printer, things like that.
And I think this is the part where I get confused with it. Is it a use it or lose it kind of a fund, or is it a build up over years? What was it meant to be?
It's, this is where we've had these discussions in the past, and it's kind of, it's up to how the board wants to proceed. We don't have an established policy that's written on whether or not it accrues or builds up or does things like that. But I know in the past that commissioners, you'll see a larger amount that was in the 24, 25 actual, that was based
the
on
fair.
discussions with the board. And it
Fair
was like,
foundation.
well, I haven't spent it, I being a commissioner, haven't spent for a couple of years. There was, and we did that. We did the 10,500, and I think that went to the Sheriff's Foundation.
I think it was Homeward Bound. One year I did
Right.
a draw from that. That was
Right.
years ago.
I think this last one was specific. I think it was to that Sheriff's
Yeah.
Foundation.
It was, right.
So that's,
So if we don't use
Yes and
this, will
no.
we see it double next year, or will you keep it at 4?
He doesn't leave it in as a rolling tally.
I don't leave it in as a rolling tally, but I mean, it's just from an accounting and tracking standpoint. I
Got
just
it.
typically will just allocate it to spending limit, but if the board wants to spend more, I will follow the direction and guidance that the board gives me.
And he does it begrudgingly. If you ask him for any of your money, our administrator is not real happy when he has to start digging into that little piggy bank of his.
Good.
When we wrap up this one, I want to flip back real quick.
Oh, yeah. Is there any
If you're done,
questions on
yeah.
commissioners?
I'm done.
Okay. Which one?
Page 128. I had a question about the SIP, the two SIPs, the 72,000. Where was it the year prior when it came in late? What?
Oh,
That
it-
should be accumulating.
It will, but it doesn't accumulate, just a reminder, it doesn't accumulate in the individual line. Where it'd be reflected is just like any other revenues. Because it will be reflected in these lines, it's just not in the adopted budget. I actually had it. Did I budget for that? Yeah, I had that budgeted in lieu of taxes, just as kind of a placeholder. But Mike set up the 31104 and 31105.
So both of them combined were in lieu of taxes.
I threw
Okay.
them in the in lieu of taxes because that was a late addition just prior to budget adoption.
Okay, I'm good.
And can you clarify SIP? What is that again?
It's a strategic investment program, so I think I got that right, the
Hampton.
title.
The money.
Oh, Hampton Lumber.
So, yeah, that
Oh,
was for
yes, yes,
Hampton.
I know it is. Okay.
Our first payment came in last year, 370-ish.
Yes. And so Mike set up, so you're going to see that moving forward is through the life of that SIP program where they're paying the community service fee and the annual investment revenue. That's going to show up in these two lines. But it only reflects, it's not going to roll up in those lines because what'll happen is, it's being distributed out. So it's actually anything that's not spent, it's in that total of the 36 million. And anything that's not distributed out would be reflected in the 1.8 million and come forward as a beginning balance.
Which makes sense. The whole thing's a discretionary account.
Correct.
It's not like you're gonna thumb through and be like, well, I just want to spend the SIP fee or the SIP annual amount.
Right.
Other than you can now know, you can go back to that 72. If there's like something specific for West Valley, you can maybe allocate, just from that 72 if you wanted, but it
You
makes
could.
sense that it follows through to the.
But because these funds are basically, the reason they have the community investment fee and the community service fee, it's supposed to help offset the loss of potential increased tax revenue that we would have if not for this program. So as an example, like if Hampton didn't enroll in this and they went and made this investment like they did in all these improvements, tax and assessment would be out there assessing the property based on all the improvements that they made. So you would have additional revenue tacked onto that, but they were basically given a tax break on that above and beyond their rate. It's a set percentage that increases each year. And then they pay a community service fee to help offset that. So that you're not realizing the full potential assessed tax value, which helps because then if they can't make the improvements and they go away, then we're getting nothing. So.
Yeah.
That answer your question, that one?
Yep.
Okay. So let's see, the next one, make sure I don't skip anything. Next one will be non-departmental, which the narrative is on page 138. 139 is the budget. So what the non-departmental fund does is we have some revenues that come in here, like the private rail car tax and the electric coupe tax, some small amounts that come in, but really this is mainly discretionary funds that come in to help cover expenses that can't be associated to one single department. So, and I'll provide some examples when I jump down into materials and services. And so this is all discretionary funds that come in here. The one unique one is the Newburgh bypass. When you see 33001 and you see 106,900, that amount is what's estimated to what all the other jurisdictions that contribute to the bypass lobbyist, the tribes, the cities and everything, they all contribute to this. And we also make a contribution, but that's out of economic development funds. It's not included in this. So we collect funds from all the cities that contribute to pay for the bypass lobbyist. And so you'll see it one for one down below the professional services line. That's what pays for that lobbyist contract. So that 106,000 comes in from all the jurisdiction and it goes out to pay for the lobbyist. Everything else, it's general fund and some of those smaller revenues that we have come in. It pays for things like our AOC membership for the whole county. It pays for employee recognition for like retirement and annual years of service.
It pays for our medical examiner contract. There's a small portion that we budget here for outside legal services. Historically, I've used that for if we retain outside legal services for contract negotiations. Sometimes we'll use some of these funds. There's usually not enough here. This budget runs very tight with the discretionary allocation. And then it also pays for our COG membership. You'll see Council of Governments on 70004. That's our annual dues for that. This is also where we pay CASA, Water Master, and where we used to pay YC mediators, where they would come and make requests and we would make the payment of discretionary funds straight to that. But right now it's just the Water Master and CASA. CASA has a request in to increase that amount, so you'll see that on the deliberation list, and we'll talk about it tonight at the public hearing as well.
So just for clarification, for instance, like the Water Master, that was years ago, we weren't doing our fair share. We put that back in.
Right.
As far as CASA goes, that's a nonprofit request that year after year kind of sort of got baked in, but it's
basically, they've been getting the $6,000 annual allocation directly of the general fund to support their operations and what they do.
right, but we need to consider it like we would when Lutheran came or Family Place or the mission. It's got to be considered separately each time.
Yeah, except for it was built in as an allocation. And so usually what we'll see is we'll see a request to increase that allocation. And in the last couple of years, that increase has been denied. We just kept it at the 6,000.
How long ago did that start, the 6,000?
Before me, it's been for quite some time.
Well, I just want to make a case here because we used to be very generous, like with Lutheran and the Relief Nursery and
Right.
Provoking Hope.
Right.
And they were not baked in, and I just want some, fairness in that we can't just keep, saying, okay, this is just what was done. Well, I think we need to look at all of requests.
I can add that to the list of deliberations, because again, it's up to you for discussion on Wednesday. And
Okay.
so, and then the big thing that this really pays for, probably more than anything else, is this is where we take discretionary funds and we pay for property insurance and liability insurance. So you'll see these two lines, 78002 and 78027. These are where we take general fund and transfer it to Fund 680 to cover our property and liability insurance. In addition to these funds, we also bill directly non-general fund departments. So really what this does is this amount that's budgeted, this 984,000, is what general fund departments, it's their share of our insurance portfolio, what pays into 680.
Can you remind us what happened? We just decided with YC mediators.
Yeah.
That, did they fold?
Yeah,
And we just decided not to.
we didn't get any requests. And in fact, you see where it was 0 in 24, 25, we didn't incur any expense. It's because they don't exist anymore. They folded into another organization and they never made a request for those funds.
And they never contacted us, so we weren't
Correct.
sure who to, so, okay, but we used to that used to be kind of
Yeah,
baked in as well.
Yeah, it used to be baked in and we would get a request
Right.
every single year to increase that amount.
Got it, okay.
And then those requests stopped. And so we're not doing that allocation anymore.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions on non-departmental?
So these insurance
Mm-hmm.
programs that we're paying for here, the liability and property, are these because we think the liability is magnitudes larger than $1 million?
If you look at what's included in these amounts, is I have a formula that pays not only our annual premium, but it also builds in additional amount to cover any deductibles and also legal charges and other things that all go directly into the risk fund. And you'll see it in more detail tomorrow when I go through 680, Fund 680, which is the insurance reserve fund.
Yeah.
So that $984,000 plus the additional amounts that non-general fund departments are paying into
is transferred directly into 680 to cover, to build that fund and cover
I'm just
premium.
wondering if that $1 million, and just call it around $1 million, is worth being self-insured.
Unfortunately, if we were self-insured, that number would be bigger. Because I would need to make sure that we're maintaining reserves and transferring enough funds to not only pay for the additional staff that we would have to hire, that number would be bigger. So this number that you're seeing is a portion of what we pay into insurance reserve for property insurance and liability insurance. Yeah. Because our annual premium for both is close to these amounts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I assumed that was the premium.
No, because like I said, I have a formula on how we charge out and we try to do a forecast. Because again, the numbers that we put together, because we haven't done renewals yet. And so the information when I'm building these tables are based on an estimate where I think renewals might be and working with our broker. It's worst case scenario. It usually ends up being a little bit better than this number. But again, any penny that we set aside and do our risk reserve, it's money well saved and making sure that it's there. Because I want to make sure that the county has sufficient funds in Fund 680 that should a catastrophic claim or something big happen, that we have sufficient, that it's not going to blow up our budget. That's why I need to have a healthy risk reserve. Because I think our current coverage right now as our deductibles, for liability in particular, we'd be responsible for the first $500,000. Although I think our renewals just came back, they just reduced that to 200,000. Right, per claim.
Yeah,
So I'm always,
the only reason I ask is because that could go into a fund, $1 million every year that you could draw interest on.
and it is,
After 3 years, you've got $3+ million as a
And
reserve.
it
And
is,
it's your money.
it is, and you'll see it in Fund 680 when we get into that, but just, recognizing that we're also spending money out of that account to help manage our risk as well and pay for premiums. And when we do get claims and deductibles.
Yeah,
and
just bring it up as a
right.
option, I
Yeah.
guess.
Because we do that. The 680 is our insurance reserve fund. And so these funds go directly into our insurance reserve fund, and it helps us pay the bills, and then it also
But
sets
these are
aside.
paying a premium. They're paying a premium for an outside firm.
They're paying a premium, but I also have factored into this formula a little bit extra to build up the reserve, to cover for potential claims, cover deductibles, and cover for risk management
Okay,
activities that we
we'll
do.
see that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right.
Any questions on non-departmental? Okay, we'll flip the page. Page 141 and 142 is landfill license reserve. So again, this is one that I've mentioned. I think we talked about a couple times, both during the solid waste presentation and in my budget message. Landfill license agreement. This was set up where we were getting tipping fees that were coming into this. A portion would go into, and these were discretionary and available to the county to use for various projects. But you're going to see that we stopped budgeting that revenue for the tipping fees. So what little bit we do get, it stays in the solid waste fund, and we don't budget any revenue coming into landfill license reserve. So what you see is, with that 407,000 that I have for a beginning balance, and then you have the pool and bond interest earnings, and then we have the final year of a interfund loan payoff that's coming in. That $477,000 is what we have available for one-time projects. And so this is one we're always kind of cautious with, because once you spend that 477,000, there's not going to be any more revenue coming into this. Once it's spent, it's gone. And so that's why during deliberations, and then I appropriate the full amount in 69901 as other expense. So it's available for the Board of Commissioners and for discussion. So should there be a project, let's say that there's fairgrounds needs a new roof or something, and it's an emergency and it's going to be $50,000. This is one of those funds that I would come, if the board says, yes, we need to fund this and we need to make this happen. This would be one of the funds where I say, well, we got 50,000 that's available here. So I appropriate the full amount. We have it available for various projects. But again, you'll hear me sound like a broken record. I'm very careful because if we were to, let's just say, well, let's spend the 477,000, that's going to come off the books and it's not going to be there for anything else. So that's why we try to be very deliberate in where we spend these funds.
If the fairground needed a roof and it needed $50,000, could we make it a loan or?
Good. It could be something that could be budgeted as an interfund loan. You know, I think most departments, you know, I'll say that they would rather just write me a check.
Just
and
write
I
a
will.
check, yeah.
You know, because I will
It's
say
easier
that
that way. I
the
don't have
jail
to keep
camera
track of it.
project, that was something I came up with the loan. I know the sheriff at the time was like, really, just give me the 1.4. So,
HHS there was an interfund loan, years ago. Was HHS paying something off internally? I just remember, do you remember years ago, it was what?
Sorry.
in HHS.
Yeah, look in the internal service fund. Yeah, there was like an OED loan or something.
Yeah.
Is
it
that what
was
the state loan
years
is?
ago.
I don't remember one coming from HHS.
Okay, we'll look at it.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't remember if there was one from HHS, because I know historically where we've done interfund loans, we did one from here. Was a good one, because again, this is the final payoff for this year. That was for paying off a property loan that we had 10 years ago. So this is the final payment on that. We also used the 2.4 million in insurance reserve, the retirement reserve line. We've used that historically, because again, we want to maintain that reserve. But at the same time, if we can handle a loan, motor pool is another one where you saw when Mark was presenting, because that's another one that they're probably not going to spend their full amount on. They're not, you know, unless something catastrophic happens and they need to replace 20 vehicles. So that's another one we'll borrow from. But again, the nice part is we're borrowing from it, but we're paying ourselves back, plus a little bit of interest back into those funds. So.
So to answer Commissioner Sterrett's question,
Yeah.
there was one that says HHS loan match.
From corner.
Local, excuse me, local match loan, HHS local match loan. It was paid off in 2011. It's been quite a while.
Well, that's probably, I'm not familiar. That predates me.
Thank you.
Sure, going in way back machine on that one.
Any questions on landfill license reserve? But I will say on the deliberation list, that's the other thing, like you remember seeing it last year, I prepare a spreadsheet that tracks. So this is going to be another one of those funds that's available for any of the add back requests, but I really emphasize we try not to use this for operational shortfalls. We use it for, it's better for project requests, or, you know, I wouldn't recommend using this for like the parks add back requests for, you know, they have a request for 148,000. Because that's really to pay for a position, which is multi-year. You could use this for 1 year for something like that, but we've really tried to stay away from kind of transferring for operational gaps. Not saying it can't be done, but you know, but this is available for those types. Or we just keep the whole thing appropriated and it's available for the Board of Commissioners. Should there be a request during the fiscal year that we have $477,000 that could possibly fund a project or a one-time request. Next one is going to be a similar, on page 144 is the O&C reserve. So this is one we watch carefully. I mean, we have been seeing actual funds coming into the O&C in prior years, but it's one, it's never guaranteed. We never know if funds are actually going to come into this. So we did use some portions. You're going to see, you know, with the lower beginning balance, trying to backtrack a little bit. This is going to be
building
yes.
purchase.
We use some of this to help with some of the cash that we had to spend. But fortunately, this is one that does typically have some revenue that's coming in. You also, we had an expense of $229,000 that we realized it was a payment to ODOT that was missed. And so we fixed it and we didn't have the funds appropriated in 440 to be able to spend it. So I spend it out of ONC, and then you're gonna see that transfer of 229,000 transfer in from capital fund is coming back in to
Pay it back.
repay it back. So this is another one where you're gonna see.
So
the-
really, that beginning fund balance should have been 260, 270. Okay,
Correct.
all right. It's a little bit better, but still getting dwindled
It is.
from 673.
And this is one that I felt a little bit more comfortable about dwindling because unlike landfill license reserve, this one still does have revenue that typically
Mhm,
comes in.
mhm.
I can't, count on it 100%, but you'll see that in prior years, I don't know if we've received anything this year in May.
Yeah. I want to say it was like 102,000 or something. I got that email from AOCC.
Right.
I think that's
So
what it
that'll
was.
go in here, and I budgeted the 100,000. Again, that's just kind of a placeholder. If we get more than that, then great, it goes into the beginning fund balance. for
And they're
next year.
trying to increase timber harvests too, which
Right.
is seems like getting pretty good traction on it.
Right. So the only expenses, I appropriate most of it. We have the association memberships. It helps pay for the AOCC membership. I pay for that directly out of this fund. We pay for the audit. And then we have some for transfer out for legal services and then habitat conservation, the butterfly plan. We've been always transferring a portion into that. The 4,500, otherwise I appropriate the remaining amount that's available for one-time projects. It's another one, that 377,000 that's in that budget will be part of the deliberation list as discretionary funds that are to be available for requests that may come forward.
Ken, one more question
Mhm.
on the trends in from the capital fund,
Yes.
38092.
Yeah.
You mentioned that we needed some money somewhere else, and now it's slowly coming back.
Oh, this one's not an interfund loan. I just had to pay because we had an important payment that we needed to make.
Mhm.
And I didn't have the funds appropriated, so I spent the funds because they were fully appropriated here. So I spent the funds here, and then this is reimbursing that payment that was made.
Okay, that's the full payment. There's nothing
Yeah.
for next year. or
No,
so.
that's the full payment. It was
Okay.
a 1-for-1.
Then that still comes up with a different question. So
Sure.
if we look at the beginning fund balance
Mm-hmm.
in 24-25,
Yeah.
we're talking about 769,
Mm-hmm.
and we're now at 39.
Correct.
And I thought that was all that thing that's coming back from the capital fund, but it isn't.
It's not. There was funds that were spent on the acquisition of the new building.
Okay,
Uh,
so the 391 that you have here is the, let's say, the real amount.
Correct.
There's nothing.
Yeah, because we don't have the actuals reflected for 25, 26. So
Mhm.
there was expenses that were incurred in 25, 26. It's not reflected in here. It's reflected in our reports.
Okay, because it still looks
Mhm.
like we cut our balance in half or so.
Yeah, we did.
And that's correct.
That is correct.
Which Anton brings up a good point, because we used it to purchase the building, but that was in December of, when was that?
January of last year.
So then it should show on this then. So where's the building purchase on here? Am I on the wrong page?
81002 on page 144.
Yeah, but it's in 24-25.
Give me one
Wouldn't it be
second.
January of 25? It'd be one column off, right? Or am I off a year?
I think you're off a year.
Okay.
I think if
So it
it's, in my opinion,
OMI
it
was
has
before
24.
me. Sorry. OMI was before me, so I think you're off a year.
Okay.
No, if Ken says it was
No.
in January 25, then
No,
fit
we-
in the 24-25 budget.
That would be in the 24, 25 budget. There was another expense that I'm not thinking of right now that incurred this fiscal year. Sorry.
Look at this. At the
I'm
end
trying to
of-
get to my
At the end of
spreadsheet.
24-25, we spent the 350. Then in 25-26, we had to do the 229, which pulls it down even further. And now we're getting the 229,000 back in 26-27.
Right, but if you were 673 and you're in half, where'd the other 200 and some odd go?
I'm sorry, because I think what's happening is we're looking at, you're using the adopted budget beginning balance. So you see under building purchase, 350,000.
Yeah.
See, what's not reflected in 25-26 because that's the adopted budget. That's not the audited beginning balance. So actually that number, that 673 should be $350,000 less than that.
Aha.
Because that's the audited number,
Got
not the
it.
budgeted number. I just needed a second.
Okay.
Thank you. So the 350, that expense was incurred in January of 25, so that would have been in fiscal year 24-25. And then that 673, the real number is $350,000 less than what was budgeted.
Got it.
You know, Ken, we're just testing you.
No, I think, I love it.
Yeah.
You
It's a
still
test.
I think you did last year, Anton.
No, I love it. You know,
You asked a question and Ken's like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, that's never happened.
I don't know about that. Pretty tough to stuff.
sorry, it's one of those that, you know, because again, like everyone else, I built this budget in January. So I'd have to dig into my spreadsheets and I have to remind myself, okay. But does that answer your question on that? So I think.
Yeah, no, in general, by the way, it's,
Yeah.
I'm just talking for myself. You know, I see those numbers. I saw them yesterday for the first time.
Right,
So it's always a little bit like, oh, what's happening here?
right.
And there's a lot of stuff, like, for example, you don't put down assets or capital as a number.
Mhm.
So sometimes difficult, then I see a fund just being cut in half.
Yeah.
And I have no idea where the money is.
Yeah.
Because it's not on the budget.
And that's where some of the challenges, because 25-26 just shows, you know, under that, it shows the adopted budget and not the actuals.
Mhm.
That, it doesn't show the audited beginning balances, it doesn't show the actual expenses, you know.
But what would happen, I'm not sure, that's probably a lot extra work for you. But if you have like a big item,
Mhm.
like, let's say everything above 100,000 or so,
Mhm.
that you have somewhere a footnote that
Mhm.
explains where that money went. If it didn't disappear.
Yeah.
So it just makes it easier for the interpretation.
Noted.
It doesn't make sense, or is it?
It does. It makes sense. I'm trying to figure out because sometimes we have the system limitations that comes into our budgeting software and the presentation portion of it that sometimes presents some challenges, but no, because again, we have tons of budgetary reports that we run and build, and I get it. I live in this budget. And
Mhm.
so trying to explain it to where you see a difference like that, but then the actuals aren't reflected here.
No.
But also just know that if you have questions around that, I have reports I can run and pull those actuals as well.
And again, it's difficult for somebody who just comes in fresh to understand everything, and I don't think I have to understand everything.
Right.
But sometimes the funds are moved around so fast
Right.
that I can't follow it.
No, and you know, because at least I'm able, you know, because I recognize I can explain it, but I do, when I look at this and I see, well, wait a minute, adopted budget 673. And then beginning balance the next year, 39,000. So where did $650,000 go? And so I can explain it, you know, but you're right, you know, that's where it'll be reflected in the actuals and some of the other things. Because like the 229,000, that's not reflected in here because that wasn't, it came out of a budgeted number, out of a line that we had 606,000 budgeted for. Even though that number is not a true number either. That's what happens sometimes when we incur expenses, especially just the way the budgets are put together. So when we spend money in May and June that we don't plan to spend, but we end up spending it, and then we end up having to we'll have a modified beginning balance for that year that's not reflected in the budget document.
No, I
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
appreciate that you guys are very creative.
Yeah.
It's just sometimes very difficult for us to follow.
Oh, I get it. And that's why I appreciate the question. So hopefully that brings more clarity to it that, you know, because we're not doing this on a whim either. You know, a lot of times, some of the things we're trying to do the mad scramble at the end, because I think one of the most difficult parts of doing this whole budget is we're putting together our budget effective July 1 for next year's operating budget while we're still halfway through our current fiscal year. And so trying to predict realistically what we're going to spend between now and June 30th. We can't always predict that something's going to come up, like we found that we missed a payment to ODOT that we didn't get an invoice for and didn't get any message. And so we were scrambling because we wanted to make sure we got that settled before we got hit with a bunch of penalties as well. So that was one that we have to be kind of adaptive, but it ends up happening in the current fiscal year that affects our beginning balance. Yeah.
I'm sorry, another last pushback on. I would still really appreciate it if you could put it somewhere on a page or at the start or so, as I said in the summary.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not gonna complain about $10,000,
Right.
but like 350.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's if you could put it in a summary.
Yep, we could do that.
Thank you.
Let's see, the next page. There's no more questions about ONC funds. We'll go to page 146. The time. Make sure. Yeah, I'm still green line. I'll keep hammering through here. The next one is Title III. These are also ONC funds, but Title III funds have limitations on a portion of any ONC funds that we get. We're required to put it into Title III, and there's limitations on what we can spend those for. Right now, the two limitations, we can spend it on programs that address FireWise communities type grants, or we can spend it on search and rescue operations as a reimbursement for search and rescue operations on federal lands. So this is another one where well, you can see in the actuals, we haven't received any revenues into Title III in quite some time. And I don't know if we're going to see some funds coming to Title III with this latest allocation. Because a lot of Title II goes into the road fund, and then we get the other portion that goes into ONC, and then there's a specific category under Title III, and it's a federal Title III that falls under AOC or ONC funds. So really, we just have the beginning balance. We have been spending funds out of this. I think the biggest purchase was, I think, for the sheriff's office for search and rescue. There was the side-by-side that we purchased for search and rescue. That was kind of the last big purchase that was spent out of this. Otherwise, where you see grants awarded, we budget the full amount that's available for potential projects. Because again, it's kind of because it's so limited on that, it would really be if Sam came forward and said, there was a big search and rescue on some BLM lands up in the hill, and we needed to reimburse them for the costs for doing that, we would keep this appropriated because that's an allowable use of these funds. Also, any spending of these funds is also subject to a process where we have to publicly notice that we're going to do it. We have to hold a public hearing. There's things that the board has to do before we can even release the funds. So we've gone through this a couple times. Years ago, I think it was Soil and Water did a FireWise.
Yeah.
And then the last time was Sheriff's Office had a request for a side-by-side for their search and rescue. So that was approved, but after going through a pretty extensive process as far as hearings and everything. When you see the 71,000 that's available that we fully appropriate, just keeping in mind that is it's really closer to 50,000 that's actually available, because it's dependent on if we do get ONC funds or federal forest funds, if they come in or not. Any questions on Title III? Did I confuse everybody enough about Title III funds?
Okay.
No. Page 148. This is one that's continuing to accumulate and get larger to date. Again, this is still subject to some discussions with the board about spending these funds. But this is what we've received and what we're anticipating to receive out of the opioid settlement funds, because we've been a party to a number of the lawsuits and everything else around opioids. And so there's a variety of settlements that were entered into. They're all pretty complicated there's a lot they're paying on different schedules. This is a hard one to kind of predict what the revenues are going to be like, because it seems like every time we turn around every few months, there's a new settlement.
That, and they have 18 years to settle.
Correct.
So some are like, just pay it and get it done. Others are like, nah, I'll take the 18 years.
Right. And so there's a large kind of statewide formula that the councils have all agreed to on how they're kind of divvying this up, because even the state's a party to this. So I think the expenses that we usually have here is usually the audit, and we book some for some of the outside legal charges that come with the settlement. Probably the biggest expense, we do charge admin overhead. Majority of that goes because Mike has to do annual reports on the settlement funds. To date, they've been pretty easy because we haven't spent anything, but I know we have some questions about the settlement agreement. I think at some point we're going to have to start utilizing these funds. And it's a very limited, it's limited by each settlement agreement, what we can spend the funds on. And it has to be directly for prevention and treatment and things like that, directly for opioids.
There must be something that's across the whole spectrum of every single settlement that we can figure out, so we don't have to spend 100,000 here and $500,000 there on different things.
Fortunately, I think all the terms and conditions around the settlement are pretty much the same on the limitations on what we can use the funds for.
Okay.
And so that kind of helps limit it. I just don't think we've had the discussion about spending it. And
I know when Lindsay did that summit here a couple of years ago, seemed pretty informative, and it was across the board, not just the county, but also the city, some funds that the cities were getting too.
Yeah, there's this thing called Exhibit, or I think it's Exhibit E. And so far that I've seen, everybody is following those.
Okay.
Except for maybe one or two.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because cities are receiving these funds, the counties, state, so whoever was a party to the lawsuits. Yeah.
And I believe we have 10 years to spend them.
All right.
So we've been receiving them for years now. So we might be up to the 7-year mark or something like that left.
Yeah, I didn't know that part.
Yeah,
I didn't know
I'm an
that part either.
opioid. I don't know. I get
We're
these monthly
we're into
meetings
7
that-
years already?
No, sorry. We have 7 years left.
Oh,
We're-
We've been receiving these for about 3 years.
Pardon about
well, I
that.
better go get the track. We'll start digging for something.
Right.
Detox facility or?
Because I know this is one that the board's had conversations about, a detox facility or some of these other
Yeah.
things where these funds may be targeted for in the future. But yeah,
Okay.
but it's available and we're
Seven
continuing
will
to
go
accrue
by
it.
before you know it too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Better
So
get
this is probably one that I'm going to flag that we'll probably need to have a work session at some point this calendar year to kind of talk about utilizing some of these funds if it doesn't come up as a discussion item on Wednesday as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Because if I understand correctly, so the beginning fund balance is like 2.4 million,
Correct.
and that money is just sitting there?
Correct.
And why is the pool and bond investment earnings only 7,000? It
It's
could
a number
be
on-
around 70,000.
A lot of the bigger ones we've just received, in the last 6 months.
Oh, they're not in yet? Oh, okay. I thought that the beginning balance, there was already money that was there.
Because you'll see like in 24, 25, we got closer to 20,000 or just over, or right around 21,000 in combined pool and bond. Last year I budgeted, or for this year I budgeted closer to 20,000. I budgeted the numbers that are in here. It was based on the numbers I was given to put in.
Because the pool is going down. in rate.
Right.
I still don't completely get it. The pool is going down?
Oh, the interest rate on the LGIP is going down.
Correct.
And that's why the interest is a little lower, but also we get most of this money in at the end of June. So you might see a bigger balance at June 30th, but that cash just came in for that current year.
Okay.
That makes
Now I'm just, if I do math a little bit fast, I see $7,000 and $8,000 for pool and bond, which is, let's say 15,000. Out of 2.4 million, that is around 0.7%. And we should get around 3%. So okay, it's only half the year, but I'm still a factor 2 off.
Right, and we allocate based upon the actual averages during the year. So it's just a guess on the budget. We actually will pay interest as it in the correct manner, but when you're estimating, we're just kind of taking an average.
Okay.
What is
I
the
could look at the
average
number
on?
again though, if you'd like.
No, I was more, I think my wrong assumption was that money was just
already in the,
Oh, it's coming in every June.
okay. So I was mainly wrong there. Thank you.
So if it's coming in every June, your 789 reflects with your 20,000 then. So you're always a year behind actually on the, okay. So 2.4, it should come in about what you think it is based on, what is the average interest rate for the pool right now?
Oh, the average interest rate is around 3%. Yeah, it's a little bit over 3%. Yeah. I'm sorry, we just had a meeting last week.
Right. So again, this is one that's gonna be more discussions, but we haven't utilized any of that. Any questions on opioid settlement? But it's another one that I would just highlight that it's not necessarily discretionary, you know, because there are some restrictions around the settlement agreement on how we can spend those funds and where we can utilize them. Page 150.
When
Probably
we,
the last time we're gonna talk
Shut her
about
down.
this. Yeah.
can we have a summary of what those restrictions are?
On ARPA? or-
Yeah,
Yeah, I can send that out to you and you can forward it.
okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
We've had a heck of a time with the opioid settlement because everybody that worked on this was attorneys, not accountants. And so we're having to decipher a lot of the stuff on, you know, again, it's like I shared before on the opioid settlement, it's really hard for us to kind of project what's coming in because each entity, whether it's a Walgreens or a Walmart or a CVS or whoever it might be, they each had different conditions to their settlements. And like Commissioner Johnston was saying, some are paying a larger amount up front to extinguish it. Some of them are paying the bare minimum over 15 years. and
But you
it's-
could have a discussion on what's actually there in
Right.
June. Because you'd get your deposit, you're estimating now, but you'd have
Right.
that, and then the Board of Commissioners could have that discussion
Right.
on whether that goes to HHS or whether it
Mhm.
goes to law enforcement or
When we-
depending on what the criteria.
And we've had it, we've just on the list of priorities, it just hasn't been one that we've scheduled a work session with the board to even talk
Sure.
about spending these yet, but. I'm just sharing the other information is just saying like for the add back requests that you might see coming this week, this isn't necessarily one of those funds that it's gonna be on the list that we can necessarily pull from to fund a parks position. We, you know, as an easy example, this is one we couldn't do that for. Yeah. ARPA, the last thing we really have left, and this is one we think we have about 3,000, which is just some pool investment earnings that were lingering. And so basically what we're doing is we're closing out this fund and we're moving that last remaining $3,000 because there's no restrictions to it. Any of the pool and bond interest is discretionary and we're moving it into the general fund.
Nice.
But otherwise, all the funds have been spent and we're still working out the mechanics on closing this out, but all funds, all ARPA's funds are supposed to be spent by December of this year. Now, most of the funds we have released to via grants and things like that. So we've incurred the expense, but you know, I'm also bracing for, you know, if there's projects that are floating out there that didn't spend the full amount or didn't spend it, there's a chance that those funds could be coming back to us. But it's not coming back into the budget because I'll be sending that check right back to the US Treasury. Because right now we're past the obligation phase and we're encroaching the spend pie. So we watch that pretty closely. I know Kevin has stepped into that role and is looking at those programs and grants and what's been spent. So I'm really hoping that we're not going to see a lot of funds getting returned this year, that I'll have to write a check back to US Treasury. But again, as a taxpayer, I'd rather see the money go back into the coffers, but yeah, so that kind of does it with ARPA. And then
I'm assuming that this is a break point for the day because criminal justice is not here and
they could, unless you want me to do a couple more of the internal services budget, some of the smaller ones, to kind of fill in the gap, because we do have Unless you want to break, if you want to take a break, a little bit longer one, because we
No,
have
I-
a public hearing at 5:30.
You guys have been through this more times than I have.
I say we got to get as much as done as we can get done.
Yeah.
If you guys are up for it.
Some of the stuff that we can just start picking off the littler stuff and then do the public hearing. I think that's gonna be fairly short. And then come back, and the more we get done now, the less we'll have to do tomorrow and Wednesday morning. Well, tomorrow.
Let me see if I can find some low-hanging fruit.
I got a quick question that has nothing to do with any of this stuff. So you know, they were talking about having the methane gas at the Newburgh dump.
Yeah.
Has anybody looked into capturing it because we got an excess amount in one of them? Can it be captured, put on a generator and use it to power lights?
At some point in the past, and I'm not an expert on this, I remember a discussion that there was an entity that was looking at trying to do something with that.
Uh-huh.
but It didn't pencil out that there was enough coming off of it to use it for
To warrant.
generating something.
Because Riverbend has it and it's generating electricity for.
That's what I'm talking about.
This is-
Well, I was just thinking, just use it for Rogers Landing.
It's, the infrastructure for something like that is so
Do
expensive
that.
for what they're gonna get at that. Is it one well or two?
Well, they've got,
wells?
I think they've got 3 wells that have gas coming from that, but they have one that
Anyway.
is excessive.
Yeah.
Well,
when you-
by the way, Jason, what you could do, since methane is a greenhouse gas,
Mhm.
you can get a federal grant for it if you take it off.
If you what?
Yeah, so if you, so like, you know, carbon dioxide,
Mhm.
so methane is around 10 times worse than
Yeah.
carbon dioxide.
Mhm.
And you can already get grants if you take carbon dioxide out of the air. So if you can capture a methane, even if you just burn it and do nothing with it, you
Yeah.
can still get money for it.
Huh, that sounds like a good idea. You listen to this here?
Well, did we want to, I'm sorry, I was trying to find some if we wanted to.
So you want to drop to community service or you want to go to
Yeah,
general government or?
here's do we need 5 minutes?
Okay,
It seems like we lost everybody.
yeah.
I think we had a.
We're
mute.
taking 5 minutes.
My home away from homes. I know how.
Community service or general government?
Just a little cool for me, just a little.
I'm
It's not
sorry.
cold, but it's a little cool.
Where your jacket?
Okay.
I didn't bring one, 'cause I thought I'd be warm. Where are we gonna go to here?
I thought. Why don't we, I'm looking at the time. Why don't we go to mediation? Which is on page 241, 242. These are pretty straightforward. And tomorrow I was gonna do economic development, but that usually ends up with a little more discussion. It seems like every year, so we'll do transit, library and economic development tomorrow, because we have different presenters.
Transit, we're not
Transit
gonna,
will be
you're
tomorrow.
gonna do it?
I'm not doing transit.
Oh,
Kevin. Kevin?
Well, I may have to.
Oh, good. good.
Cynthia will be here.
Cynthia will be here, okay.
Yeah. She's retired, so.
She's retired.
Even better, we've got our
We're gonna do mediation. Are we recording and live and?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so mediation services on the narratives on page 241, the actual budget's on 242. Just a reminder, these mediation services, not to get confused with your community mediators that we talked about in the general fund, it's two different things. Mediation services, we act as a pass-through for court-ordered mediation services. And so there's funds that are collected that come to the county and we have to make it available for court-ordered mediation. And so we hold the funds and it's really up to the courts to schedule it. They have their mediators and then they'll send us invoices until we spend the full amount, and then it goes back to the courts, and anything that's above and beyond that they spend. We've been in a unique situation for the last several years, just kind of coming out of the pandemic or during the pandemic. Court services were greatly reduced. They weren't doing mediation, and so we were receiving these funds, and so it's unusual for us to have a beginning balance like we've had for the last several years. But again, this is one that's limited. You'll see that beginning fund balance projected to be 140,000, anticipating getting around 70,000, so that 210,000. It's available as needed for the court. So except for the small amount for audit and the small amount for admin overhead, the rest is held in a line for when a judge sends somebody to court-ordered mediation. So again, we got 208,000 that's available for the courts. Any questions on this one? The next one, page 243, 244, county schools. Mike, did you want to talk about this one? I know I built it, but you usually do this one.
Yep, county schools is where we collect some revenue, mostly from federal forest lands, but we get some electric co-op tax and something new here called small private rail car tax. And we just send that money to county schools based upon their average daily attendance. We get a report from the state. So we basically budget to expend in line 7009, all the amount that we are estimating to receive during the year. And we will pay this down to, just a couple $100 by the end of June to make sure it's all paid out.
So we're a pass through. Whatever we receive, we pass along to that distribution to the county schools.
But no admin? No admin for us?
No.
We just make it a straight, because it's restricted to go to the school.
Yeah,
I don't
this is
think
one
there's
we can't
any-
even apply an admin charge to.
Right.
Huh, weird.
If we could, we would.
Okay. Can you tell me what federal force income is?
That's tied to like the ONC funds and some of the other ones.
Yeah.
No, wait, or
SRF.
this in, is
this
this
is-
payment in lieu of taxes? Bill?
built. That's what.
This might be a portion of Pill.
I think it's a portion of O and C, I think.
Yeah, I think this is the secure rural schools.
Yeah,
and
it's
supervisors.
Thank
Okay,
you. I think
yeah,
that's
it's,
correct,
it's
yeah.
one of the two. It's one of those, sorry, we threw out a ton of acronyms right there. It's another one of these federal allocations that's usually based on, you know, if timber sales that are happening. So,
It's 25% of secure rural schools.
okay. And so we're obligated to pass it through to schools.
Okay.
And so we just purely, it's a pure pass through.
Is this number showing that timber sales are really low?
You know, it just
They've
depends
been
on what
depressed
year.
for,
Yeah,
Non-existent.
20 years
it's,
or 30
it's
years.
starting to change though.
You can see in 23, 24, we got about 40,000 in last year. In
Mhm.
24, 25, about 6,600. So it fluctuates. What do we have in 20? Well, we don't have it in yet. So it's another ones that comes in May or June.
Well, and I think that's the low hanging fruit. I didn't know we were gonna get through all of those that quickly.
minutes.
But just for my information, can you, what are our county schools? Which schools?
Mike does the distribution.
Yeah,
but
we have a list.
Oh,
it comes
it's
from-
more like, is it 3 schools or
Oh,
10
Sorry,
schools
when I say county schools, it would be all the schools in
All
the
of
county.
in the county?
It would be
Yes.
McMinnville,
But,
or Newburgh.
So even, let's say, in my case, Newark United School District is part of the county school?
Not United.
Yeah, because this isn't county schools as in, you know,
Yeah,
this is
it's
the
all the
you-
schools
it's
within the
all
county.
School districts within the county.
Newburgh
It
County
could be
School
city
District.
schools.
Oh, they're still part of it. So I thought there was a separate system for
Right.
McMinnville and Newark,
No.
and only the schools that were not part of those.
Yeah,
You were thinking
it's,
like
city.
Ewing Young or something?
yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all of the schools.
yeah.
Here we go. The schools are, there's a little bit in Hillsborough, believe it or not. Sherwood School District gets some, Gaston, Yamhill, Carlton, Amity, Dayton, Newburgh, Willamina, McMinnville, Sheridan.
So it's literally every school.
Sherwood is included in Yamhill.
There's a little bit for some.
Some students, like how our county lines are drawn,
Mhm.
they're, where they live, their property taxes are allocated to the Sherwood. That's why it's a
Got it.
very small amount.
like
It's only
40.
0.05% of the allocation.
Okay.
So basically, if we get it, it's going to school districts.
Exactly.
We just parse it up to that distribution that goes out to all the districts.
Is it per student ratio? Is it a ratio?
Mike,
per-
I'm gonna look at
What
Mike.
do-
Mike does
what
his
they use.
magic.
I forget. ADM, I don't know what that stands for, ADMR, and that's how it says we have to do it, and the state gives us that. It's like average daily requirement, maybe something like that, average daily.
I expect it's probably based on the average enrollment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
depending
I was
on
thinking the average alien.
Of Yamhill County
Mhm.
residents.
It's more designed for like frontier counties and so on, but it's how most of their schools stay alive.
Thank you.
I think that's, I mean, the only other one, yeah, I'll cover, that one's included in criminal justice. Yeah, we could do
I got
economic
40 minutes.
development in 8 minutes, but I know this one usually has a longer discussion.
Are you trying to end at 5 or 5:30?
Let's give it a shot.
Okay, well, we can start it. So economic development on page 239 is the narrative, 238 is the actual budget.
37.
If we're all there. Again, this is a trend that we've been seeing year after year. The beginning balance has been growing in this fund, both both in, we're seeing higher than budgeted video lottery revenues that are coming in. We also have the pool and bond investment earnings. But really the balance, what's contributed to this was really during the pandemic and during those years, we were getting a lot of CARES Act funds and we were getting ARPA funds. And so historically, we would use a lot of these funds for doing business economic development grants. And we just weren't doing economic development grants for a number of years just because we were at capacity and doing CARES Act grants and ARPA grants, all these other funds that were putting out into the community. And a lot of those also had a business component to them as well. So we just haven't been, spending the funds on putting grants out. And so we've watched this fund build up. Further contributing to it for this year for the beginning balance is decision was made years ago when we used to contract with Sedcor. We stopped contracting with Sedcor. We brought it in-house. Our economic development manager, Joya, left us in July or August of this year. So that position has not been filled.
Are we searching for somebody?
At this point, we haven't made any decisions on what to do with that position because that's another one where I want to have a discussion with the board and schedule a work session.
I got a lot of ideas.
Yeah, and so I kept what you're gonna see for this year. I did budget for the position in here, but it doesn't mean we're necessarily gonna fill. I mean, it depends on what the board wants to do.
Yep.
I budgeted the position, it's here, but we haven't filled it. We haven't opened a recruitment for it because again, I'm gonna be looking for direction from the board.
Was that the program manager?
Correct.
Okay.
The only thing I did do is I did increase a little bit of Kevin's time, a portion of his FTE in this budget because he has been stepping in and filling some of the roles that Joya was doing on a limited capacity.
Administering some of those ARPA.
Correct.
Yep.
So it just seemed right. And like I was saying before, we were getting stretched a little thin in the admin budget. So this kind of helped in admin as well. So
I agree.
but Kevin's doing this work in here. So it made sense to increase it by another 10% of his time in this budget.
Agreed.
Historically, we've always had a portion of that in here at just 10%, and I increased it to 20%.
Can you tell me, Ken, how much were we spending with Sedcor?
If you look at actuals, like in 24, 25, I'm trying to think if we stopped that in 24, 25 or 23, 24, where we had a full year.
It was $12,000 a month. We're writing a check to Sedcor, and it was a year before. Well, it was 2 years ago.
I think the sticker in the office says 21, 22 was the last year, but who knows? That's just a sticker.
So let's see. I could look that up.
It's okay.
I'd have to
If
pull
it's
the
12,000,
contract.
that's close enough.
12,000 a
140
month.
Yeah, 144. Yeah. That's okay. You don't have to.
Because she started, Joya started, so she's been here, she was here 2.5 or 3 years.
I want to say we started because I see actuals for the position in 23, 24. So I believe we started this in 23, 24.
No.
Or was it?
No, it was prior to that. I mean,
I think 22, 23.
it wasn't
Okay.
23, 24, yeah.
I don't have that information readily available, but it was just one that I know, that pivot was, quite a while ago.
3 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're not gonna have the Sedcor numbers reflected in here because the actuals, that are represented in here, are after that change was made. So
It's okay.
I could pull that number. I mean, I have the
Don't worry about it.
contracts and everything else.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, so when you kind of go through this, you'll see, again, we've got a pretty good beginning fund balance that it's just been a number of years, some cost savings and not doing grants for many years out of these funds. So that's been building up. Personnel, like I said before, I budgeted the position, but that's subject to looking for some guidance from the board. But we have it budgeted, so it's available. And just keeping in mind that just because something's budgeted in here doesn't mean we have to do it that way. We don't appropriate down to the line item. So if, there's some flexibility there, but I just want to maintain the appropriation authority. And I decided it'd be easier pending the discussion to leave it status quo because this is what we've had in this budget for the last couple of years. So. And like I said, the only other change is just increasing Kevin by 10%, his position. You get down into supplies and professional I'll talk about professional services, but materials and services, I'm trying to maintain some appropriation authority. So again, we try to keep some lines in here. So should the position be filled, that they have some funds available to support, operations, for that. But again, it doesn't mean it's necessarily going to get spent. And professional services, that 65,000, that is the county's share of the bypass lobbyist. So like I was talking about non-departmental, we collect from everyone else that goes into non-departmental, and we pay for the bypass lobbyists. The county share of that comes out of economic development fund, so that's 65,000. So the lobbyist is that amount non-departmental plus this amount is the total amount that's paid for the lobbyists on an annual basis. So yeah.
Maybe you're not there or you're still coming. On the items 72048,
Yeah,
49 and 50.
I was going to get to those.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
What,
Yeah.
what chamber memberships and association memberships are those?
Actually, that's available. It depends on, it's kind of been up to the board, or if that the funds are appropriated, that if we want to purchase memberships in the chambers, we have the funds
I think we
available.
actually do,
And
because
I think we do.
I think we do.
when I went to
There's just a
Sheridan, I
handful
signed
that
in, and the next
Window.
one, they're like, no, you're a member. I'm like, no, I'm not. They're like, yeah,
We
you're.
have
you're a
Mac,
member."
Mac, Sheridan,
Chehalem,
and yeah, Newburgh.
Joya
Sheridan.
must have paid him right before.
Joya got them all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Admittedly,
think is
don't see
important.
those
I-
invoices.
For
so I
years,
know
we've
we're-
had memberships, for
and
years.
Willamina. Yeah, so just all of them in the county.
All of them.
Okay, that's what I
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah, so we have this budgeted. Admittedly, that's one I don't necessarily see the invoices for, so, but we've historically, we've
And the
always.
association membership, do you know those or?
The association memberships, we always budget that amount because there's, I think it's either AOC or COG. I get the two mixed up, but there's one that has a separate line item for economic development activity. So we'll use
Probably COG.
that portion, we'll code a portion. It's COG.
Yeah, I think it's COG.
That will pay for a portion of that out of here instead of paying for it out of 1039, because it's economic development specific.
Perfect.
Yeah, so again, a lot of the lines that are in here for materials and services and things like schools and conferences and training and development, it all depends if that position's filled or not. That was available for whoever's holding that position to be able to attend things. So if it's not filled, it's not going to get spent. And then getting down to the 720s. So you're going to see strategic investment grants, small grants, startup grants, those three categories. Again, I have the funds budgeted there. We haven't been awarding grants out of that, but it just fully appropriates at least that $200,000 that's available. Doesn't necessarily have to be to one of those specific programs. It could be if there's an economic development request that comes forward during the year and the board may want to support that, the funds are available to support that.
Okay. Yeah, my question on that one was like, for the last couple of years, have we ever granted anything?
We haven't done a grant program like that.
Just
since-
1 year.
Yeah.
No, we granted out for conveyor belts and
Correct.
pump motors for wineries and
Correct.
CNC machines.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've done that.
It's been 1 year.
No, year before last,
Was it year?
year before last when we did remember we did,
But that was ARPA, wasn't it?
I don't know if that was ARPA.
No, I think you did like the bakeries and stuff. Those were
No,
out of this,
prior
right?
to that. It wasn't those. It was the, for instance, with the manufacturing, like Newburgh.
ARE,
Because I-
Tiger Manufacturing.
I think we've only,
And
because you can.
that one in that over by.
I mean, they were
Hannah.
small ones. They were only
Right,
10,000, 25,000.
right.
I'd have to go.
A
and look.
revolving loan.
The revolving loan program, now there's a long story with this one too. This was, we carry those funds, that 201,000 that's in here, and we carry that forward. That was a community development block grant that the county received back in early 1990s, late 1980s. That's only available for revolving loan programs. And so we carry those funds. Historically, we've always contracted with COG to facilitate to act as the loan manager for that. And so if we get interest in getting access to those funds, we refer them to COG, and then COG would go through the process of setting that up. And it's a loan, and we're currently working right now with COG. We just entered into an agreement to making those funds available.
Kind of like an SBA loan.
worse. The interest, I ever heard the interest rate was too high and not reasonable, so we took the 200,000. COG's gonna apply for 1 million or an
Right.
additional 800, so we'll now have $1 million in revolving loan fund to loan out to businesses in Yamhill County at a more reasonable interest rate.
Right.
That's
So
good.
that's what we're gonna use.
200,000 is not
No,
anything.
not,
No.
no.
And that's why we've been carrying it on the books for
And it
years.
was a high interest rate too.
Yeah.
So,
Tires on the truck.
Coming back on the grants, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I still have
Oh,
add some
not
more.
quite. Yeah.
Yeah, a question there. So, so that's a grant for startups,
It could be.
for
It-
example. I was wondering because I happen to be in a organization that does development of startups,
Mhm.
and I was not even aware of this.
Yeah. it's-
So, how was the advertising on it? Do you have?
This was years ago and we haven't,
time ago.
the program at this point, unless the board gives kind of the green light to do it, we just haven't done it. I appropriate the funds so it's available, but otherwise we haven't done this in
I would
years.
give it about 6 months.
Yeah.
It's gonna look way different.
And
Yeah.
what will be different?
Well, this 200,000 is gonna be a
Be a
million
million.
and the
Yep.
interest rates will be way more reasonable.
Mhm.
And then everything will be administered through the COG for
Oh.
any business.
He
through-
was talking about the grants, the strategic.
Yeah, there's two
investment
different.
grants.
So one is the grant. I
Yeah.
assume that is not a loan.
Yeah.
They were grants, but we also had, at that point, the various boards, we said no startups. So we were going with, for instance, established companies, whether it was, retention and increasing FTEs. So that was one of our parameters, and we always had different, whether we were doing manufacturing or business to business, that type of thing. But those were the strategic investment grants that we put on hold for a while. So right now, everything's pretty much in abeyance.
So the funds are appropriated in case for future discussions, but otherwise, that's a good point that it's basically been put in abeyance. So we haven't, I think the last time I'm trying to remember what grants, because I know what you're talking about, but I'm trying to remember which funds we pulled for that, but the last time we did this was actually, we still had SEDCOR on contract. I think it's the last time we did a formal solicitation. We had a grant review committee. We had the funds available. We did grant awards that were under these 3 categories. We just haven't done it. And at this point, we've always budgeted for it to appropriate those funds in those lines. And I left those there as a status quo, but it's subject to, because again, we don't appropriate down to that line. But we wouldn't do a grant program without the board giving the green light to open a solicitation on doing something like that.
But we did do grants. We did do, the last round of grants was after SEDCOR. It was what Joya was doing,
did
and
go
these were business grants. And they were smaller grants, 10, 15, 25,000. And we had a process by which we did applications and we awarded
I
money.
just remember because it was tough trying to, we're sitting here as a board trying to pick winners and losers.
Right.
One of them was and absconded with
Yep,
about 10 grand.
yep,
But the rest turned out very, very well.
Yeah.
Right.
And, one of the main points was when we were choosing the winners and losers, we were gonna do a follow-up.
mm-hmm,
And Joya did. She said, once
Right.
we approved all the grant funding out of a list of probably 20,
mm-hmm.
we did follow-ups, 6 months later, which I thought it went great. So
Yeah.
The winery.
Yeah, it was the winery, the makeup,
Bakery,
Yeah,
well, 2
Anna's,
bakeries,
the makeup,
bakeries.
2
Pure
bakeries,
Light Mechanicals.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
And we wound up, fortunately, she was able to hook up some of our new businesses with some of our ladies who are in recovery.
Yeah.
And it was just, and what was the other one?
The
Power bars.
Well,
Empower.
Empower, and then there was the manufacturer up in Newburgh as well, the guys that did the 3D printing stuff. and-
Yes, yeah, so we had a bunch of them, local companies.
Yeah, so I have to pin down the last time we did that, but it's been a while.
Would have had it.
Dude,
Well,
it
you-
like literally,
it was,
it was like early last year.
Yeah,
it was 24 that you
Out of
guys
these
gave the
funds.
money, and then we toured once I got here.
When okay.
yeah, year
Okay.
before, it was last year.
Or
Yeah,
That's 6,500.
no,
This was
no.
way.
Oh, no,
more.
wait. I
I
said
think
24,
it was 50
25, we
grand.
spent $125,000.
Yes,
yeah,
right,
Yeah,
there you go.
so that was the last time we did this. So it's available, but again, we haven't the position's vacant. We haven't really come up with it, because typically if we're gonna do a grant award, we're gonna come up with a methodology, a solicitation process, a noticing process and everything else. We don't have that in place and
What we could also do, I'm just giving an example. Last year, there was a startup conference organized by Oregon, and it was at George Fox. And they had a whole
Yeah.
selection process. And you could piggyback on that and say, hey, we
It's like
give
the Shark Tank thing.
an X, yeah, the Shark Tank thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
And you can just say, then you don't have to have a selection committee. You just piggyback on that and give an additional amount of money to them.
yeah, so these funds are appropriated and available for that, but I just know, it's gonna be subject to more discussions with the board and what they wanna do with it.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's see, other than that, I think. I mean, the bulk of it that we have here, but we're still. And then we have, when you go down, you have the transfers, going out. We do have amounts that were already budgeted for fair, parks, marine patrol and, dog control. Is we have some transfers out of economic development funds for next year.
Restaurant inspections comes out of this too, 5,000 is?
Yeah, that's a unique one that we've done some small amounts, and that's to help offset some costs for community events and things and kind of limit those permit fees and things.
Yeah, because I know those permit fees are fairly small.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's one that's been a line item that's been in here for quite some time.
because those fees are like $50 for a small restaurant and a truck, and then like 150 for a large restaurant. They're not that much.
Yeah.
And they get visited twice. a
It's
year.
one that we've
That's
had
how I know.
budgeted for many years.
This 30,000 for Marine Patrol, what does that cover?
We'll cover that tomorrow
you're getting
with
into
the
sheriff.
presentation on what the
Okay.
sheriff's office.
Got
did.
it.
You'll see where those funds are coming in to cover.
Got it.
But the intent was to cover increase number of patrols. This was started I
That's
think,
right.
last year to
Yep.
increase the number of patrols and coverage that we have at Rogers Landing. in
Mhm.
Recognition that that's such a big draw for the Newburgh area.
And there was like a
Right.
30% decrease, right? Yeah, last year.
Right. But otherwise, you'll see that we still have a pretty significant ending fund balance that I didn't budget for, so of 1.4 million. Now, if during deliberations or discussions, if there's amounts that we need to appropriate more of that and not just leave it in an ending fund balance, it's available. But honestly, when I built this budget and I already saw that we had $200,000 for potential grants that are kind of uncertain, and some of the other transfers, I really couldn't justify beefing up another expense line in here. So it's sitting in the ending fund balance, but is available for possible discussions during deliberations on Wednesday. Yeah, I knew that one would take a little bit longer. It'd be more than
Right
5
on
minutes.
time.
So any questions on economic development? I know there's a lot of uncertainty around that. Again, it's just trying to make sure we have funds appropriated to give, really the board flexibility on future discussions, that the funds are appropriated to have those discussions later on. And I would just look at it if there's ideas or additional amounts that we want to do, again, we can talk about it on Wednesday.
You guys must have fixed the clock, because I think I remember that clock saying like military time or something.
It's
this year.
every other day it's off.
Well, it could be 05 and we just don't know it. There's no windows.
Yeah.
So
It's like a casino in here.
took me 12 hours to go through that budget. So, let's see, I think that puts us through the budgets that because transit and law library, we'll have the law librarian joining us, and Cynthia will be joining us for transit. So I'm kind of hesitant to go through those. And then the last two that I have for internal services are pretty big. So I'd rather cover them tomorrow, which is insurance reserve and capital reserve. And so I think we've covered all we can cover for today. So then our next step on the agenda is the public hearing at 5:30.
Recess for 15 minutes.
So
Take
we-
a break.
I think what we would do is, do we burn the recording or do we want to do the public hearing recording as part of the same? So we'll adjourn for today, the budget committee, and then at 5:30, we'll open a public hearing. So,
I think this goes back to you, Kid.
What?
I think this goes back to you.
no, it's still yours. You still get to be the chair for the public hearing.
I get to be in the back seat.
Really?
Yeah, you can go ahead and close this out.
Okay.
Okay,
So used to.
budget committee is now closed.
And we'll reopen at 5:30 for the public hearing. Okay.